since the moment I met you. Please don't forget me when I'm down here. It's been a while since I hit the bottom. I'll sing my song, come find me. Come find me. All these faces staring at me, getting closer to the sun. All these voices shouting at me, wish you'd never see me drown. sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Trying to lose track of the silence, trying to make my way back to the silence. You got a one-track mind like a driving. I can hear the graveyard sing, now you got me flatline. Trying to make my way back to the silence. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. 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 10 feet deep, but I'm far from grounded. Losing my feet and I keep on drowning. On a one-way street, you got me surrounded. You got a one-track mind like a driving. I can hear the graveyard sing, now you got me flatline. Trying to make my way back to the silence. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. 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 Suddenly, you been coming round cutting me. And my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, you been coming round cutting me. And my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. 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 Blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, the top teams from the Pacific and China region enter the competition. Number 1 seeds PaperX and Edward Gaming will take the stage for the very first time here in Shanghai. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 7 of Masters Shanghai, coming at you live from the VCTCN studio. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. You got yourself a Mimi, and all the way over there is a Kakuka. Hello, mi amigas. How you doing today? You good?
He's bilingual.
Did you not know
I'm
that?
a fraudulent bilingual. I'm a fraudulent bilingual.
He is. That's him. He is him.
That's as far as my bilingual ability goes.
That's all the Spanish.
That's such a lie.
At least for today.
Okay.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and talk about what happened on Day 6, shall we? You guys don't mind, right? We had FUT, of course, riding a high after eliminating Leviathan and qualifying for playoffs. And then 100 Thieves was like, yeah, definitely. And they ended up 2-0ing FUT. And Asuna with a bold claim, saying they're going to win Shanghai.
We've heard that before. It's a bit cursed of a statement, I have to say. But, after what we saw yesterday, I'm not surprised.
I don't think it's that bold.
You know what?
I think 100 Thieves looked incredible. I think they've had the best debut of any team at this event. They absolutely dumpstered on FUT. I mean, all their players were looking incredible. I think their game plan against FUT was on point. I think even picking them in the draft is really showing a great understanding of how all these teams play and what the best stylistic matchup would be. I mean, FUT just contact every attack side into a 2-0 loss. And then we got to this second match, and this one delivered.
And we were here forever, right? We were very excited to see Fnatic back in the global stage, but the performance from the guys from Genji was on a different level, taking everything down to that third map in a very, very close-up race.
Yeah, I was also a little disappointed by the ending from Fnatic. I feel like they started to let a lot of rounds slip.
They started off strong.
Yeah, we saw some sloppier moments than we expected towards the end of EMEA. So a worrying start for them being in the lower bracket, but always a team that you can trust to find that recovery. And Genji as well, looking in great form.
I mean, we were so excited to have 3 EMEA teams in playoffs, and now
one's already gone.
Yeah, one's already gone because we will get FUT versus Fnatic. But you know what? It is what it is. Very deserved wins yesterday.
Still got 2 for sure. Definitively. You know, we'll tip our hats to that one for right now. All right, well, let's go ahead. If you're wondering why we're saying this, is because you can see down at the lower portion of the bracket, FUT is going to be facing off against Fnatic. So that means guaranteed in the EMEA team will be eliminated from the competition. But today, that brings us to PaperX and G2, and then we're going to have EDG, the hometown team, taking on the Heretics, which is going to be so exciting. I can't wait to see what Kong can do on the stage, especially against
Kong.
Oh, who would have told us? Like, this storyline is just so good. The way that Woods has been performing and not going to come back, I think it's going to be a sick match.
They're also now the last hope for EMEA in the upper bracket. So for all the
EDG is also the last hope for China. So
that's true.
That's true.
A lot at stake for all.
But I think EDG definitely the favorite in that matchup in front of their home crowd. We've been waiting so long for this team to kind of break through that 5th, 6th curse that we've seen for a while. If they could do it here in Shanghai, it would be incredible.
And just a little random aside, because we take the shuttle and we're going to like work and going back to the hotel and stuff like that after we're done here for today. And when we were going, we saw like a guy in a Kong jersey just walking in the street randomly. I'm like, my boy's popping off out here, man.
The Chinese commentators are telling us they even had like a branded Metro card for EDG that they were putting out at some point. Like, this team is so incredibly popular here in Shanghai. It's unbelievable. The crowd is going to be 100% behind them.
Oh, I have no doubt about it. It's going to be white hot in that room. I can't wait. But speaking of duelists, though, that's going to bring us to today's MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which one is going to have the highest ACS today. Is it going to be Jing, Icy, Kong, or Woot? Scan the QR code, cast your vote. Who do you think is going to be? Who you guys think is going to pop off today? Why don't you help the viewers out? Think Kong?
Yeah. Or Woot did have the highest ACS coming out of the Swiss stage. So
but these debuts.
I know. I'm just giving different points.
And no, I believe. But the debut for Kong in front of a home crowd and the re-debut for Jing after Champs Final, we thought it was going to be his last ever match in Valorant, and now he's back again for PaperX.
Yeah.
It's going to be an exciting day.
It certainly is, of course. And make make sure you lovely people back out there tweet and use your hashtags, what is it? VCT and Valorant Masters, I can read. So you go ahead and we can feature you on the show. You know, that thing that we do all the time that I tell you to do and you do it anyway without me needing to tell you. You know how we flow over here.
Give us your hot takes.
Hot takes, yeah. Give us some hot takes. Have some fun. I saw someone saying G2 was winning today.
Yeah.
I saw that tweet go out there.
That's your alt account.
That's oh, how dare you call
One
me
of them.
on real time, bro. It's unbelievable. All right, folks. Well, look, ahead of the playoffs, I am met with Paper X's Mind Freak and Jing because here's the deal. You guys know that I love a good pun. And this time around, we went with it, baby. We played a little game of Jenga. Oh yeah, no. That's right. I did it. Run it, baby. What's going on, everyone? You already know what the deal is. We did this last time in Madrid. We're doing it again right here. It's the indiscriminate block game that we can't legally say its name because it's copyright. But thankfully, we have Jing here. So guess what? It's called Jenga. Yeah, we went there. So this is it. We're going to do it. All right. Now, I explained to you what the deal is. But for those at home, you take a piece, and then when you take it, you look at it, read it, and ask each other the questions. Okay? Ready? All right. Who wants to go first? I feel like it's your name, you know, you gotta go first, you know, now. Both of them have told me that they're not very good at Jenga.
Oh.
Jenga.
Wait, this is easy.
Ooh, look at that. Look at you.
That's why I asked Ron the question.
Yeah, ask the question.
Who do you think will make it to the finals?
Ooh.
I think 100 Thieves looking good.
100 Thieves looking good.
Fnatic slowly like bouncing back.
Okay.
So I think either both of them.
Okay.
Or maybe us.
Yeah. I like that. I like that. You said both of them, but then you went with yourself at the end. What about you, Jing?
Hopefully us and Fnatic.
Okay. Us, I'm telling you right now, if that's the grand finals, that's going to be incredible. Okay, here you go. You can put that down right there. Congratulations. See, look
Wait,
at
do
that.
I not have to put it on top or something?
No, not for this one.
Okay.
The intention is. Hold on a second, brother. Okay, you just feel around. Find the loose boys that are just hanging about.
Ooh.
See, you said you're bad at Jenga. This is the reason why you're going after these pieces.
Who at this event would you want to 1v1 with?
Ooh, who would you want to 1v1 at this event?
Maybe Kang because it's like Shanghai, you know, and
yeah.
Okay, that actually would pop off. All right, Jing, your turn.
Ooh, this one?
We made one each, so we're making money here. Oh,
wait,
risky business, brother. Oh my goodness.
What do you usually eat for breakfast?
Okay. This is the most important meal of the day.
I do not eat breakfast.
Come on.
Same. Jing. I do not eat breakfast.
You guys don't, not even like a banana or like an apple?
How can I eat breakfast?
If I wake up early, then I will eat it. But usually I woke up around like 12, around 12. So
12 is like considered my early, so no breakfast, straight to lunch.
When you guys hit 30, don't worry. You're going to be eating breakfast all the time. Okay. All right, next up, what we got?
Who is the best, what is it, cook or look?
Cook. Who's the best cook on the team?
What does it mean?
Cook,
Chef.
Who's the best cook? Yeah, probably us, I think. I think it's probably us.
You too?
Wait, you mean like
a chef? Like
cooking food? I thought like cooking like the composition or whatever.
No, like actual cooking.
Actual cooking.
Like making food to
on the
consume.
team, on my team.
Yes. Are you a good cook?
Nah, bro.
No, okay. Are you a good cook?
I think
he can't even like make an instant noodle, so
I
don't even make breakfast.
I made scrambled eggs. There's a video on Paper's YouTube channel if you wanna see. I made some scrambled eggs.
I think
insane.
I think it's probably Davai.
Oh, probably Davai.
He's the only one that cook, even though like he doesn't cook that much, but he's the only one that able to.
He strikes me as the most responsible one in
Yeah.
the group. Yeah. Okay, go for it, Jing. Your turn. Pick whichever you want. Oh, see, that was a good one. Yeah. Easy peasy.
What 5 players from all regions combined would be the best team right now?
EMEA probably Alfire.
Okay, Alpha.
NA probably it's really hard.
It's very hard. A lot of talent.
Help me.
Okay,
out.
this is like just China probably Kang.
Okay.
NA probably Cryocells. Yeah, I think he played really well. Cryocells, Kang. Do I want to take like 5 Jet players or what?
anything.
From EU, Leo. You need like one guy that doesn't overheat, you know? So Leo is like their safety. And then Pacific, the Flex Legend Forsaken.
Like that. Hey, I'll take the legend himself. Yeah.
One more.
Sounds like a winning team. All right.
And
feel free, whatever region you want.
No.
I'll take one from
anything.
A China team, I guess, because we're in Shanghai.
Ah, look at that.
Maybe Life.
Life is okay. That would be a fascinating squad.
Many 4 people that can, like 4 fraggers. And Leo's the safety, you know, like
that's fair.
If they overheat, he'll clutch everything.
And then you have Forsaken, who is the multi-aging god. All right, well, let me go ahead and take a stab at this real fast. Oh no, the Jenga. Well, this one says that you gotta buy the PaperX bundle, and you guys are probably gonna win the whole darn thing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Safe to say one of the greatest games of Jenga we ever played.
More scripted than wrestling.
How could it be? I disagree wholeheartedly. Wrestling is very scripted. Okay. All right, folks. So look, PaperX finished third in Madrid, but then, you had Jing rejoining the roster in stage 1, and they finished first in Pacific. And look, they didn't just finish first in Pacific. They just look good. They just continue to get better and better and better. Yeah. This is a squad that is aging like fine wine, honestly.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Especially regionally, they only took 1 loss to Team Secret. So, of course, this is a team that is very exciting to watch. They're still on their same line, but, we like to see the flexibility. We like to see how they keep innovating in the same PaperX way as always.
Yeah, the team's identity is kind of almost shockingly stayed the same from the first time we saw them at a global event until now. They still pick unique comps. They still do a lot of the W gaming. And honestly, I think that's why Jing managed to pick off right where he left off. He had a little bit of warm-up time. They lost that secret game you mentioned in the group stage and looked a little shakier. But in the playoffs, we saw everyone returning to form. And I think we also saw a more refined PaperX, right? They're playing a lot. They're still playing like double duelist on most of their maps, but it feels like a lot of the ideas are really well thought through. It's a little less chaotic than previous events we've seen, and they have just looked in really well coordinated, really strong form coming into this event.
And in Madrid, we were saying, hey, we don't have any of the usual suspects. Like, there's no Fnatic. Like, these teams are brand new. This is the chance for PaperX to make it. It wasn't possible, but this time around, come on. Like, it has to happen at some point.
Yeah, no, for real. And even in Madrid, they managed to make a deep run, and that was with integrating Monet into the team a little bit more, and they were like, still trying to figure out how that would work.
But still, it's always been kind of this asterisk the last few events we've seen. It was in Japan, they were playing with CGRS, and then they were so close in Champions, and then they lose Jing and have to play with Monet. And now Jing's back. There's always like one factor that's changing into all of these events. But Asia's never lifted a trophy, and this is their chance, so close to home, to finally win one.
Best chance that they've had in a very, very long time, and they've gotten close plenty of times here. Now, Mika did manage to get some more words and insight with Jing earlier on. Let's go ahead and check that out.
Hey Jing, it is so nice to see you back at an international event like this. In fact, the last time we saw you on a stage like this, it was during the grand finals of Champions last year, which was very emotional. So let us know what's going through your head.
I mean, I haven't been in like a Masters tournament for quite some time, so I'm really happy and excited to be here.
All right, well, can't wait to see you on stage. You're gonna kill it.
Thank you.
All right, of course, we're all excited to see Jing take the stage yet again, of course, and it's going to be one thing that I think we know for certain is that even though Jing is back and he's had to reintegrate into the team, we had already alluded to this, but he really hasn't lost much of a step in his play. No. I mean, he still is that guy who you can trust to go out and eke out a few kills for you in those critical rounds, take space right away. Like, the man can just do so much for this squad.
Yeah, I mean, in a recent interview, Coach Alex was talking about the fact that he felt like what went wrong for them at Champs LA was the pressure getting to them. They felt like it was the last hurrah. It was the last chance they would get to play at Jing. And that was the whole narrative, right? Because it really looked like he was going to have to go and do national service. That ended up not happening. And now he's immediately come back in and re-hit the form. So it feels like this massive reunion tour. And it really looks like the stars are aligning the way that he's playing right now for this team to come back and make another final like they did in LA.
Yeah, exactly. But the final is not going to be enough. I feel like, especially with this exact roster, people are exactly. It has to be a win. People are expecting more. Like, there should be no excuses for this time around, especially with how the stage went for them.
Yeah, very true. I mean, Jing is, the type of player that, especially now that he's back into this roster, it certainly puts a little bit more pressure on them. But to that point that you said earlier about Champs LA, like, you had to feel way more stressed out on that one because it was like the last hurrah. Now you kind of got like a second lease on life, so to speak. So you can kind of just shoot the shot here. If you get finals, awesome. And yeah, I mean, they could very well.
Yeah, and I mean, in that same interview, Alex was saying that the solution he saw was just taking the pressure off the players, not setting an expectation of when we as a community, as people who watch this game, are all saying, this is the moment, this is the time, this is exactly when Paper X can win a trophy. It's the best shot they've had. But I think the team has to have the mentality of, this is another tournament. We have a second lease on life. We have a chance to just go out there and play our game and have fun. And that sounds kind of lame to say that, but that's the mentality that actually gets you to championships.
And we need to get into the mentality also that the entire planet, like all the teams across all regions, they've been doing things so differently that they also need to step up to that. Like, yes, they're coming into the tournament today. They've had the chances to just look at what the other teams are doing, but now they have to play on stage. And we know that some of this best of threes, like most of them have gone the distance and got very, very close.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But you are going to be needing some cool hands in those situations, and none are cooler than Forsaken. I mean, this is a guy who plays so many roles for his team. He could do so much. He truly is the flex god, as his teammates said.
Yeah, literally. He's a living legend. I mean, Jing was completely right there. We've seen so many of Forsaken during the years. Like when he was playing on the Duelist, what he's doing this year is enabling Paper X to advance and evolve within their playstyle, just filling in every single role. And the amount of hours that have to go into this, because we're not saying, oh, he plays just a variety of duelists. No, he plays the Harbor, the Breach, anything that you need, he will be able to step up and play into it. The server time that goes into this, knowing also that you're in Paper X, just look at the amount of agents that he's played this year alone. And he still does it beautifully with all the craziness that goes into Paper X playstyle.
9 agents this year already. I mean, he's the one player that you could see him lock literally anything and not be surprised. And the first time we saw him come onto a stage back at Copenhagen in the early days of this Paper X team, he was the duelist one trick. He was playing Jet, he was playing some of the Rays sometimes. That was all he was. But this guy has evolved so much into a leader for this team, into a flexible player for this team. He's the do-it-all guy for Paper X.
Yeah, he truly is. And honestly, I mean, you cannot continue to sing the praise of Forsaken enough. The guy has just proven time and time again to be a force to be reckoned with. But let's go ahead, though, and move on to their opponents on the other side of the stage and get to know them a little bit better in a little game of G2 Truths and a Lie. That's another pun. It's another pun, maybe.
It's your day, Alex.
It's my last day. You gotta give a brother a little bit of love.
If you're just using a 2?
Cállate. Okay, here we go. So you guys know how this is gonna work.
He knew more Spanish.
I'm gonna read, all right, a couple statements, all right? 2 are gonna be true, 1's false. And listen, you lovely people in the chat, you can play as well. Why don't you go ahead and have some fun?
I'm so scared about this.
You guys gotta guess which one is wrong, all right? You guys ready?
I usually write this, so I'm very scared because I'm gonna get it wrong, and then I'm
I'm excited now. The pressure is
I feel no pressure.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Trivia is my oyster.
Throw the first one up there. Here we go. All right, so Jonah P went to school for 2 years to become an auto mechanic. Don't know where medical came from, my eyes. Icy is the youngest member of G2, and G2 have never played in a BO5 series at a global
3
event.
is incorrect.
3 is incorrect, yeah.
I think 3 is incorrect.
The only global event they've ever come to, they went out 0-2.
Yeah. Oh, but Jonah P went to, you know what, he strikes me as...
Wait, we still haven't said it. We still didn't get there.
No, you guys were confident in your
we
response.
were confident.
When did they play a BO5 in a global?
Oh, wait. Ascension.
Oh, that doesn't count.
That's
not a global event. It's
That's not
America's
global.
Ascension. It's international.
You know what?
The question is invalid.
I don't make the rules. Oh, I just read
Where's
the
the
thing.
buzzer?
Where's the buzzer? All right, get the next one. All right, here it is.
This is why
But I think also Trent is the youngest.
Oh, okay, okay.
So that's also a lie. So much lying. I don't know who to trust
All
anymore.
right. Trent played on his high school's basketball team. Valen's most played agent is Omen. And growing up, Jonah P had 2 pet ducks.
I hope 3 is true.
I really hope 3 is true. If 3 isn't true, I think I'm going to walk off set. So
I'm actually going to say that the 3 is a lie.
You can say 3 is a lie?
Yeah.
You want me to walk off set? I think a lot of people might look, we'll see what happens.
Trent looks like
I just want to say, if it's true, can I see a picture of the ducks?
I actually do want to see the ducks. Yeah. All right, let's see. What do you got,
Trent
Mimi?
is the most suburban boy I've ever seen. I feel like he played in every sports team.
Well, turns out it wasn't basketball. So
Okay.
Trent played on his high school basketball team was a lie, and now Jonah P, we got to see
Show us the ducks.
Show
We've
us
seen
the
his cat.
ducks.
show us the ducks.
Not a hard ask, honestly. And also Val's most played agent's Omen. Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah.
He plays it all the time.
The Broman. All right, next up, here we go. We got one more here. G2 had the 3rd highest selling capsule in VCT Americas. Trent's favorite food is pepperoni pizza, and Leaf had the highest ACS in VCT Americas Stage 1.
Does that include playoffs? You know, we need some. You see?
I'm just a fleshy meat bag that's reading.
I
See, the pepperoni pizza thing sounds. I know number one is true, I think. I think pepperoni pizza is true.
The highest ACS for his team,
I think 3's a lie.
I will be disappointed if Trent's favorite food isn't pepperoni pizza because it's delicious.
Does he not look like his favorite food is pepperoni pizza?
The hair, yeah, maybe. You know, just see him just vibing at the side, having a slice.
He's just like a young guy. Like, he looks like he's in high school.
But what if, like, they need to know what his favorite food is then? Because they cannot just put something random.
It's true.
If it's
maybe they did ask him.
Maybe we can
get that confirmation. All right, let's go. Wait, did you guys pick
3's a lie.
3?
Okay, yeah.
3's a lie. Leaf had the highest ACS in VCTs America. That was a lie. Fraudulent.
But he did in his team, I believe. But I think someone
in his team.
Yeah.
I think Oswald's got owned in playoffs.
Yeah. Maybe Cryo?
It might have been Cryo.
Might have been Cryo.
I'll check it later.
We'll check it later. Thankfully, Space is here to give us all that information.
Learned.
All right, guys.
But he was in the top 3.
Yeah, he was actually.
Yeah,
so
he was in
G2, of course. There we are. G2 is the first team picked during the draw show. Now, here's the question. G2 picked first. Was that a mistake? Was that a bold choice? How do you feel about that? Because Paper X, I mean, they went for it right out of the gate.
They just wanted to create that. They said that they wanted a game with high expectations, with all the crowd just cheering and going crazy for it. And they decided to go for G2. Hear me out. To me, it's a small surprise because of the form that we saw G2 play in and how the rest of the year went. But not the biggest surprise.
I will say though, like matchup-wise, I think Paper X matches up incredibly well against G2. We've known G2 to be a team that, oftentimes kind of runs by the book, so to speak, whereas Paper X very much doesn't, care about.
Although I do think so. One of my favorite things about watching G2 in the Americas stage was how good they are at shutting down star players. You watch them against people like I almost said it, like Icy Ospas, the name I was looking for there, of course, and they're really good, I think, especially on their defensive side, at finding timings to go for double, triple swings, to play really well together. We saw it in the group stage. They're a super coordinated team with really good discipline, and I think that actually works well against Paper X, especially since the IGL, Valorant, has played against them before. Back when they were the guard, they lost them in Reykjavik.
Yeah, exactly. But I think we need to take into consideration how the Swiss stage went. Yes, G2 made it 2-0 out of it, but it was sweaty games. Like, they got 13-1 on Icebox. Yes, they managed to bring it back. Don't get me wrong, a big game of resilience. And then against Heretics, they managed to win that last map with a crazy record that split, where it was clutch after clutch after clutch. So maybe it's also thinking how much that is on G2 and how much of it's on their opponents, if you're thinking about their form just here.
Interesting. And you know what, though? Something you had mentioned just a second ago, you were talking about that this was a match that we have seen before. So one has to wonder, like, I mean, granted, Paper X just feels like a type of team that, like, even though you've played them before, you probably don't know what you're going to expect when you play against them again.
The narrative with Paper X is that they're the hardest team to play for the first time. They're just so disruptive.
Yeah, exactly. But back in the day, we were mentioning, for example, the journey from Forsaken. He was playing on the duelist back then, if I'm not mistaken. Like, many things have changed. And again, Paper X, even though they're super crazy, they keep advancing and moving on and bringing in new ideas constantly. And even the first moments that you go into the server, you're either super sure and you take the upper hand, or it's going to be very difficult to come back against them.
Yeah, and this was actually a really close game. I think a lot of people discredit that Iceland run and just look at the 2-match losses that they went out. But I think it was like 13-10, 13-8. There was a real world where the Guard could have won that back then. This team was good, even the core of it, even a few years ago. And the fact that they had to go all the way back through Challengers, run it back through Ascension, and now come back and have this rematch, I think is really proof of the resiliency and the growth of this team. Because people are going to look at Paper X and say, this is one of the favorites to win the tournament, and discount G2 in this match. But I actually think their style plays really well into a disruptive team like Paper X, and I think they have it in them to find an upset, especially if the map pool is good for it.
Yeah, exactly. We still need to know how they're going to do in this event. Again, I think that yesterday what happened with Fnatic and Genji, Genji are looking unreal, but especially on those later in the later maps.
Yeah.
It was a little bit lackluster. You were like, really, like all this rest and everything to then come in at this point, you choke like this?
Yeah, no, it's completely fair. I mean, look, I think that with G2 in particular, it's going to be, no matter how you slice it, it's going to be a struggle, right? PaperX is a really, really talented team, and G2's got their work cut out for them. But earlier on, though, Mika checked in with the IGL of G2, Valen, to hear his thoughts. Let's go ahead and check out what he had to say.
Hey Valen, what's up? Looking very cool today. I like the shades. Now this is an interesting match because when we last saw you on an international stage, it was up against this very team, PaperX. So how are you anticipating this match, knowing what you know versus them?
Yeah, I think this time around we're much more prepared. In game, out of game, we're more mature as a team. Last time we were just kind of lost, so they beat us pretty hard. You know, nevertheless, they're one of the best teams here, so it's going to be a tough game. But I think we're much more prepared this time, so I'm excited to see how it goes.
All right, well, best of luck. Keep rocking the shades. All right.
Valen, if you don't rock the shades to the stage, disqualified, okay? Disqualified right out of the game. But there is something he did say there that was very interesting. Prepared. That was the word that he was throwing out a lot. And we just talked about how you can't really prepare for PaperX, but I do think that if there's one player...
I think you can.
Okay, go for it.
I think you actually can prepare for PaperX. I think the biggest thing that people kind of think about this team is that their style is really disruptive. I think once you've played them that first time and you kind of realize what it's mentally like, I think it's not so that their ideas and strats are super unique and uncounter-stratable. I think they just kind of take teams by surprise, and then you get a little overwhelmed as an IGL and the game starts slipping. I don't expect that to happen today. I think a lot of their ideas, you can kind of look ahead. Hey, they like to do this default to take space forward in this area of the map. It's a lot of set stuff, but it's a lot of set stuff that they will run repeatedly. And if you're an IGL like Valen, who is really good in that prep department, who always comes in with a great game plan, I think there is a world where they can get a leg up here.
Yeah, but if you look at it from the other perspective, like when was the Iceland? 2 years ago?
Yeah.
The amount of matches that this core has gone through to even get to here, like that is a distant memory. Yes, of course, the sense of wanting revenge, it has to be definitely there, but many things have happened. I think that the preparation is more about the growth in a team, adapting to any opponent, making it the best out of any kind of series that you win, actually getting the victories under your belt. So you know what it is to go to an international stage, to lose, but you also know now what it is to win.
It means you won't crumble like you did last time. And that's really where PaperX gets teams, right? It's really more, I think, about mental resiliency to beat this team. When they pull off that crazy round, when Jing does something ridiculous, having the resiliency to just reset and go into the next round is important, and I think G2 has that.
We saw G2 do that, literally. We saw them do it in this Swiss stage.
I mean, they got 13-1, turned it around, won the series.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, anything's possible in this game. After we've been covering it for so long, that's just the thing I've taken away from it. Now, let's go ahead, though, and see the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which duelist was going to pop off, have the biggest ACS, and it wasn't even a contest. Jing just so close. Jing was 66.1%. I can read. Not shocking. Well, actually, a little shocking. Because Kong Kong's on the poll, and I really thought that people would pop off for Kong Kong.
But the APAC fans use Twitter. The Chinese fans don't as much.
Oh.
There's always a way to make it fraudulent. Right.
Well, no, it's just you have to put those things in context. It's daytime in Asia right now, and a lot of Jing fans use it. And also, he's goated, and he is going to be the player with the most ACS.
Many people have been waiting for this, right? Especially after the stage, now they get the seed 1. Come on, it's time to see him play.
Oh, Baby Bay joined me. I thought I would be the only one.
What is Dre
Here's the predictions from our talent for today.
What is Dre doing?
Dre's on one today.
Yo, yeah, I mean, my guy's off the
And
poop.
he's going to be so right. He's going to be so dry. I'll buy him a drink if this is correct.
I am actually really curious look, I'll be honest with you. I do feel confident in G2 going into today, but I did pick them because I'm sticking to my guns that G2 is going to make top 4, and that's my hot take.
I don't think it's unreasonable.
I don't think it's unreasonable
in the slightest.
It depends also on the veto. Like there is many things coming into
You guys still don't think it was a hot take, you know?
I thought it was a hot take, but the more I've watched G2 and the more I've thought about it, the more I've believed in this team.
I love it, love it. All right, well.
I also think PaperX, they play a couple maps where they're doing like solo Sky, double duelist still, and I really think those comps limit your options. Yeah, I feel like if this gets into a drawn-out affair and Valen can really work his default the way he likes to, he can really take advantage of those comps.
There is preparation, and with PaperX, I feel like it's always the same. They either go static default, things are not working, we just send it. That's him.
Well, we broke it all down. Hopefully you guys are satisfied because we're about to start this bad boy. You got PaperX versus G2. EDG taking on Team Heretics. Day 7 of Masters Shanghai starts right now.
You and me.
成为冠军一直是我的梦想，当无畏契约出现时，我知道这或许是我梦寐以求的机会。
I'm really proud of myself because it's an international event. I was watching it when I was younger, when I was 15. So I'm just playing here and dropping 70 in 3 maps.
Isor's got a really nice spot. Is anyone gonna give him the target? Oh, but now he's giving his position away. Now he knows where he is. Meanwhile, Mood on the other side with 4. Isor drops one. Can he 1v3 to close this out? No! The ace for Woot! Insane! Let's go, Woot! Bang!
我会全力以赴，精进技艺，力求完美。
Kang, we pranked 2 times. He's strong, I know, but we will see in the match. I can just feel crisp and kill you all, so just be careful.
Nice!
With Valorant, I found my calling. My goal is to be unpredictable. Always changing tempos. Go fast when they expect me to go slow. Go high when they expect me to go low.
Who's gotten Heretics that much closer than their 9th round? Oh wait, down to P in a 1v3. All staring at elbow. Benji finishing Wolfall, making 2, an ace to potentially close the map. Can he pull it off? They're both right there. The spam onto the first, they're both weak. He's gonna connect it all! And Joe to P aces his way to take G2 to playoffs!
Honestly, I wanted to win this game extremely bad, and that's what we did. I want to play my best and be the best team that I possibly can for my teammates. Especially for Icy, it's his first event ever, his rookie year. I just want him to experience being on the big stage.
Now that Jing is back, W Gaming is back to work, we feel complete again.
Since you chose us, you better be very prepared, because if you lose, we're gonna air you out on Twitter.
We gotta stay awake.
Here we go. PaperX versus G2, our 2nd day of playoffs, and it's going to be a clash of styles. You're going to have the G2 heavy prep work versus W Gaming on PaperX's side. You couldn't have asked for a better way to kick off our day here, Mimi.
The last time we saw this match, G2's core was a young team. It was their first international event. They got eliminated by PaperX there. But now PaperX has picked to play them in the playoffs, and they have a chance to make an upset happen. And as we look at the maps, we're starting off on 2 maps back-to-back where PaperX is playing into these double duelist comps.
I love the fact that Split is going to be the first map. We know that PaperX didn't play it a lot in the region. They didn't even get to play it until the grand finals. They left it open as a 3rd map time and time again, but they never got to that point. And Lotus being the 2nd one there with the solo control. And again, as you say, in the double duelist for PaperX, there is some preparation that can be done here, and things are looking better than I expected for G2.
Yeah, with limited options to re-clear space on the mid round, this like solo Sky double duelist comp on both these maps for PaperX is really going to be reliant on opening gambits to take a ton of space early off just like one piece of Sky util and on heavy executes. If G2 can play around that well and give a little bit of space and then flood it against this comp that doesn't actually have that much to hold in the post plant, I think there's a real chance they could win this match. Or there's a chance PaperX could just run them over.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Like, what is the alternative to that situation? As the situation goes good for PaperX, what do they do in that, against what G2 does? Just run them down.
Literally, like if G2 is playing on sites on their defensive side, this comp can dominate them. They will be fighting forward, they will be disruptive, and they are some of the best aimers in the world.
I think that there might be a reason behind picking the Split. It's not only that PaperX, it struggled to close this map. I believe this was also the last map of the final there in Pacific. They struggle, they don't have that much confidence in it, they don't have that many reps, and the composition ain't that crazy, right? Like you have seen and probably played against the double duelist before. As I was saying, Split is the kind of map where, especially on that final, because it's the only VAL that I could watch, they started on that default, trying to cover up a little bit of the map, and they were not managing to get the rounds. Then Alex just calls on a timeout and says, honestly, just send it down aside. Send it down aside, time and time again. And they were being very well shut down.
Well, let's get into today's first pistol round and throw it.
Yan na nga tayo mga kaibigan, nandito na sa ating Masters Shanghai PH rebroadcast. Ako nga pala po si Asoy, kasama natin ngayon si Taylor at kami ang magiging casters nyo para sa ating unang series of the day, which is PaperX laban sa G2.
Pinoy Rex, maglalaro ang mga Pinoy, mga tropa. Pero syempre, Asia Pacific on top pagdating dito sa Filipino rebroadcast natin at welcome back sa ating OFW na si Asuray. Asuray, iniwan mo kami ng matagal. Kamusta naman yung experience mo sa Pacific?
Masaya na. Alam mo yung sasabi nila na onti lang naman. Sadyang nim. Pero dito talaga, nihaw tayo. Kasi gusto natin makita kung paano iihawin ng PaperX ang G2. Syempre kasi hindi tayo bias at all. Anyways, we're going na sa ating first round dito sa Split. At kita mo naman agad ang PaperX sugod dito sa ating B site. First pick para kay Jing. And this is actually a really good start para sa PaperX as all of the players ng G2 already evacuating ang B site.
I mean, it's PaperX. What do you expect? Lalo na naka-double duelist comp pa tong mga to. And Jing already going in para sa pangatlong kill niya. Umpisa pa lang ng Valorant, barila na Asuray.
Tamang-tama yan. Isa na lang kinakailangan at si Forsaken ang makakakuha ng huli. And this is such a great start para sa PaperX. Pinagsasabi pa to ng mga panate kanina na hindi. Pag nalaman mo na yung tempo ng PaperX, mahirap sila talunin. Kung ganyan ganyan ka sila kabilis, ganyan sila ka-explode. Para habulin ito ng G2. Look at this catch. Bam!
Wala No reacts, kumbaga. Sila na lang din yung nagulat na all through and through, nasa loob na si Jing and up until City, nakaabot na siya with the setups coming in. Doon sa rest of the members as well, kahit may stun pa mula kay Jonah P. Di pa rin ito kaya pigilan yung pag-push ng PRX. And I think for PRX, syempre, the more they get comfortable na ganito kabilis yung mga playstyle nila and alam nilang hindi pa nakaka-cancel out or na-figure out ng G2, ulitin at ulitin lang din nila yun.
Yeah, 100%. Valen na lang ang natitira ngayon sa B site. Ninilig niya na ang pag-push ng PaperX. Spike will get planted then. Out in the open as well, pero this is gonna be a 5 versus 5 retake para sa G2. And this is where it gets a little bit more interesting. Dahil sa buhay pa si Valen pati dito si Leaf, pwede sila mag-setup ng kanilang mga smokes if ever man. Doon nagamit na ng Viper nila ang kanilang setup. And mukhang hindi na papalag ngayon ng G2. Siguro na lang, ayaw nilang ibigay yung mga ult charges na yan para hindi magkaroon ng early showstopper si Jing if ever man. Oh, good catch para kay Jing. Exit out na siya. And hindi makakuha ng refrag ang G2.
Nakakaramdam na siya. Baka maraming naka-shorty, mas okay na lang na magantay na lang din tayo. But again, control mula sa G2. Gusto na lang din nila ng exit frags dito and really don't wanna give away any orbs, any money at all papunta sa side ng PRX any longer. Kaya sama-sama na lang sila, at least as a team.
Yeah, true. Very true. And this is, ito yung interesting din kasi naabot tayo sa part na playoffs tayo, diba? So, madaming mga teams din na nakikita natin dito na hindi pa naglaro ever since nag-start ang Shanghai. So, that's what 1 week ata advantage para sa kanila na makapag-node ng VODs, makapagpahinga kasi, yun yung landscape ngayon ng Valorant, diba? Sobrang tuloy-tuloy ang competition na may narinig ako na syempre may na-experience na slight burnout dito ang mga teams. Yung mga teams na nakauna ngayon, yung naka first seed, meron silang chance nga para makapag R&R, research and rest para sa susunod na laban nila, which is this one.
Grabe naman, Azuray. Dumating ka lang dito. Nagka-tech pause na kami. Kahapon, ang bilis ng mga matches natin at binigyan talaga tayo ng pagkakataon ng mga teams natin na makapagkwentuhan. So, Azuray, anong paborito mong pagkain sa Korea na na-try mo? Na feeling mo mas masarap doon kaysa sa Pit? Kasi marami tayong Korean restaurant dito, di ba?
Totoo. Pero I think hindi ko pa ata nakikita dito ang, ba yun? Sundeguk.
Masarap ba yung sangyup doon? Mas masarap?
Oo, pero hindi siya unli. Mahal. As a Filipino, hindi ko gusto ang presyo nila.
Pag dito ka sa Pinas, 500 lang. Pwede ka nang kumain ng unlimited kung ano-ano, di ba? Pero kung mas masarap, quality over quantity na lang yung naging usapan.
Itago natin sa Pinas na RB. Hindi yung player sa VCT China, yung Sangyup restaurant dito sa Pilipinas.
RB.
Salamat. Masarap kayo.
Uy,
si
Mami
Jing.
Pearl. Si Tita Pearl. Andyan din siya nanonood. I mean, what do you expect? Parati namang nanonood tong si Tita Pearl. Pero, ang exciting part dito sa tournament na to, syempre, during the time na kahapon, nag-bracketology yung mga panelists. So, syempre, yun yung mabilisan nilang hula kung sino yung makakapasok sa kanilang mga brackets, etc. And, ang sinabi nila doon is PRX ang magcha-champion pagdating dito sa ating event na Masters Shanghai. Naniniwala ka ba na ganun yung mangyayari? Sino ba yung mga top contenders mo?
So, bago ko i-drop yung top contenders ko din, alam mo ba na sinasadya nila yon kasi inaisip nila na cursed yung mga picks nila. Si Aprilcat, si Mimi, si Kakuka. Gusto nilang ilagay sa top ang Paper Rex kasi gusto nilang curse ang Paper Rex.
Sa curse pala sila nagbabase. Nalalaman na nila yung mga sikreto ng mga, ng mga talents dito kay Azuray. Pero feeling ko, I mean, when it comes to the top contenders, sige, ikaw muna. Anong top 3 mo na team siguro pagdating dito sa Masters Shanghai?
Labas ko lang muna yung
libro mo. Ilabas mo yung libro mo.
So, yun natitira natin ngayon. Honestly, ang tingin ko, Paper Rex, 100 Thieves, Genji. Yun ang ko. Yun ang ibabagsak ko dito. Tapos kung hindi 100 Thieves, siguro talo na kasi ang Foot Pero feel ko kaya mag lower bracket ng Foot
So you think Fnatic would actually lose against Foot?
Yes, I think so. Yun yung sinasabi nila turbulent times ngayon ng Fnatic na medyo
true.
Shaky performance sila, hindi sila as dominant as they were before. Sure, nanalo sila nung last 2 series nila in EMEA, pero again, anything can happen in Masters. Grabe, the Avengers. Guardians of the Galaxy pala.
But I do feel like it's also Pacific's time. You know, last year or last international event natin, we reached 2nd place and hindi malabo mangyari ulit yon pagdating sa ganitong oras din natin na wala tayong jet lag, di ba? So, let's see if that would be the case dahil babalik na tayo dito sa game. And finally, it's a full buy round para sa side ng G2.
It's time na naman. It's time naman para sa mga Westerners ang magreklamo sa jet lag na yan.
Totoo.
Pero tama ka nga.
Tama na.
Quick little contact dito para sa G2. Kita mo naman na IC was able to spot out yung force ng Paper Rex on that A site. Something maganda outside ng elbow dito. IC should be a little bit aware of this. And if he has a nade, baka maklear out na si Something as soon as there it is. Pero he's gonna bounce out and get that heal muna kay Forsaken.
Rotations coming in as well para sa ibang miyembro dito ng G2 but catching Mind Freak already. May tumawid at harap-harapan na ata ito sina Jing at si Leaf. nagkita na, pinagtagpo at pinagtadhana. The Hunt not seeing anyone. It's already a post plan para sa side ng PRX and mukhang nahuhuli nila isa-isa ang mga players ng G2. It's still a 2v2 though.
Yeah, pero 1 versus 1 na dito on the angles. Kung nakikita mo ngayon, Forsaken has to hold on. Kundi si Something forcing himself to get into elbow para lang hindi siya ma-pinch nung player coming in from heaven. The drop down, nakita natin si Jonah P, 2 versus 1. 5 bullets para kay Something ngayon. He has to sneak by and he hits the shot pistol in the hands of Something and makakaroon siya ng 4K.
What? A decision making mula kay Something din dito. Immediately after niya maspatan behind billboard, alam niya na kung saan manggagaling yung isang miyembro. Yes, but then 5 bullets na lang yung natitira sa kanya if you can remember, and he has to switch up to a classic and he immediately knew. Given naman din kung ano yung position ng last 2 remaining players dito, but the calmness it is, yun yung magdadala sa kanila ng panalo.
Yan talaga ang haircut buff ni Something.
Haircut
somebody
buff.
na may... Oo, di ba? Kasi
simula na nagpagupit siya, lumakas no?
Oo, tignan mo naman, palapit na ng palapit sa kalbo si Something, mas lumalakas pa siya.
Yan talaga ang
ko.
strength. Tingnan mo si Vil, semi. Diba? Yan siya nagpapalakas eh. Sa gupit na lang.
Nagpapalagay pa ng gel sa box si Vil.
Uy, nakagat.
Mapastyle.
Still a 5v4. Medyo malayo-layo pa para sa side ng PRX. Atras na lang muna sila dito. Little bit of an engagement lang here and there, pero na-pick off din kasi si Something, and alam naman nila na it's a low buy coming in from G2. So might as well not get pinched through and through dahil mabilis din mag-rotate yung G2 ngayon. And speaking of rotation, huling-huli si Leaf.
Yeah, absolutely. One big thing dito na gusto magawa ng PaperX is ma-bait out na yung Viper wall ni Leaf, and especially that Leaf's actually been brought down. This is going to be at least just full contact na lang para sa PaperX. Pero, tingnan natin kung makakahanap si Jing ng pick. That's not gonna happen through the smoke. Pop shots coming in, and maybe they might have overreached yung push nila dito ngayon. Davai, able to at least bait them out para makahanap sila ng exit position dito. Maybe to go to that A side, pero hindi. They do decide to just re-hit na lang itong B. 20 seconds to be able to clear this out. Wala ng paranoia si Valen. They push through. It's very much, just members of PaperX getting pick by pick. Okay.
10 seconds left.
2v1. Safely planted yung spike, and Seekers naging available dahil doon. Immediately giving out the possession of Trent towards heaven, and the swing from Davai. Napakalaking bagay talaga. Lalo na kung yung isang initiator mo, isang Sky. You have that sustain, and kung maaalala mo, low on HP na yung majority of the members actually from PRX.
Yeah. Again, ang ganda ng setup doon ng G2 dito. Kung hindi nakapag-take a breath dito ang PaperX, yung nagtago sila ng onti doon sa garage para lang just to recuperate, mag-intay lang muna sila, see what the next step is para sa PaperX. Baka nahuli na sila dito. And again, yung mga heroics na nakita kay Davai that allowed them to maybe have that chance to go to the A site, napaisip ulit ang G2. So kahit man weak by dito ang G2, the threat's still there, but PaperX hold on. Yun yung maganda.
Little bit of a damage sa economy, kahit papano, but not too much dahil 4-0 pa rin yung scoreline natin dito. And yun yung round na pinakamalapit para sa side actually ng G2 na makuha yung panalo. But nonetheless, PRX, alam nila yung focus nila, yung goal nila dito, especially the quick change-up, yung consecutive 3 rounds na mabilisan nilang kinukuha yung site. Biglang nagbago yung pacing, lalo na nung na-pick up dito si Something. But look at this. It's, again, an operator setup from PRX's side on the attackers.
Yeah, and this is something that I think the panel forgot to kind of mention din, na PaperX is actually a team that can play that slow style na. So tingnan kung makakaya nila ito. That was the pick onto Something, pero makikita mo, Jonah P gets refrag in the end. Mindfreak sinugod, but he will be able to get that one pick bago siya mahuli din. And it's gonna be a 3 versus 3 habang it's gonna be the retake once again dito para sa G2.
Still a 2-2 trade. Ika nga, pantay pa rin ang laban. Pero Jing, maliit na space ang hawak-hawak na dito. Na-hunt na, na-seize na, lahat na, nasalo niya. But then, PRX, si Divine, napigilan niya pa rin yung A-main kahit mula sa likod. PRX, onto a 5-0.
Make sure to follow my pack in.
Hindi talaga makahanap ng ng timing dito ang G2. Isipin mo, sinugod din. Ang ganda na sana nun eh. Meron na silang pinch coming in kay Leaf dun sa A main. Nakakuha na ng first pick dito si IC. Pero nung pinalagan ng G2 dito, akala nila nagpa-panic na ang Paper X. Hindi. Look at this timing from Mindfreak. Handang-handa siya para matigilan yung nag-push ramps habang nag-push yung other players ng Paper X. Tapos habang Jing was being pinched in dito sa back A, nandun naman sila following up, and then Davai just make sure na yung other angle is going to be dealt with.
They will be
Sobrang
forced
ngayon, sobrang ganda ng ginagawa ng Paper X.
to call a timeout din dito, Azuray. And much needed dahil mas lumalaki na rin yung gap dito sa scoreline. Si Tita Pearl lang ang masaya para sa match na to so far. But when it comes to PRX as well, the thing is, chaos, dun sila sanay eh. So, kahit nasabihin natin, gaya nga na na-mention mo, na feeling nila medyo may konting panic, especially nakuha ulit nila si something, especially yung operator na wala din agad. Yung first pick off na yon na chance, na wala. But then, nung lalabanan mo si Mindfreak, again, Paper Rex is always ready for trade-offs right here. Lalo na kung magkakasama sila dito na pumapasok sa loob ng site. And you've seen how Davai can be a clutch player way back pa.
Yeah. Isipin mo rin parang hindi nagkakamali. I mean, sabihin natin, feel ko hindi nagkakamali ang G2 sa ginagawa nila. Ang problema lang
nabibigla sila eh.
Nabibigla sila. Yun. Ang masyadong mabilis ang Paper X ngayon na hindi ma-take into account ng G2 ang speed nila. So their reaction to the pushes, yung mga plays na yan, hindi talaga nila ma-timingan.
And you see, just a simple satchel na marinig nila dito towards B main. An immediate smoke, and I feel like may nagamit din sila ditong utility play from Trent as well, which is the Hunt, just to make sure na hindi agad makapasok. So, inuubos lang din ng PRX dito yung utility play na kayang gawin ng G2. Diminishing at least utilities kasi nga alam naman natin na low buy din to for G2 side.
Yeah, pero syempre dito yung magandang style ng G2, yung slow play na yan, pero hindi. Paper X take it even slower at G2. Nahulihan dito ng isa. That's gonna be Valen down. Jonah P setting up yung kanyang fault line para makakuha ng pick, but it's really just something first. Spear tip para sa kanya. Coming in for that contact. Alis muna sila pero hindi makatakas, but they will be able to survive. And magiging top up ni Forsaken. Heal lang siya para sa teammates niya. And here comes the second try na naman para sa Paper X.
Wow, that's too quick. Especially si something yung nauuna dito with an operator. Leaf securing that kill. Hindi na nila hahayaan pa, but Jing was able to get one kill as well. Onto the side, si Trent na lang ang natitira, which is naglo-lurk pa at nagpa-flank pa simula kanina. Kaso natalo na yung mga kakampi niya sa loob ng site at spotted out na rin siya dito ni Jing. But that's such a good shot, connecting perfectly.
Yeah, can even pick up a rifle dito ngayon on the entryway. 3 bullets na lang. Spotted the first one, and Mindfreak, ganda ng timing niya. Not sure if narinig niyo yung pag-reload ni Trent dito. Regardless, that's gonna be another pick para sa Paper X, and the 6th round continuing para sa ating Pacific first seed.
Di pa rin nila nakukuha at least yung momentum sa economy para sa side ng G2 dito. Even the usual na pag may team na nagta-timeout, nako-convert agad nila yung round. So far, G2 has been pretty much rough on the edges and hindi pa sila nakakapag-adjust. But again, wala naman silang pera pagdating dito sa round na to, diba? Napakalaking bagay din ng momentum mo pagdating sa economy.
At some point, you just have those games lang talaga that nothing is going your way.
It's the first match.
Diba? Exactly. First match, first map. And again, split din ito. So, I feel like Split is one of those maps na sobrang momentum-based niya na pag nawalan ka ng steam, ang hirap makabawi talaga in that kind of situation. So, we'll see how this kind of goes. G2 back na naman sa kanilang buy round, and this time, Taylor, meron na silang 4 na ultimates.
Yun nga, ang dami na rin nilang ultimates available na talagang pang-retake. Malaking retake potential kung sakasakali man. Even a good delay. And nakikita naman natin the Viper's Pit already set towards mid right here. That blind also gives them at least a little bit of an info na merong nag-aabang. They're more wary of their angles now, knowing na yung nangyari kanina, yung first pick-off natin with something and this operator.
Yeah, and this is perfect too kasi hinahanap nila kung nasaan naglalaro si IC. Since he does have yung kanyang showstopper na yan, I think the play right now para sa Paper X is to maybe bait it out. Pero since nakita natin ngayon na G2 have allowed yung timing na yan para kay Davai to get that kill, hindi dito makapag-react ng G2 and they cannot threat for their big ultimates right now. So this is the perfect time para sa PaperX to really get this spike planted down. Pero ito na yung true challenge nila, yung big retake na ultimates ng G2.
Look at this. Si Jing unti-unting naglalakad. Yung sanang entry na gagawin nila, mabilis na stop dito ni Something dahil doon sa operator niya. And finally, Jing finds value dito sa kanyang lurk. Get a double kill in one shot mula kay Something. A flawless round for PRX.
And again, it just goes back to how well na binasa to ng PaperX. Again, alam nila yung threats na yan. Nandiyan na tayo sa situation na yan, mga dear viewers natin, na ay, apat yung ultimates ng kalaban pa na to. I-YOLO lang ba natin, tapos natin kung mababait natin and then just play for that next round. Hindi. PaperX, knowing the threats that are available para sa G2, ginamit nila against them. They baited it out. They made sure where the specific threats are and they even realized na, yes, yung mid Viper split na yan, it's not really gonna matter because we never go for that mid play. It's always going to be B main or A main and na-circumvent nila lahat ng threat na meron G2 on that specific round, which was pretty big to say at the least.
Exactly. And they're still trying to adjust yung kanilang magiging rotations dito, for example. And yung kaninang big ults na pinag-uusapan natin na wala sa isang iglap, isa na lang yung natitira and yung From the Shadows yon. And yet again, they're in a very low buy here for the side of PRX. They're giving them the space, but just couldn't find the momentum. But going into the side, nauna na yung Trailblazer, giving in yung info kung saan nga ba nagtatago dito si Valen. And isa lang yung makukuha niya doon sa spot na yon. Forsaken immediately shutting down Jonah P as well. Heaven Control is there. It's now up to the two remaining players of G2.
Ano magagawa nila sa situation na to?
Ano magagawa nila dito? Yun yung question. Knowing na si Something lang din yung nawala, there's not really much you can pick up as a gun as well.
Agoy, ang hirap. Jing making sure as well that the Heaven's going to be contained. He will get overwhelmed tonight and dito. Oh, the tags. Okay, sige. May chance na ngayon ng G2. They're getting some very good damage. The nade as well. Pero big flags coming in para kay Forsaken. He is here, yung ating Flex King, pero leaves into the 2 versus 1. Devi, left standing. Spike still actually diffusable dito para kay Icy. And I think he already realizes kung saan magagaling ngayon si Devi. That nade might actually delay and the timing is gonna be crucial pero hindi mababait out. Hindi mapu-full diffuse ito ni Icy.
I mean, for PRX, di naman nila kailangang labanan yon. Gusto lang talaga nila makuha yung last 2 kills para mapunish at matapos na yung round. But, I mean, they have all the money in the world, ika nga. And the last rotation from Devi, you can definitely trust na he's still the calm, cool, collected Devi as we all know. And it's planted for Heaven, so you know what the late lurk would do.
Si Alex, malapit na magalit na naman
Muntik na eh. Pero sabi, okay. Well.
No. Salamat kayo. Nandyan si Devi.
It's not a problem much, but G2, wala pa silang nakukuhang score dito, Azuray, sa first half natin. And kung gusto nila kahit papano na hindi mahirapan for the second half, I feel like this next 4 rounds is very essential for them to get.
Ay, 100%. And here's the thing din pala para sa G2. Kasi nung nakita natin yung mga matches nila when they were playing up against, sino nga ba yun? I think specifically T1. Yung isa sa mga strong players ng G2 dito, which is sino nga ba yun? Si Leaf, right?
Mm-hmm.
Haven't really seen him kind of get that pop-off. Nakikita mo ngayon na he's second fragging para sa G2, but sure, that's like 4 kills lang para sa kanya. And that's just a big difference nung nakita natin siya when he was playing against T1, where he pockets himself dun sa mga positions na hindi na-realize ng T1. He gets yung 2-3 kills na yun per round. Pero it's not really possible dito against PaperX when PaperX are just so spick and span. Yung ang linis ng pag-ano nila, pag-take talaga nila ng site na walang spot na hindi makatago dito ang G2.
Ang bilis. Magsialisa ng mga players ng G2 dito once narinig yung showstopper na yon para silang ni-raid sa Divisoria. But this time, the spike already planted ng mabilisan. And this time, meron din silang Viper Spit.
Okay, using the dog dito para sa alleyway. There's going to be the aftershock. Rolling Thunder activated. Something nakatago ng maayos. Hindi realize ng G2 ito and Something could go big with the picks. And there it is. 2K goes up to Heaven. Nilapas na kaya shorting niya pero tutulungan na lang siya ni Mindfreak para makuha ang 9th round ng PaperX.
Parang yung sinasabi mong cheeky spots na tinataguan ni Leaf. Napunta kay Something lahat ng buff na yon. this round itself goes to show na they have a good entry, lalo na double duelist setup to. I mean, aside from that, when it comes to the post plant, they have a good, really good hold against G2 right here. Kanina, meron pa tayong nakikita yung mga late lurks, kunwari ni Leaf, nahuhuli pa. But this time, with how quick they took the site as well, even with the rolling thunder, hindi nahuli si something dun eh.
Totoo. And supposedly, aftershock yung gagamitin niya
yun
para
na dapat
makakuha
yung
siya ng
pang-clear nila, diba? So sure na sila na walang tao dun.
Oo. Sure ba talaga sila?
It's a prank.
Yun ang naging problema. It's a prank. Ito lang muna, may little bit of intensity dito on G2 on that mid hold. Smoke for the moment, pero
That's
I think
a first.
again, it's just a bait for Paper X.
That's a first. Na kahit pa paano may engaging fight. Pagdating sa mid, pero distraction lang pala yun na Soray. Para si Jing, makapitas na. And that's Valen going down. The smoke that they have right here, I see. In a cheeky angle, check pa rin. Kitang-kita siya sa ating crosshair mula kay something dito.
Diyos ko, hindi naman lang matulungan si IC at all. Gusto niya sana makakuha ng trap play setup. Nothing happens. There it is. Just defensive fault line ngayon para kay Jonah P. Huling-huli sila gamit ang Trailblazer. Seeing two at the back of the site. Hinahabol na agad ito ni something with the shorty.
Wow.
Hindi siya makakuha ng kahit anong pick.
I don't even know what I'm gonna do at this point. Pinch from left to right, even B main. The mid control na gusto sanang gawin ng PRX, pero it's a little bit of a distraction dahil nakuha nila yung B main. They don't have the money. What else can you do?
Ay, nako. Such a difficult time ngayon para sa G2. Mind Freak onto mid. Could get the first pick dito for Trent, pero hindi pa din. Grabe.
Ang hirap.
Ano gagawin ng G2
Ako yung nahihirapan para sa kanila. I mean, the thing is, maliban sa mga star player mo like sina Jing and yung mga duelists natin dito, like si something na nakakahanap ng pick-off, sila yung una mong kailangang i-shut down. But then again, on point din sina Davai dito when worst comes to worst, to a point na kanina nakita naman natin si something yung unang napipick off. But they're still trying to find a way to move around that. And they successfully do so from time to time. But this is the very first time na makakapag-invest sila sa operator, and this can be a game changer.
What?
As I say that.
Ay, nako po. Sakit sa buhay ng G2 dito. They're just trying to get that little bit of contact, pero it's just blowing up in their face. Trent trying to get a little bit more of that map control. Munti ka na siyang mahuli ngayon. Something wanting to go for that barrage, pero decides to choose otherwise na lang. Huwag na muna siya sugod dito. Hintay na lang muna siya sa paggamit ng Seekers ng kanyang teammate. No stun para kay Trent. Kailangan ba nila ito sugulid agad? And Forsaken, sobrang galing niya even through yung pagbato ng smoke ngayon ni Valen. Nakahuli pa rin siya ng pick doon kay Trent.
The thing is, they're not scared to find these pick-offs. That's the real thing para sa side ng G2. Ngayon na ito yung buy round nila, and alam naman natin na hindi sila nagkakaroon ng ganong karaming pera, mas careful sila. And PRX really doesn't care about that. Si Jenga nasa loob na ng site na nakapitas na ng isa. This last two player remaining now with an operator, mas pipiliin ata nitong mag-save. Nilaban pa.
That's still big damage for something. Sige, sapay. Third time's a charm. Yan na naman tayo, IC. Pinakita mo ang showstopper mo. Pero, syempre, sleek and slender ang operator. Mas maganda yan.
Wow. I mean, this is the second time na napigilan yung showstopper with a single operator play mula kay something dito. And the thing is, hindi rin kasi, walang kasabay na ultimate or utility rather. A flash maybe would help a lot, but that's really not the case. Kaya hindi nila mapunish yung operator na to. Kahit kanina yung Nightfall na yon, at the end of it, there's not really a utility play that could push out Paper Rex away from them, you know?
This is what, a top 2 or second finisher of champions performance truly is. Diba, para sa Paper X. IC, doble bulag na lang dito para kay Forsaken, pero
mapipilitan kang umatras, diba? Kasi alam mong naglalabas ng utility nang walang pakela masyado yung PRX, so baka maraming tao. Pero si Forsaken lang pala.
Oo, maganda to kasi ini-expect palagi ng G2 na condition na sila na pag nandiyan yung flash, may kasamang push yan ni Jing or ni something, diba? Pero hindi, it's just a bait, a last round ditch effort para sa Paper Rex to bamboozle dito ang G2. Double flank coming in para sa A-main. That's going to be huge! At nahuli si Trent. Mindfreak still holding his position. But that's gonna be the take onto the buy. 4 versus 4. Big flank coming in ngayon para kay Leaf. At walang katakas-takas si Mindfreak.
Exactly what they need here right now. Maybe this is gonna be the first point. Ika nga, late lurk mula kay Forsaken. Hindi nagagana. He's shut down. But something onto the corner. Still fighting for his life. And finally, G2 finds their first round here, Azuray.
Grabe. They should have time. Yeah,
Yep.
4 seconds para ma-defuse yan. I think nag-overheat lang ng onti dito ang Paper Rex din. Pero that was the first good true round na nakita natin sa sa G2. We'll have to see kung ano mangyayari ngayon. As, again, just look at the flanks coming in ngayon din para sa G2. Yung A-main pinch na yun, the first check onto Divine. That was the first time I think nakita natin si Divine na naghawak ng op din dito sa game na to.
A big difference actually dahil kanina during the time na tinitake nila tong A site kaya wala tayong nakikitang lurk because the Vi is still controlling mid even on the latter parts of the post plant na, and makikita mo kahit si Jing, di ba, nasa B site doon pa rin nagli-lurk, but this time that's not really the case. They don't have that kind of lurks or late lurk potential coming in from PRX. Pero pakinggan natin tong interview ni Tita Mika.
Right here in the venue, we have Yenny, who is Forsaken's mom, we have Ari, who is Forsaken's dad, and we have Hannah, who is Forsaken's auntie. That's right, the whole family is here. Now, of course, the world knows that you have a very talented gaming family, and this all started when you opened a PC shop or a LAN cafe many years ago. So is that where Forsaken and Xcurate learned how to be pro gamers?
Yes.
That is where they learned how to be pro gamers. It runs in the family, right? And since the whole family is here with your 2 sons, did you get to spend time in Shanghai? Did you get to spend time as a family?
We come support my son and Team Paperek.
Oh, yes, of course. I can see that. And where did you go as a family? Did you see any sites together?
Yes, my son is on the television watching us.
Oh, see, it's a whole family affair, right? So right now, the score is 11-1 in favor of Paper Rex. And I know that, Ari, you are a gamer yourself. So what is your assessment? What is the analysis of the map so far?
Yeah, I'm analyzed. I'm trust and I believe Paperek can win this map.
Yes, of course. I think so far, everybody agrees with that. What about you, Yenny? Do you have any words for Paper Rex right now?
I wish Paper Rex will be the winner, champion.
All right, Paper Rex will be the winner. You heard it from them. Let's get back to the game.
Tayo na ba?
Paper Rex will be the champions daw, Azuray.
Gusto ko to. Alam mo yun?
Gusto ko, pag naging pro ako, ganito din. Yung kaya kong dalhin yung buong pamilya ko. Kasi pati kapatid ko, naglalaro din.
Southeast Asian, mga viewers natin.
Sakto pa, kasi gising pa lahat.
Ganun talaga eh.
Diba?
Oo.
It's the perfect timing.
Isipin mo kung Pilipino yan, ganun din yung reaction.
Oo, ganun na
It's such a
ganun
thing
din.
talaga sa Southeast Asia.
I mean, I think it's great that the family supports, diba? Napakalaking bagay nun para sa team ng Paper Rex. It's a full-on family affair, but PRX on the defense, pushing in a main. At yun, nagkakitaan sila. 3 kills para kay Leaf dito. Low yung dalawa, but they get value.
That's very true. Tignan mo naman kasi nakapag-push up na din si Valen pati si Trent dito ngayon. The push on to Forsaken, even if he gets the kill, he's gonna get pinched coming in from heaven then. And Trent, Forsaken, he doesn't know. There it is. Mag-isa na lang ngayon si Davai. Hawak-hawak ang Sheriff. Not really yung weapon na gusto mo makuha kung gusto mong, ano ba sabihin to? Makipag 1 versus 4, I think. Especially as a Viper. And nakita nila kung nasa nakatago yung kanyang smoke. So ngayon, si Davai trying to do his best para makakuha ng 1 versus 4 na yan. Not gonna happen. Nice little contact na nakita sa A-main coming in sa G2.
And maybe ito yung mga rounds na makikita nating mag-pop off si Leaf, di ba? And kasi sa mga hindi pa nakakanood or siguro hindi nila napapanood din yung NA, for example, Leaf is one of the players that is also very clutch pagdating sa team na to. And also a really good pillar pagdating sa team na to as well. And with that pistol, I think kailangan lang talaga mabalik ng G2 yung confidence nila dito going and coming into the rounds dahil malaki yung cushion ng PRX magkamali.
Alright, let's see how this goes. Sobrang daming buffer rounds nga ng PaperX gaya na sinabi mo. Just so much. And ito din yung nakaka-start din sa PaperX. PaperX I think is one of those teams na you can't really forgo talaga yung mga laban sa pistol round nila kasi nakakatakot pa rin yung mga setup plays. Gaya na ito nakikita natin ngayon. It's actually already 2 kills. Something has the dash pero in-expend niya agad. Di siya makakapag-dash away. And hinahanap na lang siya dito ngayon ng 2 players ng G2 as he bounces back. And this is good para sa PaperX kasi now si Something pwede siyang maglaro ng tagalason. Magtatagong muna siya, isip-isip, try to outread yung opponents niya and maybe just make this a more expensive round against G2.
He actually has a good read pagdating dito sa magiging rotation, but the Haunt was available. A lot of utilities to find him and look for him as well. Yung Prowler, hinahanap din siya sa mid. Buti nga nakatakas pa siya dun eh.
Tama nga eh. I mean, if that was a Vandal, no? Probably not. Stinger.
6 bullets, at least nakapag-reload pa siya.
Totoo. Okay, ito na yung gun round ng PaperX then. This is where G2 have to, sabihin natin to, hold their own talaga. Pero I think a lot of the games, actually ito din yung interesting. I think Masters Shanghai ang isa sa mga games, and of course, you can correct me if I'm wrong, na na-feel ko ang dami natin nakikita yung scenarios na nagkaroon 11-3, tapos na-push pa ng teams into an 11-9 bago siya na-close out ng mga teams dito. Not sure if PaperX is one of those teams, especially na sobrang fresh pa nila coming in dito sa ating playoffs bracket, but we'll have to see na lang how that kind of goes as there is that big contact onto B Heaven agad dito against for G2.
Nakatakas naman si Davai doon sa C's combo with the paint shells na nakita natin kanina. But it's more of a patient PRX we're looking at right now. Something on the other hand, ready to get kills here. Makakaisa siya, a good flash para hindi masundan ng trade to. Pero flash out para kay Jonah P. Nilalabanan niya dalawa at alam niya to. And that's Davai going down kasama ni Mind Freak. Isolating the fights perfectly para kay Jonah.
One enemy remaining.
And something's gonna have to hold! Oh my God! Valid!
No way!
Hindi na-track si Jing! Winide swing na lang siya. Diyos ko, not what you want to see. Pero, that was a valiant effort from Jonah P. Yan yung mga nakikita natin sa kanya na mga clutches. He plays so well around those corners, whatever weapon he has on hand.
True.
Pero, yung to, tapos tinrace niya through the wall then. Sick from Jonah P. But the thing is you have to remember then, in this particular round, yung double pinch play ng G2 dito, right? Coming from B Heaven as well as B Garage, na stop ito ng PaperX. Yung parang tinry nilang i-balance yung scales para hindi maganda yung timing ng pinch ng G2 and na-disrupt yung pag-push ng G2 dito, which is perfect from PaperX.
Even the flash out na support mula kay Forsaken, di ba? Para kay Something. Napakalaking bagay. And immediately, di mo makukuha yung trade dahil flashed off ka at susubukan mong habulin yon. But a good engagement when it comes to mid. Trent at Forsaken, sila nagkatapat and mukhang si Icy at Forsaken yung nawala dito.
That's a save as well para sa PaperX, ha? Something on the first contact. Makakuha pa siya ng spray transfer man lang. Valen down to 50. And Jing already nakapwesto na siya agad dito sa ating ramps.
Oh no.
Big flanks from Mind Freak pero mahuli siya ni Trent pero ang ganda ng timing ngayon ni Jing.
Oh no, man.
He knows.
I'm so scared for G2 right now. They got Heaven control but this lurk mula kay Trent also is very big. Pero alam na yan ni Jing dahil dun sa recon na nilabas niya.
So that's yung pick na nakuha din kay Mind Freak. So he's very aware of that situation. So ginagawa ngayon ni Jing, making sure na lang the Vi has to only really deal yung 2 versus 1 na yan around to the corner. Tago lang muna kung kakayanin. And Trent slowly peeking in. Jing, positions agad. Forces the 2 versus 2 on the site for the moment. Davai, nakakuha siya ng first pick. Naipit na only din si Jonah P. Kailangan niya mahuli ito. And si Davai, 7 bullets na mga kuha sa kanyang barel. Isa. May chance ba sa para
they're
ma-defuse
playing
ito?
it really safely para sa side ng G2. Alam nilang hindi nagde-defuse. Swing kay Davai na lang ang inaantay. Isang bullet, takbo. At hindi pa rin talaga nila tinuluyan si Davai dito. I feel like nararamdaman ko yung G2. Masyado silang worried dito sa mga rounds na nakikita natin.
Fair. Right?
I mean, but I would also
yeah, against the PaperX, diba? Na ganito ka laso ng playstyle nila. This is the first time I think the G2 is also experiencing din yung defense side ng PaperX. Sanay sila na PaperX is the one that's setting up the tempo, pero parang nagbago siya dito ngayon. It's G2 trying to set that tempo, pero PaperX just has yung mga positions na, again, is just so well in disrupting that. Nakikita mo yung trust na meron dito ang PaperX and how they play it. Na he's something mag-isa lang dun sa ramps, he still gets a first pick. Same thing on Heaven, but now it's gonna be G2 just manhandling na lang yung push dito. They know na weaker buy ang PaperX, kaya yeah, use the numbers, use the guns. Kuha agad tayo ng site dito.
Immediate rotation actually from PRX dahil onto the low buy din sila. Tago lang sa likod ng mga smoke na to, pero with that smoke off from something, alam na nila na meron nang pumasok sa loob, no? Side pot, hindi to matama yung sheriff shots na yon. Instead, a pinch down mula sa G2 side at si Jing na lang ang natitira. Good on one. Pagdating sa kanyang Spectre, looking for another, pero hindi niya na makukuha to. We are still on to a 12-5 here, Asurai. Match point pa rin to para sa PRX, but G2, they're trying to find their footing here, and so far, ito na yung best round so far na nakita natin from this game.
Oh yeah, contain the beast sila doon for Jing, kahit man nakahawak siya ng Spectre. This is yung rallying moment ngayon ng G2. Pero ang problema dito, Taylor, right, is, well, I mean, I guess not really a problem. Pero tignan mo G2, dami na ng ultimate, so they can use this as a buffer again. Kung makascade nila ito into multiple rounds, they're getting closer and closer. Pero syempre, there is still that big threat of PaperX na ngayon naman, I've kind of still played yung same setup na meron sila a couple of rounds ago when they started on this defense na nandiyan yung smoker nila on B, they have that Viper line on A. So we'll see how this goes na lang as that round continues, and G2 parang hindi pa sila sigurado ko saan sila magpo-push.
Playing a little bit slow, which is very usual para sa side ng Americas. And sila may hawak ng pacing ngayon na something. Mahuhuli at mahuhuli siya. And so far, past few rounds, yung mga duel niya dito, wala pa siyang napapanalo. I mean, sinusubukan niyang makuha into taps, but then it's always a 2v1 na nakikita niya.
Seeker's activity dito for Forsaken, ha? Nade para kay Jing to stop that A main control. Okay?
Wow, okay.
Showstoppers ang dinala ni paring IC. Di siya makakuha ng pick. Jing! Saan siya nang galing? He actually went all the way around from Heaven onto the ramps. Mindfreak back to the site. They're not gonna know about this play. And tignan mo naman kung saan nakatago si Mindfreak. The pinch is perfect. 1 versus 2. Spike out into 3 open. And ngayon kailangan niya makakuha ng clutch play. He actually TPs para hindi siya mahuli dito. 1 versus 1 na lang kay Jonah P. 16 seconds. He's fully blinded. Jonah P gets the plant on the spike. 1 versus 1. And mahuli ito ni Jonah P.
Wow, what a fight pagdating doon sa round na yon. And Jonah P not bothering kahit na paranoia siya dito. Ine-expect nung Omen ng PRX na kinancel niya yung plant and susubukan niyang labanan or ilabas yung baril niya. But that wasn't really the case. And Jonah, nakapag-usapan na rin naman natin kanina, this is his best, yung strength niya, ika nga, isolating the fights, playing on the angles. And Mindfreak, unfortunately, kahit na natakasan niya yung Rolling Thunder dito, di pa rin nila makukuha yung round. But that's such a big ultimate to still invest.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Still, the big dito is G2 survives, diba? Everything na kailangan nilang i-invest, kailangan na talaga nila ngayon. Wala nang
tipid.
Hindi ko alam yung Tagalog na word yun. No mistakes can be done na. Yun na yung
bawal na magkamali, diba? And
okay.
6 more rounds pa. 6 more perfect rounds ang kailangan nilang habulin dito kung sakasakali man. PRX, that was an almost retake scenario para sa kanila, but still wouldn't happen. Something still unfortunate sa kanyang position and still finds a value onto the classic ng ganun-ganun lang.
What? Ko pinakitaan pa siya ng aerial movements. This is great. This is why something is one of those talaga star players. The Vi, medyo ipet. Wow, ganda ng doon approach ng G2. Hindi hinayaan na makakuha ng clear shots ni Davai gamit ang kanyang Sheriff. And that's gonna secure yung A site natin dito as G2, again, will plant that spike. Big flanks coming in sa PaperX, pero they don't really have that distance to play with this right now. Timing from Mindfreak's gonna be good. And that might be able to secure yung A-Heaven. Nakita natin ngayon dito as the retake comes in para sa Paper X.
They also take a main here. Ang ganda nung magiging bomba dito nung nades na manggagaling kay Jing. Alam na nila kung saan manggagaling. Then yung isa, showstopper out. Finally, hindi nila makuha yung kill. Lumilipad na naman si Jing pagdating sa round na to. It's now a 1v1 with 5 HP remaining and a stinger onto his hand. Nilalaro siya dito ni Jonah P. Onto the corner though. Nag-aantay lang din siya ng tap ng spike. The headshot not gonna connect and instead si Jonah ang makakakuha ng kill na yan pagdating kay Jing.
Jonah P.
Wow.
Dakilang clutch ng G2 kung wala siyang
Kung wala siya,
dito ngayon.
hindi panalo yung G2 sa round na to. Kahit
He
kanina.
is G2. Tama. Pero grabe si Jing. Tignan mo yan, no?
Nakadalawa
Nakakuha
pa siya
ng
doon.
reposition. I mean, to be fair din, kasi minamultitask pa dito ni Valen din ng
Ang dami.
daming players ng Paper X. Kaya isipin ba niya kukunin ko ba si Jing or yung follow-up na meron din si Jing? It's so many things to juggle around dito as a player ng G2.
Halftime, a PRX timeout. They're still having a difficult time closing off this first match na nakikita natin. And dito ako medyo natatakot para sa G2. Once na mag-timeout, syempre yung PRX, they're planning something to really close the match itself. And knowing as well na syempre for PRX, it's multiple rounds that they lost already. Almost won pagdating doon sa mga nakita nating rounds. Pero hindi talaga nila ma-close off. But with this spy round plus the operator play, mula kay Something, he finds value from the first half a while ago. Dito sa second half, medyo lagi na siyang nahuhuli-huli kahit saan-saan. But with an operator, baka mag-stay put siya.
Ooh, I'm curious kung saan tama tong Jonah P flash na to. I mean, it looks like it's gonna hit yung ramps with the pings na pinapakita dito ng G2. And here comes the interesting part din pala. You mentioned nga yung operator dito ni Something. He's been placing himself very frequently doon sa ramps na ito. Kinakita mo ngayon, inabandon na yun ng Paper X for the moment. The flash out for Forsaken para lang ma-slow down sila and Something has to reposition. Parang paisipin lang nila ang G2 kung saan ba siya magtatago and yan ang gustong mangyari ng Paper X. Yung conditioning works in their favor kasi G2 was expecting na si Something ay nakapwesto nga doon sa ramps.
Now they do have to do something na kayang i-punish dito si Something. Ang daming Something noon, pero yun lang pala ang kailangan nila. Mapipilitan pa rin at maiinip ang PRX dito sa pag-aantay ng kalaban. Jing on the other hand, he knows there's someone on ramps, pero Leaf already catches Forsaken here. Nababawasan na yung mga numbers dito ng PRX. Lamang lang ng isang tao ang G2, but the Viper Spit is already there na post plant. Siniset up na rin nila.
Wow, that is painful to watch dito as a Paper X fan. Kita mo naman yung nandyan na yung ideology nila pero nag-overhit na naman si Something. Ginusto niya makakuha ng extra pick na yan. This is yung moments na nararamdaman na ng G2 ang setups na ito. That is going to be the Viper Spit actually going down as well. Jing, not really expecting yung position ni Valen pero nakahanap pa siya ng isa. Jonah P, not your time to shine, pare koy. 2 versus 1. Mag-isa na lang ngayon si Trent. Spike planted at the back of the site. Dinibate out na lang siya. The double swing and Mindfreak gets the headshot. Inamang. Yan ang magiging clutch ng Paper X and they will be able to pick up itong split natin.
Once nawala yung Viper Spit na yon, it opened up the site more para sa side ng PRX dito. The first match going for PRX. I mean, first half pa lang nakita na natin, it took long enough para sa G2 na makuha man lang yung first round nila dito against PRX. I do feel like when it comes to the timing, sadyang hindi lang sila nagkakaintindihan at nagkakatugma because of also having different regions here. Kahit anong preparation mo, kapag nabigla ka talaga habang nagsiset up ng utility play, mamamatay at mawawala ka.
Dadadag ko na lang at least para sa Paper X din na it feels like hindi ganun ka-dynamic yung paano sila nag-hold ng defense nila. Nakita mo na parang set standard play lang siya na si Davai palagi nasa A site, magbabato ng kanyang wall, si Mindfreak na nasa B, tapos yung 3 players nila, si Forsaken, si Jing, saka si Something nasa mid lang na parang naglalaro. Something trying to play out yung ramps na yun for such a long time na I think na-realize na ng G2 yung galawan dito ng Paper X on that A site and they kind of just abuse that fact over and over again na hindi makapag-react ang Paper X. And the one time na nag-call ng timeout dito si Coach Alex, doon nagbago yung call ngayon ng Paper X yung set. Pero na nagbago na. And then, again, nakita natin yung clutch na pinakita nila.
Kumbaga, it's just a little bit of a pullback dun sa kanyang mga tropa na easy lang kayo. Last round na natin na kailangan i-close off dito. Might as well make it clean, ika nga. But that is still a very much clutch situation dun sa last part or yung last round natin. Kung tutuusin, dahil fortunately enough, na-clear nga nila yung Viper, na-clear nila yung A-main, every point of control na gusto mong makuha sa mapa, nakuha nila definitely. But nonetheless, going or heading to map number 2 maya-maya lang, kaya bang i-close off to ng PRX 2-2-0 or malay mo, may reverse sweep na maganap kagaya kahapon, diba? But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Pagbalik namin at syempre, Taysoray, pagbalik namin dito, dadali namin yung match number 2. So see you guys in a few.
Life a marathon, I got no choice but run amok. I've been sliding on these tracks, my haters need a salt truck. And it still won't melt the ice, and it's black. And I'm back, you talking down, what is that? Bro, you act like we ain't blessed or something. God ain't flexing something. If you want me on your set or something, cut a check or something. We've been bringing dreams to life like Freddy Krueger, we ain't done. I've been moving on this blind faith from staring at the sun. This one when it sound like they don't see it, let alone what it feel like. Dog, why you worry about them? Go get your own life. Counting everybody pockets like you work for Levi. Oh my, that won't get you nowhere. I came way too far from hiding, seeking from the police. But it came way too far, my gang was sitting in the nosebleed. Praying down on my knees, then got back up, we in the floor seats. Yeah, looking at full court games, like of course we had to go steps on full course meals, now it's more on the way. Or would I stress about these bills, I got more on the way. I'm a stellar winning politician, more on the way. Pull up deep, I'm never solo, and it's more on the way. I done put a lot of people on and got no thank you. I ain't saying I'm God or nothing, but I'm Allen Iverson. When I talk about crosses, I ain't trying to break your ankles. Tell them I've been stepping for so long, I got cankles. Wanna make me mad, try to come tell me what Jesus can't do. Wanna make me mad, well you better be glad you ain't no villain, Jesus saved you. Baby glad, everybody used to be like, what's that smell? Jesus bathed you. And the real ones always recognize me cause I'm fake proof. Every time I'm lit, I don't get bit cause I'm snake proof. Had to tell that sin is sin, I can shake you. And I told Goliath, it's a 30, I can take it. And I came too far from living dirty. Ayy, gave me no respect. Lonely on me neck. Zeros on the checks. What did y'all expect? Been around, homies kept it holy from the lobby to the penthouse. Blessings coming ODI. I need a list now. Cause it's more on the way. Made a lot of hits and it's more on the way. I done caused a lot of fits and it's more on the way. Yeah. Oh, you like that? It's more on the way. Yeah. OMG, look what God did. 9 to 5 was putting in the work when I was jobless. Couldn't get the Ray-Bans and it hurt, but now my optics. Can't believe I take a look around, they sending options. Yeah, God bless me, I know that. Had to take the whole city, put it on my whole back. Gotta take the bros with me, I cannot hold back. And not until like 4 laps, got Jesus, peace, no Kodak. I'm moving like it's foreign me, they try to close the door on me. But like the chorus said, they start imploring for some more of me. If we back on that board, then I'll be Jordan when he's scoring. It's on Mount Florence, still I play the tortoise, yeah. Story.
Billboard albums back to back, just thought that you should know that. But I got riches in his name that couldn't fit on no plaque. Rest in peace to the corny rap, cause I could not support that. He snatched me out of Proverbs 5 and I could never go back. Left the label, didn't.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Alex of PRX. Congratulations on that first map. You mentioned that you were a bit relieved to be coming into Shanghai with some more downtime than usual, especially since you weren't playing until today, this very day, right? So how did PaperX spend their time off?
I mean, we came to Shanghai, I think we spent a few days just trying to relax a little bit, start a bit, trying to figure out like how we can practice. After that, it was just practice as per usual. We tried to spend like maybe 8 hours a day practicing, I think that's what we did. Paid off, I guess.
I guess it does. I guess it does pay it off. Let's see if they can close out the second map.
Indeed it did. PaperX come out of the gate swinging, oh my word, with an 11-1 half. And even though they dropped a few rounds in the second, really didn't matter all that much because they were so far ahead the entire time, Mimi, that at that point all they needed was just 1 or 2, and they were in. Or actually, they literally just needed 2.
The outcome is crazy to me. Math is hard. It was crazy to me because I actually felt like G2 had a solid read. The read I kind of expected them to have coming in. This double duelist comp has really strong executes, but this isn't actually that great at like holding in long post plants. So they were setting up to play flood retake pretty much every round. But in these late rounds, PaperX's players were just unfathomable. The things something was doing in the post plant was disgusting.
Yeah, actually, speaking of something, it's going to bring us to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. I don't know, pick a round. But
this one
in particular was round 3.
I think number 3 because the way that he dashes smokes, it shoots the Prowler. My man was in 7 bullets for so long. He stays on 5, sees, I believe, the barrel, gets the kill here, swaps on 11 HP. He literally doesn't hesitate for half a second into this beautiful play that allowed PRX to do what they did during the entirety of the attack. Funny enough, the rounds where G2 were on their on an eco, they were closer to getting the round because, as Mimi is saying, they did have the read. The problem is that PaperX was reading into the read every single time that G2 was trying to distract them with a piece of utility. PaperX would turn around and get Leaf on the back or whoever is going to just crunch onto them.
Which is what we did talk about, right? We were like, what is, G2 might try and receive this aggression. What does PaperX try to do? It turns out PaperX just ran them down,
Yeah, I was kind of worried coming in that it would just be an individual outclassing, and I really think that that's what it came down to. PaperX, they played some really nice post plans. They have great synergy between their players, and they just have some ridiculous shooters. Something played incredible. Jing played incredible. There was rounds where people were double swinging into Mind Freak, and he was getting both kills. Like, all of these guys on any other team would be the #1 talent that everyone talks about, but they are all condensed onto this single roster, and that's what makes them so ridiculously hard to play against, because even if you have the right macro read, they will just dominate you with their incredible micro.
I felt that there would be an end to something using the operator the way that he did, but what he did on the attack was filthy. We were seeing Icy on camera. The fact that the 2 ults that he was gonna shoot, something is on the other side with the operator. He doesn't even have a chance. He barely even finished the voice lines. Like, it's just crazy.
Do you remember the round?
He was literally in the open, being like, "Come at me, come at
Where
me."
he whiffed with his blades in mid, and then updraft dashes bottom mid with a classic, and he gets the kill.
He's committed. He's
it's
a
not
catch.
fair. It's simply
he doesn't
not
have
fair.
commitment issues. He's a catch.
All right,
I love this team.
Let's go ahead,
and
though,
I hate them. And I love them.
Pivot over to our AIM Lab shoot-around. We're going to check in on Leaf, talk about G2. Now we're going into Lotus here. Listen, I mean, you got to call a spade for spade in this situation, right? Or spade a spade, rather. This is not a good situation for G2 to find themselves in here, because now you just got PaperX'd, and you're about to get PaperX'd again in Lotus, because the way that they play with reckless abandon.
Yes.
But it's like coordinated reckless
See,
abandon.
You say that the late rounds look like it, but I think the mid rounding and the early rounds from PaperX was really on point. But Paperthin was talking about this a lot in the cast, but I feel like this is a PaperX who takes their time a lot more, who's really actually quite thorough in the way that they're calling these rounds. And then it's the late rounds where we get the more classic PaperX, chaotic individual moments. But there's a lot of detail ahead of that as well that you have to give credit to this team for. They've really stepped up.
Again, but it has to do with the attack. I agree with that. Like they found the right merge of like being super aggressive and just sending it to like getting a couple of players, trying to force some rotations. I think that it was beautiful to see, but they will need to keep it up in Lotus. And now with them starting on the defense, it scares me a bit. Yes, the results that we saw from G2 were not the best on the attack against Heretics, but I do think that was on Heretics. Like the utility usage that they had in Lotus was not allowing them to perform evenly. But hear me out. If there's an operator on the game for something, it's just so complicated to play against.
Oh, there goes your agent select there. Nothing really all that crazy. How does G2 get
PaperX's comp is standard, but it is still weird, right? They're giving up the Viper, so they have a lot less stall.
I mean, they did change it for playoffs.
Yeah, and they have very little stall on this defensive side because no Viper or Cypher or Killjoy to really hard hold a site. And on their attack, they don't have that Viper wall to condition. So their attack sides can be a little bit more telegraphed, but I still really feel like it's going to come down to the individuals and how well they perform in the late round. PaperX is just unbeaten in that respect.
Yeah, exactly. And for the stalling utility, I'm looking at Forsaken. We talked about how he is a...
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Dahil Masters Shanghai, game number 2 na, PRX versus G2. Tay Suray pa rin ang inyong casters. Asuray! Nilabas na ni Forsaken ulit yung breach niya. Siyempre, usually, nakikita naman natin to sa mapa na to. But not picking up a Viper here, do you think it's actually a big thing? Lalo na Lotus yung mapa?
Honestly, I think, hindi na naman sobrang laking bagay na sa akin yon. Kasi, I guess you still have like that aggression na nakikita natin sa Paper Rex na I think ito yung point na nakita natin na naglaro sila dati na Forsaken was still playing on the Cypher. He went on to the Breach. So they wanted to go for aggressive style. So double duelist siya. So they have to forgo one of the smokers. And Mindfreak is just insane sa kanyang Omen. Huwag mo na siyang palaruin ng Viper kahit naman. It still works out sa play style ng Paper X and which agents they're specifically comfortable on.
I think the most comfortable para kay Mindfreak is this Omen as well. Lalo na nung nawala na yung dati Astra days pa siya di ba? But after that and everything else, mukhang dito muna. And worth it yung pag-aantay ng G2, especially coming in from Jonah P here because they picked up on something and an immediate smoke ang sagot.
I was about to say na ito yung mga maps na nakita ni Paper X just have such strong potential output din, especially kung gano'n sila ka-aggressive ngayon. Pero because G2 started dito sa ating attacking side din, Paper X, hindi nila ma-maximize itong double duelist nila. Diba? So, yung pag-dictate ng pace ng game, or specifically nitong first half with the rounds, has to be with G2. And nakikita mo ngayon, yung positioning sa minimap, mga viewers natin, tingnan nyo lang, Paper Rex, napapaisip sila, and G2, ang ganda ng pag-maneuver nila around the map. They're making sure, and I think yung read nila is actually correct. Coming into the C site, walang player ng Paper Rex, so it's gonna be a full retake for our Paper Rex team.
It's gonna be a full retake, plus meron pang lurk from Leaf as well, from B main, kung sakasakali man, and this can catch some players. But let's see if they would check this spot, they would check this corner, dahil isa mawawala sa kanila at si Forsaken yon. Finally, figuring out na meron palang nagtatago sa Gedli, nahanap din nila yung kill na yan. It's still a 3v2 situation, the paranoia wouldn't connect, may paranoia pang pambalik dito si Mindfreak kung sakasakali man.
Lakas ng ubos ng oras dito. That's going to be the smoke din sa harapan nila from Valen as well. And Mindfreak, paisip lang muna siya kung maggamit niya yung paranoia niya onto the corner. Siyempre wala dyan. That one-way smoke allows access para sa kanya sa kay Device. Pero nahuli na si Device. All down to Mindfreak. 2, 3 versus 1. Pero dinarapan na lang siya ni IC. And that's going to be a quick and just absolutely gorgeous starting round dito para sa G2.
Exactly what they need if they want to boost their confidence, ika nga. And yung mga antayan portion nila dito, knowing na syempre sa attacker, your focus is really having good control when it comes to A and C, kung sakasakali man. And this first pick towards something, it already gave them a bunch of space to really wait out yung magiging rotation nung iba pang mga players dito. Nagalit na si Coach Alex. But that's just the first round that we're looking at anyway.
Yeah. And again, I think this is yung map na feel ko mas basa ng G2 ang Paper X. Sure, pistol lang na nakita natin. Pero nakikita mo agad yung, nakikita mo agad yung chosen fights ng G2 dito. That's going to be the second catch na on to Mindfreak. And this is just perfect para sa G2 on their start. Walang mahanap na cracks ngayon ang Paper X.
And obviously, with this kind of comp na attacker side nga, it's really them trying to find fights. First of all, and speaking of fights, hindi na kailangan makita ni Jing yung laban na yun dahil yung Prowler completely covered yung kanyang magiging vision. Sinusubukan nila mag-hold ng mga napaka-tight angles dito, baka sakaling mahuli nila yung iba sa mga players ng G2, but it seems to be so far flawlessly played para sa side nila.
Something na lang na nakita dito din sa side ng spawn ng G2. Busan na lang oras para sa kanya dito. Sees that contact against. No tags coming in. Jonah P agad on the first. And grabe naman ang flicks natin dito. Something. Make it more expensive. Dagdag pa. Isa pa. Isa pa nga. May dash pa siya ulit. He has 1 HP remaining. He has to die by the way. So, maubos yung pera niya if hindi. And that's gonna be the catch from IC. Pero syempre, pinakita lang something kung sino ba talaga siya.
Sayang naman daw yung Marshall kung walang matatamaan. Walang makukuhang value dito. But a 2-0 for the side of G2 for now. And gaya ng sabi mo, no, ito siguro yung isa sa mga map na kaya nilang lumamang against PRX, knowing as well na 3-site map to, walang Sentinel na kayang mang-iwan talaga ng site completely, kagaya ng nakikita natin mula kay Leaf. Ito actually, yung isa sa mga mapa kung saan nagsashine si Leaf, kung hindi nyo napapanood yung ibang mga VODs natin. And I'm excited to see if actually makita naman natin na mag-pop off yung G2.
Look at how far na binato ni Trent dito yung kanyang haunt doon sa where the orb is sa A site. So gusto talaga nila makita kung mag-aggressive dito ang Paper X and try to counter that as soon as possible. Pero not going to happen at this point. Ito yung strength na meron if may hawak ka na Sentinel in hand na kaya makipagbakbakan kay something dito. Hindi ka pwede makapag-flank, hindi kailangan mo siyang i-deal with agad. At kung natalo ka, syempre, kita mo naman yung lack of map control agad ng Paper X dito.
Smoke, slow play, dito yung strengths ng G2 and syempre sila yung magdidictate ng pacing kasi sila yung kailangang umentry. With PRX right now in their official buy round, yung overheat mula ata doon sa game 1 mula kay something, parang nadadala niya rin hanggang dito. Sinusubukan niya na sinusubukan mahanap yung pick-off pero paulit-ulit siyang nasa-shutdown, Azuray.
Okay, let's see how this goes. Okay, na-force back na dito si Mind Freak. He's still alone sa site, by the way. So, kailangan niyang i-hold off to as much as possible. Kala mo na makakuha ng kill dun si Valorant is actually icy. And this is perfect from G2. Ito ang G2 na nakita natin na ang tindi ng bounce back nila. Always on Lotus. But this time, sila ang nagko-control ng tempo natin dito. Nakikita mo na yung slow exit ngayon ni Divine. And that's gonna be the save dito siguro para sa Paper X. Kasi ano eh, there's really no position. There's really no kills na nakuha nila. And economy has to be priority at this point na again, wala sila map control.
Discipline comes to action again para sa side ng PRX. Baka maka-exit frags pa sila kung sakasakali man. But let's see kung meron ba. Ang ganda ng stun. But again, quickly traded mula kay Trent as well. This is already a done round anyway. Pero syempre, gusto mo pa rin basagin yung ekonomiya ng kabila. Kagaya na lang nung ginawa ng PRX against G2 kanina. It's a different kind of scenario for now. But G2 secures that 3-0. Isa lang yun nawala.
Extra kill? Magkalapit sila na onto din. Nakita mo may na player na nasa top ng B-Heaven pero hindi na sinugod ng Paper X dito. Pero ito yung problema na nakikita natin ngayon. Leaf, bumabawi siya sa nangyari sa kanya kanina. And look at just the angles that he's facing against ngayon kay something. Ilang beses na ba na shutdown si something dito
3 rounds
by Leaf? Diba?
3-0.
3 rounds, 3-0.
Yun yung score. Kung ano yung score, yun yung beses na shutdown dito si something agad sa silong. And yun nga, diba? Kasi nga PRX, dahil 3-site map to, mas mapapaghiwalay mo sila. Mas kaya mo silang i-isolate yung mga fights kaysa yung kanina na it's all trouble.
Well, small trouble is spelled dito para sa Paper X as yung aggressive na throw nila of utility doesn't really get those picks that they're hoping for. Mind Freak, wala na siyang paranoia. Baka mahuli siya dito ngayon as the contact comes in. There it is. Icy, binato na rin kayang showstopper. Sure, makakuha ng pick si Davai, pero... Okay, sige, teka lang muna. Umiinit na si Davai dito. Gipit sa gipit, but Leaf, last player standing. And it looks like yung gamble ng Paper X actually pays off. And Davai, akala ko mahuhuli siya, but actually comes up to clutch gamit ang kanyang sheriff. And then the upgrades na lang of the weapon that were dropped by G2.
Impressive. At mas na-impress ako doon sa ipit sa gipit ni Azuray. Ngayon ko lang narinig yun
Ang tagal ko na sinasabi yun
ngayon lang tayo ulit nagkasama Pero yung showstopper na yun, nadamay pa yung kakampi niya na si Trent sa low HP na yun. But then again, kung brute force lang naman ang labanan, PRX definitely can do well, lalo na kung merong magkakasama dito. And G2, I think mas magre-revert back sila sa mga slow plays instead of the pushes that we're looking at dun sa round na yon, yung mga fights na yon. Parang dun sila nalulugi
We'll see kung yun nga ba talaga ang dahilan, di ba? Jing, it's such a risky position to be in as well. True. There it is, paranoia play, pero saan ang galing yung stun ni Forsaken? Ang ganda ng lineup niya. Jing following up onto the pick, and ito rin nagbago sa Paper X ngayon. They're actually getting more controls at 3 as we can see, and yung fight na nakikita na dito actually works out in their favor, pero as soon as I say that 1 versus 1 na lang ang mangyayari. And it is going to be Icy and something. One hit na lang si Icy, pero this is the player that you want to be always in the clutch. The timing is going to be very, very close. Very, very strict. Pero mahuhuli pa rin ito ni something.
3-2 and PRX, they take back 2 rounds away from G2 here. At yun nga, no, di mo napapansin, hindi natin nakikita sa mismong observer si Forsaken dito. But each and every time may fight or mayroon tayong nakikitang duel mula sa mga teams natin, parati tayong merong nakikitang basag-basag na nadaanan. Dahil laging may stun na naggagaling or nagmumula-mula sa kanya. And this just allows PRX at least to find the skills much easier compared sa isang raw fight lang na nakikita natin. And with that, at least nakukuha ulit at nababawi ng PRX dito yung momentum nila. But for G2, available na rin yung Nightfall kung sakali man.
Very different. Kuha ko ng terminology sa isa sa mga co-talents ko sa ibang broadcast. Yung protocols dito ng PaperX. Kita mo, iba na yung approach nila. Hindi lang yung standard na nakita ng bato sa rubble ng nade, yung double satchel, binubuksan na nila yung door dito. Tapos yung fault lines nga ni Forsaken, it seems like hindi yan, it stuns yung G2 while not really threatening a stun sa kanyang teammates, which is perfect.
True. That's the amount of time na kailangan mong i-practice to. And again, the legendary guy who does a lot of agent comp. Leaf.
Oh yeah.
Alam na nila yan. Simula round 1, isa to sa mga cheeky angles na tinataguan niya. And finally, PRX decides to check on it as well. So that lurk is taken away. Seekers also being used up here. Alam nila that there's gonna be a lot of players towards C.
Kala ko susugurin na agad Daming ping na rin na ginawa dito ng G2 pero nothing just yet. My God, something ginagawa mo! Sinugod pa rin niya! Yung tatawag natin na reckless abandon. Walang pakialam sa sariling buhay niya. Kuha lang ng kuha ng laban dito. And something actually gets the pick. Ipit pa si Valen sa side. He does have the shrouded step to maybe get out of harm's way, which he does. And ngayon si Jonah P, mag-iinit na lang muna siya sa big kung kakayanin man. Pero hindi hinahayaan doon ng PaperX without a fight. That's gonna be the buy for the first pick. The peek out from Trent. And he just steps into the trap dito. Need the buy in the rest of PaperX. And PaperX coming back into full swing. Valen with 1 HP na lang, Taylor. Wala na siya magagawa, especially with 4 seconds down to the clock.
Piso peligro. Yan. Bagong words na tuturo natin kay Asuray. Piso peligro. Isang ubo na lang to, Asuray. Wala na si Valen, pero hindi na kailangan lumaban pa. Instead, he goes for the save here. And for G2, I mean, who would expect na after mong tumalon ng ganon, sisilip ulit si something agad, diba? I mean, you throw in the utilities to force him out of his position, but he already fought you before pang dumampi yung mga utility play na yon mula sa side ng G2. And they have to be more careful about that, especially ngayon na may Bladestorm na rin si something. But I don't think they're really gonna use that up this round.
Medyo mainit ang contact natin dito sa mound. Pinato na ang mga paint shells nila. Gamit din ang Nightfall dito ng G2. The follow-up is not going to be intense, as you can see na force back sila a little bit. So it's just those one little bit of ultimate dito for G2 just to secure yung mound. Not sure if that's really where you want to go about this. Big flash coming in from Mind Freak. Sinugod na nila, and it's going to be the shoot down from both of the teams dito ngayon, Taylor. Out in the open, si Trent mainit gamit ng Guardian. Mag-isa na lang ngayon si Something, trying to back away and a 2 versus 1. Does he read this correctly and go for the long rotate na straight into the A side? Or will he stay on to B? Maybe hear out yung pagplant ng spike muna. The hard read is going to be very important. Pero nakita niya ni Hunt, alam niya, A-site na ang pagplant.
Isang mabilis ang derange pagdating sa silong. Ang daming X doon. Pero tingnan natin, when it comes to this 2v1, well read para kay Something, but there's also a turret to pin him kung sakasakali mang tumawid siya dito. One opened the doors pero hindi pa siya sure kung pumasok ba o lumabas. Pero isa lang ang sure siya na nasa kanan yung killjoy na yan. The knives finally out. He checks trees. Alam niyang wala. It's gonna be a main. And this is already the Prowler. 2 knives ang nasayang dyan pero lahat na nilalabas dito ni Trent para lang mapigilan si Something na i-push siya. Alam naman natin na gusto niyang kumuha ng kill at kill ang hahanapin niya as PaperX goes to a 4-3.
Ang ganda ng ginawa ni Something doon. Hindi niya hinayaan na magkaroon ng time para makapag-set up ng crossfire dito ang G2. Tamang-tama nga. And ang bilis ang ginawa niya. He knows that he has time pero he doesn't really have time to play it slow. And it was very apparent kung nakita mo kung gano'n yung pag-push ni Something agad doon sa tree where nung wala siya nakitang kalaban, alam niya agad na nag-wrap around si Trent. So it was really just a hard read from Something altogether. And look at this. Ayan na nga, nalaman niya na. Tapos sinugod niya, alam niya agad si Trent dito, especially the pop shots through the wall. And Trent, unfortunately, hindi niya matrack, hindi niya ma-advance, ma-preemptive strike si something gamit ang kanyang bala.
It's all about the confidence. And when it comes to something, kahit talo siya sa duel kanina pa, hindi pa rin mawawala yung pagiging aggressive player niya dito. Especially finding those skills and those pick-offs. But let's see. It's a 4-3. Utility play-wise, si IC kanina hindi siya nakaamba pagdating dun sa showstopper niya. Baka ito na yung panahon na yon dahil ilalabas nila all the way to C. But I think Paper Rex also has that read na maglalabas sila ng utility play. Kanina ka pa, Leaf. Hindi ka na natuto. Yan ang sabi dito ng PRX. Viper Spit on both sides, if I'm not, or rather, on the side of G2. Showstopper out para kay Jing! A double kill to settle the deal. Ganto mag-showstopper.
Jonah P na lang, mag-reload ka dyan, hahanapin ka niya. Oh, I like the audio cue bait play coming in for Jing. Sana lang, hanap ang isa, walang katakas-takas si Jonah P. And this is Paper Rex. Pristine as can be, pinakita talaga nila. Again, kung gaano sila ka-linis sa retake na yun. So many hard reads, so much counterplay dito, Taylor.
Totoo, I mean, to say the least, alam na nila na may showstopper. They opted to really play on the outskirts of this C site dahil aware sila dyan. But other than that, yung positioning din ni Leaf dito, alam mo na if you're playing a lot of rounds, a bunch of rounds where Leaf is always lurking, you are gonna expect him to play that B site alone. So, alam mong kung 3v1 yung labanan at lalo na meron ka pang aftershock, hindi ganun kahirap malabanan itong Killjoy na to. And dun siya napipigilan over and over again and giving a lot of space for PRX to make that retake happen because they don't really have control on that doors.
Tama ka. And again, Valorant is a game of abilities, diba? If you can sure na your abilities play for you rather than you playing against certain abilities ng kalaban mo, you know, trying to go for that gunplay, better for you, diba? You just make it easier. Huwag mo nang hanapin yung laban kasi magaling pa rin tumutok si Leaf dyan. In that situation, baka, alam mo yung term na cornering mo yung kalaban mo, your prey, they get a lot more aggressive and so on and so forth. Anyways, moving on, Paper Rex, 2-round lead sila dito. And they have shattered that economy na G2. Back na sila sa mga pistols and these SMGs for the time being.
Dalawang stinger. Yan lang yung, or isa, rather. Dahil binenta na nung kanina. Mas tipid sila dito pagdating sa round. And 2 more rounds. Kaya nilang habulin. They do have a lockdown in case. Oh yeah. But honestly, they still have to find those pick-offs that they want to get before they even initiate this. Sakali man. Mapapatras agad yung PRX doon. Wala silang nakitang aggression. So baka mag-fast take na lang sila. Ikutan
sariling aggression yun ni Jing. Oh! Isa pa. 1 for 1. Okay. The triple push coming in for Paper Rex all the way through spawn. See the Vi just making sure na yung forward push dito ng G2 gets picked off. And this is actually looking pretty clean pa rin from Paper Rex. Sure, may player side ng G2 that will have some threats. And I think that's going to be Trent gamit ng kanyang Nightfall if gusto man niya. And this is still kind of doable then on both teams, to be honest.
Oy! What a shot!
You disgusting,
Ayun na
bro!
Nga, yung Roomba, hinahanap na yung kalaban. Satchel in play mula kay Jing from behind. Expect him anywhere doon sa hindi mo ina-expect dahil mamamatay din siya dito sa kamay ni IC. It's still a 2v2 Asarai, pero ngayon, it's now a 1v1. With very low HP, Jonah wouldn't survive this any longer. It's a 6-3.
Oh my goodness. Okay, time to defuse. Daming oras para kay Mind Freak. Pero ang insane ng tutok ng G2. Yeah. Even through the press na nakita natin para sa Paper Rex. Gusto ko makita yung POV nila dito, Taylor. Just lang, para pakita na sa atin kung gaano ba talaga sila kagaling.
And come to think of it, eco round pa yon para sa kanila. I think that round would have been a lot more possible kung meron silang lockdown na yon for the post-plant itself. Pero dahil nga completely na siya shutdown dito si Leaf paulit-ulit, hindi ko alam kung magbabago siya ng pwesto dito, Asoray, pero pakiramdam ko oras na. It's either that or kailangan niya ng kasama lumaban.
Set standard play sa outside C. Uy! Ganda naman nung paranoia ni Mindfreak dito pero hindi pa rin nawindang ang G2. Paper Rex coming in for the swing, for the back, for the stab. Nakita niyo si Something trying to push in if he can pero hindi niya kakayanin, and the rest of Paper Rex, nakita mo na nga, has actually gone for the fall. Night sig niya na naman si Jonah P. Pero syempre, dakilang Aim Labs boy yan. Matatrack ka yan, pare ko.
The wide reset swing na ginagawa ni Something from time to time as well. But sinubukan sagutin to ni Forsaken with Rolling Thunder. Pero isa lang ata yung nahuli ng Rolling Thunder na yon. Nonetheless, nag-dwindle down na masyado yung numbers nila para makalaban ng tapat-tapatan dito sa mga players ng G2. Si Alex lang ang galit at yung the rest of PRX. Tawa na lang muna. It's a 6-4 naman.
True, pero syempre you don't want to give that that lead sa G2 din. Kasi nakita natin kung ano yung mangyayari pag na turn na nila yung tide.
Wow.
Any case, again, parang nagkaroon ng mutual agreement dito ang Paper X sa G2 na magkakaroon sila ng cultural exchange sa Mount.
Starter point tong silong eh. Tapos pag walang namatay, alis na. Okay na, out na tayo. Na-force na natin yung Seekers kahit papano para sa side ng G2. But something misses that shot. Gives an opportunity para sa side ng G2. Gamitin yung Nightfall na yan. Prowler, mahuhuli rin siya. And that is a quick kill mula kay Jonah P dito. Eliminating that operator. Lockdown finally being used.
He actually did tag Trent pero hindi nakatakas on time si Something. Tapos si Jonah P tracing through the smokes. Grabe. Ito na naman tayo with Jonah P. Again, pinapakita niya kung sino ba talaga siya. Retake para sa Paper X. Slowly but surely pero ang daming positionings ng G2 on this post plan.
Go for a smoke off when it comes to A main. Nandiyan din naman yung Viper wall ni Jonah P. Kung sakali man tawirin to ng PRX, the vulnerability will be there. But now that it's down, they try to pinch in at nahuli na nga nila si Jonah dito. Jing on the other hand, kasabay si Davai. Nag-aantay lang din ang pwedeng mapitas. Trent already low on the HP pero pinching down Davai onto the corner. E matatapos yung duelo na yon into a 1v1 and Valen winning that.
Last round.
There you go. Yung sasabi nga natin na huwag kayong masyadong mag-sit on your laurels. Which means na don't be too confident, don't be too complacent sa mga nangyayari sa Paper Rex. Kaya pa rin itong bawiin ng G2. Kagaya niyan. Nakatama nga ng strat si Something, sure, pero these are just tags. Hindi talaga siya kills. So, yung push ng G2, not disruptive at all, Taylor. So, tuloy-tuloy lang ang pag-push nila. That pick onto Something was huge kasi now there's no more threat of the operator. There's no more person handling that A site. And ito sana yung play ng Paper X eh. Something was in mount the entire time and okay, I see. 2 kills agad-agad.
It's been a lot of rounds na ginagawa yon ni Jing anyway. So, I assume na naririnig din to ng G2 from time to time. And other than that, it's such a good haunt na makikita nila clearly kung saan manggagaling. Pero ito na, showstopper mula kay IC. Finally, nakahanap na ng kill. A triple for him, a shutdown naman din agad. But Mindfreak, the only player remaining from PRX, wala nang tsansa sa 4 na natitira.
That's going to be the reset sa atin. 6-6 as G2 clean up our last round in the first half. And nakikita mo yung stress na naman ng coach natin. And actually, he's replicating din sa mga players. Medyo umaasim na ang Paper X dito. Yung mga maneuvers na ginagawa nila kanina, basa na ng G2. And nahalata mo rin to, G2, a lot faster sa pag-push nila. Kanina, mabagal. They're trying to create yung mga set plays ito, hoping yung mahuli na yung flanks ng Paper X. Ngayon, isip nila, we don't need to fight these flanks. Sugod lang tayo ng sugod. In any case, yeah, yun.
Lalo na kung yung nagpa-flank sa'yo is yung tatlong nag-hold ng either A or C double. At alam mo na agad that there's fewer people on the site itself. But for PRX and G2, pantay yung laban pagdating dito sa first half natin. And napag-usapan nga natin kanina, the team comp or agent comp ng PRX, it's really made for that attacker side. And this time, lilipat na sila sa attacker side.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Ito na yung importanteng part na, again, di kasi yung problema nga na hindi nila ma-dictate yung pace. Sure, siguro susugod sila and such, pero pwede mag-back off dito ang ang G2, di ba? They can ruin or waste yung utility na meron ang Paper X. But this time, Paper X naman ang kukuha ng sites. So, and we've seen how effective and aggressive yung comp na to truly can be. And honestly, sabi ko rin very versatile din. Kasi nakikita natin na the lurks that could come out from, I think it was Device, saka si Mindfreak, still kind of create that tempo then for Paper X if they need that kind of play in hand. So we'll see how it kind of goes as we are preparing to get into that second half.
Pantay naman eh. So, kahit paano, no, para sa side dito ng G2, syempre, ang ganda rin nung shutdown nung kay Leaf mula kanina pa. Then, he decided to adjust as well. Why not join the fights instead of getting killed down ng ganun-ganun lang? And sinubukan pa rin ng PRX na hanapin siya doon. Doon nga nagsisimula na yung mga aggressive pushes nila, trying to recover spaces after spaces. Parang chess yung pinaglalabanan nila dito, making sure na hindi sila ma-checkmate pagdating sa positioning. But let's see how things will turn around, especially here on the second half that we have. At parang never pa natin nakita si Forsaken sa cam, no?
True. Haven't really had the chance. Pero he's played.
Really.
Oh, sobrang backline niya maglaro eh. Pero I mean, this could be the possibility na para sa kanya, right? In any case, we're still seeing kung gaano ka insane ang Ascension team ng Americas. Again, don't forget na G2 was formerly known as the Guard, na nanalo sila ng Americas Ascension, and now this is their first kind of quote-unquote soiree sa international once again. I think Trent was when he was with the Guard and Saya player, I think in one of the Masters from 2020-2021. Anyways, moving forward, this is still a big showcase talaga of what G2 really has. My God, something. Not hitting that shot, not getting the pick.
Oh, he must be mad. Lalo na flash pa yung kalaban niya during that time. Pero let's see, Forsaken, meron pa siyang stun na nakahanda towards heaven kung sakali man. 2 on trees, 2 on A main. Magpupush na sila. Mind Freak to catch all the bullets here as Valen shuts him away. And ganun din naman si Davai. Pinatulog muna. Isa-isang nawala ang miyembro ng PRX dito without any control or space in the site. Just pure site take.
Flawless.
Yan ang problema, I think, for something specifically. Ang hilig niya sobra na mag-commit sa fight with the crouches. Well, you see other pros na, again, moving yung positioning nila. Actually, he wasn't crouching at all. He was just holding his spot. Tapos hindi lang siya nag-take shots.
Alam niyang tatama yung shots niya kasi flashed eh. Pero hindi ganun yung nangyari. Instead, siya pa yung namatay sa Classic during that time. Okay. And sabi mo nga, no, it's one of the things that something does.
Yeah, I thought he crouched, pero he does that a lot na nagko-comment talaga siya sa mga fights ngayon.
Laban kung laban. Though, madalas naman gumagana, Suray.
Totoo. Pero yung mga points na hindi siya gumagana, ang lack of threat dito para sa Paper Rex. In any case, Paper Rex, sugod na lang talaga ako sugod dito sa ating C-site. Naglabas na ng Bucky ngayon si Jing. The back away from Valen. Hintayin na lang muna niya ang response ng kanyang teammates as Spike should get planted. Nasa kamay siya ni Davai ngayon. The weapon upgrades. Bucky para kay Mind Freak. Davai holding gamit ang Stinger dito. And this is at least going to be a retake where Paper X has yung mga extra weapons na yung pang palaglang.
Bucky, a Spectre, yan na meron sila. But with the Seize and Painful combination that lands perfectly onto the site, mamamatay si Davai. Now up to the 2 remaining players here. Wala na rin magagawa yung shotgun dito ni Mind Freak. Not really enough damage to finally kill off the players of G2. Lugi sila sa barrel during that time. They get the plant. Well, it's still a 6-8 na hinahanap ng G2.
Yeah. I mean, that's still gonna be money para sa Paper X coming into this next round, right? Pero ito yung sinasabi ko na parang hindi ko pa nakikita yung threat and efficacy. Yung parang success rate or successfulness nung setup ng Paper X. Diba? Sasabi ko na nga na, again, they're fully committing to that aggression, pero yung G2 dito, they've been pretty successful at tempering yung aggression ng Paper X. Whether it's just, again, timing yung pag-back nila into the site and forcing yung catch where something has to play these dry peaks after yung kanyang dash or Jing with the same case. It's been very good for G2, to be honest. Ooh. And the catch on the Vi is gonna be huge as well.
That's an outlaw. So, not quite sure kung ilang hits ang kinailangan ni Leaf doon. Nabawasan siya kahit papano, but this is still a 5v4. Though naka-upgrade sila sa Bulldog para sa kanila magiging bonus, the entry mula sa side ng PRX, no one really to find pagdating sa loob ng site itself. Tamang pre-fire lang. And yung wallbang na yan, hindi tatama and mapipilitan silang umatras dahil sa aftershock. But something, yet again, finding those kills pero hindi niya mahanap. Tatlo ang nag-aantay. Waterfall, alabanan ni Forsaken, isa-isa. Spray down para sa preemptive measure. But in the end, the duel still settles at G2 pa rin yung mananalo doon.
Damn, something talaga. He's trying to prove something. No pun intended sa mga situations na to. But that kind of forward push, basta na ng G2. Ginawa mo na sa atin to.
Paulit-ulit.
Time and memoriam, paulit-ulit. Ilang rounds na ba? Something bago ka matuto. I think this has to be a timeout na para sa Paper Rex. Masyado ng readable na sila. Again, ng G2. This is the same thing that we saw nung split na yan. Kailangan ng i-temper na naman ni Alex sa mga players niya.
Think what works the best para sa side ng PRX, which is nakita din natin during game number 1, is yung aggression na yon. Pag meron ka nang nakita or meron ka ng info, they try to move further back and really na maiwasan na mamatay agad-agad yung mga players nila dito and just make sure na may space sila. But for now, when it comes to Lotus right here, yung overheat na yon, nakikita pa rin talaga natin, especially with something na not really successful finding those kills initially. So, at this point, you choose your battles kung worth it ba talaga na iswing pa kasi ine-expect ka na ng mga players ng G2 and at the same time, tatlo or dalawa, usually yung makikita mo pag nag-swing out ka dahil magkakasama na sila. So, it's really a good timeout to call para sa side ng PRX.
Pero this timeout also comes with the hassle na okay, I was about to say, walang proper buy round dito Paper Rex. But they're one of the teams na have been, I think, yung mga forerunners ng Stinger plays, especially dito sa Lotus. So you could be looking at a set play na is gonna be exciting dito para sa Paper Rex. So we'll see how the kind of goes as nakikita natin ngayon na Paper Rex is looking towards that B site push with all of their players just hunkered in and kita mo si Forsaken dito nakaabang na gamit ang kanyang fault line.
Well, if you want to win with Stingers, you choose a site kung saan medyo malapit.
Uy,
yung
Valin.
kakalabanin mo. Valin, wala na nag-check sa kanya. Tatlo posible niya mapatay dito pero unahin niya na si Defy. Mindfreak to react and not gonna be able to get that kill. Instead, si Something. Galit na galit na. Ito na yung kills na hinahanap niya. Dash out palala. It's a 3v3. They have an operator. Remember that. And the first round na meron tayong off play dito.
Okay, how does this kind of follow up? They still have that spike in hand and Forsaken, nag-pick up siya ng weapon. This is actually falling apart very, very quickly. Wala na silang utility, walang smokes, walang pang-separate na angles, and naka-stinger pa rin dito si Jing sa kasi Something. So they have to compress. Kailangan nila makakuha ng mga close-range fights na yan. Pero Leaf, ang linis ng pop shots niya through the wall. Look at just the damage that Something is taking. Here he is, desperately pushing in, hoping that he maybe is able to get the catch. Jenga din, ipit na naman sa situation ito, has to go for that reload. Ubos na ang kanyang bala, ubos na rin ang kanyang tsansa. And G2, dito na tayo sa kanyang double digits coming in to this second map.
Good choke point, especially B main and upper control nila, lalo na kung saan pa nahulog yung spike. And what's the rule number 1 of Valorant? Check your corners.
Yeah.
Especially, paborito, kung mapapansin nyo, ng G2 na mag-hold dito sa B-site sa ganitong posisyon. Behind the boxes, we see Leaf again, waiting there. Lugi sila sa barrel, but in the end, nakapag-upgrade sana si Jing doon. Sadyang hindi lang din nag-check ng corners. And I feel like kung ginawa nila yon, it would have been a win or maybe a chance.
Yeah, that was the big momentum swing. Yeah. Sure, this is gonna be the gun round na rin para sa Paper Rex, pero they were kind of hoping for something good to happen. Not the player, but the situation sana para dito sa Paper Rex. In any case, the setup is here ngayon, Taylor, for this A site, pero oh no, it's the same thing again.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, yung mga mistakes na yun, ang laking value agad yung nahahanap ng G2 dito. That's something to be pinned down and 5v4 immediately. Sayang, no?
Sobra. Hindi mo na ma-expect. Nagkakamali na ang Paper Rex dito. I think they're getting into their own heads from the looks of things. Jing, babato agad ang showstopper, but not gonna get that pick off. And again, hindi pa natin nakita yung aggression din na Forsaken. So, where is the threat that Paper Rex has? Parang naubusan na sila. G2 coming into this one just absolutely perfect. In any case, though, this is the round that they're kind of hoping for. The individual picks, the checks ng G2, they're keeping it at bay. And now Paper Rex finally around after all of the mistakes, after all the shenanigans that has happened dito, Taylor.
Yeah, but they do know their mistakes. Alam naman natin na after ng round na to, for sure, magdo-double check na ng mga corners to mga players natin. Pero tama yung sinabi mo, no? We haven't seen much of Forsaken. He's playing more on the passive side pagdating dito sa match na to. It's really more of that support na gusto niyang laruin instead of making use of the flashes for himself, for example, kung meron silang gustong i-pinch down. Talagang minamaximize nila lahat ng utility play na kayang dalhin ni Forsaken dito. But he's also one of the heavy fraggers that I feel like kung kaya niya mag-step up, a big possibility to win.
Oh, man. Okay. Focus up na para sa Paper Rex dito. Look at the trap na meron para sa nila. Something kung nagkamali siya at the baby door gets opened, mahuhuli siya dito. What a trap coming in! Again, yung paranoia na binato. Icy gets the damage onto the buy. The big hits. Down to 2 HP na lang siya. And Jing, mag-isa, can't really deliver yung spike onto that site. And G2, full control na naman tayo on their defense. Wala talagang mahanap na cracks dito ang Paper Rex.
Ganda ng setup, especially that paranoia. Connecting pa dun sa gustong kumuha ng stairs control. Sana. And nanggaling yon mula dito sa baby door. I mean, for G2, they finally understood how Paper Rex plays, how Paper Rex likes to play aggressively as well when it comes to pick-offs. And dito mo kayang mag-setup ng, yun nga, the traps itself, diba? I think magpo-pull out na naman ng isang timeout dito ang PRX.
Kailangan eh. Oh! So yung timeout kanina pala was was G2. Hindi oh, there you go.
No, it's
Paper
the second
X. Okay.
timeout for PRX.
Paper X,
Gagamitin na nila ngayon sa latter parts nito. I mean, it's an 11-7, right? So, why not? Especially much needed when it comes to this.
Man, ramdam mo yung tension ngayon eh. Diba nagkamali pa si Coach Alex na kailangan niya pa ibaba yung mic niya para makausap yung players niya. Nagsasalita siya sa wala kanina. That's how stressful it is to be in this kind of situation ngayon. G2's got that full control. And they still have it. Especially now na, again, lahat ng gustong gawin ng Paper Rex relies on something. Tapos walang follow-up si Jing. And something gets shut down and then hindi na makakuha ng map control ng Paper Rex. G2 has everything under wraps ngayon, Taylor.
Dalawang initiator ang susubok sumuporta pagdating kay Jing dito habang si Mind Freak ang makakasama ni Something. Let's see kung makukuha nila yung value out of that timeout dahil G2 slowly creeping up when it comes to be gusto agad nilang mag-lurk dito kung bibigyan sila ng pagkakataon. Pero hindi alam ni Forsaken na marami-rami players ang nag-aabang dyan. But with that stun, mapipilitan silang matras.
He actually triple-peeked that to make sure. What a hero Forsaken is, diba? Kahit man naka-sting lang siya, don't happen, no. Oh my God. No way! Jonah Pina naman! Ang makakahanap ng mga crucial picks again and again. 2 kills for the price of none dito, Taylor. And this puts us into a 3 versus 5. Paper Rex, ubos na naman ang kanilang players before even anything starts.
And you see how G2 is also expecting that it's not just gonna be one player trying to push in. Agad-agad niyang masya-shutdown din si Something dito. So yung dalawa, yung duo na yun kanina, mawawala muna. But they still managed to get C-site here. Ang tanong, kaya ba nilang i-hold dahil si Jing at Forsaken, mawawala na. It's all up to the Vi to hold this post plant. He cannot isolate fights any longer. Only one duel to win. And this is the match point para sa side ng G2.
Papaabot tayo sa map 3 dito ngayon. Tama. Ano ba yung map natin sa map 3 natin? Bind! Ooh!
Ay, nako.
Nako po, ito ang medyo mainit-init na mapa. Kasi alam ko, nahihirapan dito ang Paper Rex. And actually, can't remember what comp they bring nila. Pag-usapan na natin mamaya. Kasi may Lotus pa tayo dito. Malay mo magkaroon ng miracle run. Oh, that's
and the Gecko, I think. Kasi si Something yung nag-o-operator doon. Kung di ako, or Sunset ata yun. But, anyway, wala pa namang map number 3, guys. May chance pa rin yung PRX pagdating dito sa susunod natin mga rounds. Pero syempre, kailangan nila gawin to perfectly. 4 na malalaking ultimates available na mula sa kanila. Well, 3, if gusto mo talaga hanap mo, kalaban. But let's see, how can they make this out pagdating sa ating match point? Something, Bladestorm na ang meron siya. Dapat tayong nakikitang nag-pop off ng Bladestorm, no?
Oo nga eh. I mean, to be fair, si something lang ang jet nila. So siya lang ang pwede mag-pop off ng Blade Storm. Anyways, place part dito kay something to actually play away from the team muna. So gusto nilang makita kung ano magagawa ni Jing as yung entry fragger nila. For the moment, mukhang hindi successful pa din. Even through the Seekers na ginamit nila, Jonap's smokes as yung Viper still is so hassle to push through Taylor. Ngayon na si Jing able to get that control dito sa drop. Hindi ko na kung gaano ka-effective ito, especially with the Showstopper activated by IC. My God! All this delay tactics gamit ang Rolling Thunder para lang makakuha ng round dito ang Paper X. Makakuha ba sila ng round? Yun din ang tanong.
Ganda ng seize nila kanina, pero tignan natin, wala pang nahanap na kills tong Blade Storm na to. Pero si Forsaken, meron na. Smoked off na rin yung ating Spike pagdating dito sa round. It's a 4v4 still, very low on HP. Jonah B having a really good play pagdating dito, pero hindi pa tapos. Blade Storm onto your face, finally connects. 8 HP remaining. Right click na lang ang kailangan natin dito. That's the round! That's the game!
Not yet,
Pero hindi pa ubos yung oras!
Actually, the other way. Ubos na ang oras para makapag-defuse dito ang G2. So something, kahit hindi niya nakuha yung last pick na yun on to leave, he's bought enough time, multiple kills, as well as the highlights. This is what we were looking for dito ngayon para kay something. Yung mga clutch plays na yan. He's been cold the entirety of this game, and this is a spark to start something. And kita mo naman, syempre, yung clutch natin, yung epic na mukha ng mga fans ng Paper X dito as a spark of hope. 4 rounds, it's not too far. Pero tingnan natin kung kakayanin ba ng Paper X ang pag-follow up dito with how strong G2 have been playing.
That was still a little scary, come to think of it. Diba? Para kay something dito, but he made it work. Let's see, Guardian for Davai, yun lang ang affordable para sa kanila, and majority or apat sa kanila actually, half armors lang. And this is scary because si Leaf naka-outlaw pa.
Multiple flashes agad dito. They know that alam na nila na si Leaf dakilang solo player to Oo. So kung mapupush back nila ngayon si Leaf and maybe go very fast, they might be able to catch only one player dito sa ating C-side. Pero that is a very strong fault line para kay Forsaken. So that should be yung C-side natin taken and maybe even the plant and then maybe just the post-plant na lang retake para sa G2.
Well, they're holding more on the back ends anyway after nung stun na yon. And nag-aantay na lang din sila na magiging rotation from the rest of the members of G2 here. But position-wise, nakaposisyon na ang PRX. The question is, maghahanap pa sila ng fights dahil mukhang si Leaf, ito na nga yung outlaw niya. Prowler also gonna spot something here. But then again, meron silang counter dyan. The post-plant, nandito na yung lockdown.
So magkatago ngayon ng Paper Rex at this point. Dun sa likuran, Leaf has been hitting all of the shots gamit ang kanyang gamit ang kanyang outlaw. Ubos na sila bit by bit and Jing goes above and beyond. It's been yung na lang dito, aim labs na lang Talagang naging shooting range na lang dito para sa Paper Rex para ma-hold off sila as Leaf was just starting it strong gamit ang kanyang outlaw.
Tsaka yung position din ng lockdown doon. Alam mo na kung saan mo i-expect yung PRX Pero wala naman silang any other utility play na kayang ilabas pa dahil naubos na from that initiating fights. Walang nades, walang anything na kaya silang i-force out palalo doon sa position nila on the backside. So, for Paper Rex, it's all about the duels. It's all about hitting the shots right now. A showstopper, available na ngayon para sa side ni Jing.
Alright. Hindi pa tapos. 3 more rounds. Medyo nakakabawi na nga ang Paper X as you were kind of mentioning all of this. Setup na naman ng G2 is somewhat similar. Pero ito yung difference na dito. Look at how they can open up yung doorway na yan if magkamali dito si something. Leaf putting himself on the line and mahanap po ito ni Jing. Diyos ko, hindi ko na nakita kung sinapunta si Leaf dito but Jing actually was able to do so. Forsaken, popping shots. Muntikan niya na makuha ngayon. Ma-incapacitate sana si Trent but unfortunately blinded siya. It's gonna be the 1-for-1 but spike planted. Retake na naman para sa G2.
Gonna be more wary of their flank as well. Dahil si Davai na ang nag-aantay dito kung sakasakali man. Doors opening. Jing waiting. And alam niya, mache-check naman niya na walang magiging tao dyan. But then, it's gonna be this 4 players mula sa side ng G2. Wala masyadong ultimates dito. May paint shells pa sila. Seas, mauuna na. Pero mula sa Hell or rather, mula dito sa waterfall. Mamamatay din yung ibang players ng PRX. 3 HP remaining para kay Jonah, hindi nakakayanin pa in a 2v1. When IC swings out, it's a done deal. 10-12.
2 more rounds. Kakayanin ba to ng Paper Rex? Push lang, dahan-dahan. They're bringing in that momentum. Taylor, just a little bit more na lang and we could be going into overtime. So hindi na tag ngayon si Lee. Para malahanap ni Jing yun. Wala.
Tsaka, pansin mo, mas nagiging first entry na talaga nila si Jing compared kay something na naghahanap ng fights kanina. It's a big switch up from that timeout actually na nakikita natin dito from Paper Rex. And I feel like they finally found a footing on how to cancel out the players of G2. Pero napupunta pa rin tayo dun sa mga 2v1 situations. It's still too close for comfort, ika nga.
Yeah. Natagalan lang sila to kind of figure out na, ngayon sabi mo, di ba? Na, hindi na gumagana yung ginagawa natin kay something. Siya na lang siguro yung taga-follow up natin. Siya na lang yung taga-refrag for now because we don't really have that explosiveness gamit sa kanya. Try natin si Jing. And you're absolutely right. It is working slowly but surely, but still no mistakes can be had ngayon. Pero this is the first time that we're seeing G2 on the ropes. Sila na yung parang medyo na naghihingalo na sa galawan natin dito and nag-call na rin sila ng timeout for the meantime just to kind of settle things in. Figure out kung paano nila ma-close out itong 1 round na yan para ma-push tayo sa map 3.
And even for PRX, kahit na napanalo nila yung previous 2 rounds din natin dito, hindi rin ganun kataas yung economy. Like I said, it always boils down into this 2v1 scenarios or even 1v1s na masisira pa rin yung economy side ninyo as a team. And as you can see, Jing tries to take control. They do take a site here so far. Nag-aantay lang din yung G2 kung ano magiging reaction nila at kung magpupush pa sila.
Okay. Calm before the storm tayo. It's gonna be one of the biggest crucial rounds para sa G2. Smoke set up already. Jonah P. Siyempre pwede siya makakuha ng pop shots ngayon. Nastan nga siya. Nahuli siya ng Trailblazer. Nahanap agad. Great calls para ngayon sa Paper Rex. The push comes to shove. Pero I see at the back of the site. Good pinch coming in. Divide mag-isa lang siya so hindi natulungan ng Paper Rex. 4 versus 4. At Paper Rex, they can abandon this A-side take na lang, Taylor, and start going on to B, which they're doing agad-agad. Leaf, as well as teammate, trying to pop a couple shots through the smoke. Makakahuli ba sila? Nade use para makapag-delay lang. Yung TP coming in yun, si Mind Freak para makapag-reposition. Nagkamali siya dito. Jing only gets the one and medyo mainit ang laban natin as the showstopper was used. Only a little bit of damage from IC. Hindi siya makakuha ng pick. Something bringing out the pain as well. That smoke might force them to come out. Challenge. Walang natamaan ng stun. Medyo mainit dito. Medyo mahirap. Smoke's gonna be up for a couple more seconds. Hindi na stop yung defuse. And ito na ata ang round para makakuha ang G2 ng map number 3. Ayun na nga.
Wow, what a great bench play mula sa players ng G2 to really get this retake going. Lalo na buhay pa yung smoker nila. Nandun pa si Valen to really re-smoke the spots where PRX are huddling up. Lalo na nawala si Jing after that kill papunta sa heaven, papunta sa upper. Nonetheless, a fake comeback para sa side ng PRX for now. Took them a while before they could get back to those rounds, but G2 just shows na even after game number 1 dito, Azuray, the confidence is still there, the play is still there. They just have to really regroup and understand how PRX plays.
Yeah, and again, hindi ko na kung dito, naging call ng Paper Rex na nag-hesitate sila. Nakakuha sila ng pick kay Jonah P. Siya yung biggest problem nila. Hindi pa rin nila sinugod yung yung A. They had that, maybe they wanted yung multiple angles of attack siguro, pero at this point, why not just push it? Wala nang smoke sa A site. Why not just push it? They can always refrag. Nandun na yung 4 players nila. I don't know what was happening sa pag-iisip ng Paper Rex, pero the call to go to the B site, even though it looked correct, hinayaan nilang makapag-recuperate at laruin ng G2 yung 4 versus 4 na yun. And nakita mo yung problema ng Paper Rex.
Tsaka dun pa lang sa positioning wise, kahit na medyo magulo na yung nangyayari pagdating sa A site, hindi pa naman fully nakapasok yung PRX dito eh. So still for G2, they're just holding on to the spots that they're supposed to hold to. Dalawa pa rin yung nasa upper. The Killjoy was also there. C's connected. Everything just worked out for G2 at that point. At dahil dyan, pupunta tayo sa game number 3 pagdating dito sa first series na to, Azuray. At bago mangyari yung game 3 na yan, syempre, pupunta muna kami sa very short break. And when we come back, it's finally the last game, PRX versus etong team na to na G2. Sino nga ba ang mananalo? Be right back, mga tropa.
And G2 manages to fight back, and we're going to map 3. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here along with Mimi, as well as Kakuka. And guys, I mean, G2 showing that resiliency yet again. And even though PaperX were really getting close there for a minute, because Jing was doing some magic, G2 managed to pull one through, which was big for them.
Yeah, I think G2 came in with another good game plan, and in this map, well, I think PaperX's comp caught up with them a little bit. They're playing this double duelist, single controller composition with not a ton of initiator utility, which means they really have to be kind of focusing on like these just contact rounds. They kept on trying to go into these kind of late 4-1 executes, and I think G2 did a really good job of picking their timings on when to re-clear space, so they always knew where PaperX was headed in these late rounds.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, it also helps that you get both pistols and you're able to convert both bonuses, right? That gives you a lot of leverage, but the way that they were playing, especially on the later rounds when they moved onto the defense, and the way that they were retaking time after time, they knew when to give up the space and just be like, okay, you know, take the spike, plant the spike, we'll save all the utility and just float you on the retake. And
this was their same idea they had on Split, but I think the biggest contrast is they picked their timings to actually be fighting forward and play on site more, and critically, they were shooting, right?
Valorant is an FPS game.
It's an FPS game. It's a gun game. Wise man once said that. But Trent and Valen, I think those guys were stepping up. We saw some rounds from Relief, and on the contrast for PaperX, they were getting away with a lot less of the crime that they were committing on Split with these like individual hero rounds.
Yeah.
There was also some moments that they were pissing me off a little bit. It's the kind of
much like Neon in that respect.
It's the kind of PaperX moments where they miss the utility, don't clear the corners, something goes forward, dashes in, but then Mindfreak paranoias him. It's like those kind of moments. You're just like, so good. Like, how is this happening?
The round where like they're trying to clear through the revolving door and then they just don't dog close left and a player gets a 2K from there. Rounds where they're trying to like, even the final round of the game where they're trying to pivot back into B late, but they never had a lurker. They never had that map control. And then they play full off-site into post plant. Just these mistakes for Paper Rex. There's games where they have good enough individual form that it doesn't catch up with them. And there are games like this where they lose the map because of them.
We were praising Forsaken for his flexibility. And in this map, don't get me wrong, he did good, but on the kills department, my man was not shooting.
He was doing what he needed to do with his utility, but...
But still, it was like not enough. And I feel like maybe in a different composition where things are not as straightforward, it's easier to find different solutions to the problems that you find.
Not completely fair. But you know what, though? Icy had a big game, and this is what G2 needed. And I think that G2 has definitely needed to find that next gear, because I was worried about them coming out of that split game. Because, you know, you look at the score line out of that one and how it started out and even how it ended, it was not pretty for G2 at all. And I think the Guard of old or even G2 of old would have crumbled under that situation. But this is clearly showing that this squad, when they're put through the work, they know how to step up. And Icy was that guy this game for them.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also complicated, right? Because if you just look at this game from the outside and you look at the duelist department, it's complicated to make a comparison because it's a 2v1 and always in that situation, they're always going to be coming at you. And you making that shiny play is not always going to be even an option, especially after round, I believe it's 4, where everything turns into chaos and he off-strand. And, you know, probably mentally, many people wouldn't have been able to recover from that, but Icy did.
And that's the real contrast between these two teams. Paper Rex is a squad about their individuals, about how they game plan to set up these guys to frag. G2 is a team that is very much about the collective. And that's what got them the win on Lotus. But the series, it's not done yet. They still have to go to Bind. However, this is a map that I actually have some confidence in G2 on. I think they were great in Americas.
I mean, look, I'm not gonna say, I don't want to say that there's a chance here, because honestly, like, there's a chance either way. I mean, these two teams, you know, they're here for a reason, right? Representing their regions. Paper X #1 seed and G2, you know, coming into this one with a lot of hype. But Bind has been good for G2.
Yeah, I mean, they're the only team to have beaten 100 Thieves on this map, who is otherwise undefeated here back in Americas. However, for all the positivity you can kind of bring up for G2, this has always been a map that has been a stronghold for Paper X. I think of their performances in Madrid. They're still playing that same comp with this double initiator and the Harbor, and I think the way that, especially on their attack sides, they entry and they vary up the Harbor utility to give so many different looks. It's a super disruptive style, and they're so good at it.
Yeah. Well, what's the game plan then here if you're a G2 in this situation? Is it the same as what it was in maps 1 and 2?
The retics are working. Why would you stop with that? Especially, well, now they're starting on the attack, so.
Sure, but on the defense, I think retics are a lot harder, especially over towards B. It has to be more so using your util to disrupt, especially in this comp with a lot of mollies. However, they are starting on that attacking side, where I think G2 have some really good protocols on this map. You'll see them play a lot of these slower rounds where they're kind of like 3-1-1ing, sending this Sky Gecko combo into one area of the map and taking early space, and then late round pushing into that. I think the biggest key to success here is really stopping Paper X from going for their aggressive pieces in the mid-round that they really like to do with this comp.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, something probably locking one of the sides with the operator, if he's even able to get those credits in, but I'm looking at Forsaken and some redemption here for him.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. Ito na tayo, map number 3. Acer nga pala po at Taylor na magiging casters nyo dito as again, nakabawi ang G2. Pinakita nila sa Lotus kung sino ba talaga ang hari nito. Sila ba or Paper X? Alam natin yung sagot na yan. Nandito tayo sa ating map number 3.
Finally, no, walang nag-cipher sa Bind. So, ang basagan ng trip. Sabi nga nila, diba? At this time, we do see like yung mga Viper comps na typical, very typical pagdating sa Bind, no? And same composition na pinapakita usually ng Paper Rex pagdating dito. And Forsaken, going in for that Harbor. Again, you have a Gecko, yung mga alam mo na, Cove, Plant, ando na lahat. Kami ang lalaban, ikaw na mag-plant, Wingman, kind of scenario. But let's see how game number 3 will unfold. Dahil medyo pantay na pantay yung laban.
That's a, 3-man push out dito sa Paper X on Shower din, just to secure yung orb dito for Jing, and maybe just have yung pinch play sana coming in for Forsaken. There's still a chance na makapag-TP sila dito just in case lang. No contact para kay Mindfreak, pero sinusugod agad dito ni IC. Baka medyo sumobra siya. Actually backs away. So this is just a good contact play for G2 pero hindi pa ang A site ang kinukuha nila. They can always go for that TP as nakikita mo ngayon. That Valen as well as Leaf are playing on that B push.
Uy, nalaro ni Icy just for a bit pero Mind Freak still spots him away. Removing him out of the equation kahit papano pero space already pagdating sa B site. At alam to ni Forsaken pero alam niya ba na ganito naka-close. Muntikan pang hindi tumama. Muntikan pa magka-timingan but he was able to pick up 1 kill before he goes down.
Actually, it's perfect para dito ngayon and that numbers should favor actually Paper X ngayon sa ating retake. Jonah P gonna be pocketing himself agad. Tagalasan lang muna siya as nakikita mo ngayon. Leaf at si Trent maglalaro ng post plant away from the contact dito. But the numbers of Paper X coming into full play. Tinago nila si Jonah P inside the smoke. So actually could work in their favor as that smoke drops down. Hindi alam ito ni something that's going to be the catch sa kanya. That wingman has already dropped from the defuse. And ngayon, ubusan na lang ng oras. And si Divine na lang na ipit sa gipit na naman. 3 versus 1 in that final moment. And G2 flipped around itong pistol. Kinuha nila sa Paper X.
I think it would be such a different story na typically kasi kapag nakita tayo ng Gecko sa mapa na to, kung mag-retake sila, na usually mas pipiliin mong pataas yung dizzy mo. And kung ginawa yon ni something kanina, makikita nila si Jonah P masaspatan ng dizzy si Jonah P dito But that wasn't really the case. They go for a smoke onto Hookah, yes, but Jonah P's possession was very crucial para makuha yung round na yun dahil na-cancel niya rin pati yung wingman.
It was so weird too. I think this is like lack of information din para sa Paper X na ay, meron bang mosh pit na natitira dito si
Yung yung magbibigay ng info, yun nga yun Pero hindi.
Baliktad, yung sa Paper X na hindi nila alam kung may molly pa ba na available dito ang G2 Kasi kung isipin mo, kung wala silang molly, nakaplant doon sa spot na yun, kahit man i-pop shots mo sa pistol, ano pa rin, sasagarin mo pa rin yung defuse pero hindi, natakot ang Paper X. At least
lalabanan agad nila. Pagdating dito sa plant, canceled out na yung wingman, naiwan na yung spike sa loob ng site. So alam na nila na this is gonna be surely a B-take para sa kanila. And with that, yung Mosh masakit, tatagos pa rin. Again, walang pera yung Paper X dito. They just have to go with their pistols. And dalawa pa rin yung makukuha at mapipitas nila kahit papano.
Bit of econ damage ngayon para sa Paper X. So it's not too bad. But again, nakita dito gaano ka I think naramdaman natin dito yung paano ba sabihin to? Yung shoutouts nga pala kay Phil.
Diyos ko, pumasok pa ng Discord para magpa-shoutout. Bumubulong siya pero yung gain ng mic niya nasa 200.
So nag-echo yung boses natin.
Tapos nag-echo yung boses niya. Nasaan kaya si Mods para sa araw na to? Ay! Biggest shoutouts din kay Gwen na nanonood.
Uy.
Uy naman to. Kala mo, hindi mo jowa. Sige na. Now, we're still clearly 5v5 pa rin naman. Pero yung wall ng Viper na to, natutulungan silang makatawid. Jing, aware of that situation. Pero hindi niya alam kung ilan yung nakatawid sa lamps.
Wala, he has to abandon it na. Pero at least what's good is, kuha nila yung control dito sa showers for the meantime. So, at least, may panglaban sila. Fake flash coming in, kailangan i-hold ito ni Forsaken or something at the Mind Freak, and they were able to do that. So, no plant on the spike just yet. And this separation na gusto mangyari ng G2, actually read perfectly by Paper X as they hold yung showers area na yan. That's very, very crucial para sa Paper X.
Still a 5v3. And this is the first full buy mula sa side ng PRX. So far, they have good control when it comes to the side. Yung wall na to, laking tulong pa rin para sa kabila. Para makatawid sila or kung sakali man, kahit makatakas kung kailangan nila. But Wingman spots one. They're aware. It's still an A side para sa ibang mga miyembro dito ng G2 pero unti-unting nag-creep up si Valen dito. Si Mind Freak ang magiging first contact niya pero siya yung mananalo sa duel na yon. And now we're down to a 3v3.
Still no plant. 19 seconds remaining. Sino may hawak ng spike? It's actually on Valen. So kung mahuhuli ito, he's not gonna be able to. No, he does! It's gonna have to be something for the meantime habang nag-ano pa dito. I see! Why are you gonna ultimate something? My God!
It's all part of the plan.
It was all part of the plan pero ubos. Wait, teka. Ubos ang weapon nila. Tapos si something, teka. Patingin nga, may ultimate pa ba siya? Wala!
Wala na. Nagamit na lumabas si Trash eh. I mean, you have to do what you have to do, di ba? Naririnig mo yung dalawa, napakalapit sa'yo, meron ka pang isang player na nasa city kahit papano. So kung ipupush out ka, isa lang naman yung angle na magpupush out sila. So, I still think na despite na disadvantage yon dahil hindi makakagalaw or makakalaban si something, I think that was still a pretty good plan.
I can't agree with you on that one.
I think
he
it
had
was
9
a good plan,
bullets.
honestly.
He had the crossfire with
yung
Davai.
angle na yun, hawak naman ni Davai eh.
Oh my God, something. Tingnan mo. Sinugod siya ng trash, nagkamali, inaasim niya, tapos mag-isa ngayon si Davai. Something. Medyo maasim siya ngayon dito, Taylor. There's the push out from Jing and handang-handa si IC at this point. And Ipit, syempre, inside the pit. And Mind Freak, kinain ng buhay ng orbital strike.
Tinanggap niya na lang din eh. Tumayo na lang siya doon. Alam niyang katapusan niya na. At we are now onto a 4v1. It's very risky plays coming in from Paper Rex. Not been favoring them so far. Forsaken, successful on 1. Pero syempre, 3 pa ang kailangan niyang hanapin dito. Alam niya kahit paano kung saan nakaposisyon yung Viper kung sakali man. But then again, a Cove only available for him. Kaya ba niyang i-defuse to? Mali mo, maninja niya sa 3 to.
Nag-drop na yung wall niya.
Grabe yung hopium eh, no?
Yeah, that's gonna be the first pick. Nice pocketing from Leaf dito. Hindi nalagay sarili niya doon sa corner, pero still somewhat doon sa edge nung high tide ni Forsaken. And this is going to be the call na siguro for the first time out on this third map. Pero ito, tingnan mo, something again. Ang asim niya masyado without the proper backup. Tapos yung backup niya, technically malapit lang sa kanya but not close enough na matutulungan siya. And he left the Vi to fend off for himself. Tapos yung TP dito ng Paper Rex na okay sana kung hindi nag-overpush si Mind Freak or si something, blew up in their face. There's something wrong with the plays dito ngayon nung Gecko ng Paper Rex.
A little bit off. Hindi sila nagkakasabay-sabay the usual na nakita natin. They had a pretty good start kung tutuusin. One-sided match ng first game natin, especially dun sa first half. But heading here to map number 3, instead na parang makagawa sila ng play, na-force out sila sa mga position na nagiging band-aid solution yung mga malalaking utility nila. Kagaya na lang nung trash kanina from something. O kaya naman, itong mga instant pushes na gusto nilang gawin, napipilitan silang lumaban para kunin yung trade instead of really playing it out like how we usually see PRX na sabay-sabay.
Kaya nga, exactly, right? Hindi natin nakikita yung yung tempo na yun eh. Medyo siguro, 'di ba sinabi natin nung map 1 na hindi maka-catch up dito ang G2 in terms of tempo. Ngayon, it's Paper Rex na sobrang out of sync sila sa gusto nilang gawin na it's looking very harsh. It's just looking so brittle yung whatever they're kind of setting up in any of these rounds ngayon, Taylor.
This might be a huge round though. Reckoning available plus the showstopper. So, tignan natin kung may explosive bang mangyayari dyan. Forsaken has to go out. Buti na lang may Cove siya and that's exactly what he's gonna use. Pero hindi siya makakatakas sa Dizzy na yan. Walang TP. Nag-TP sila. Nilaban talaga nila. Okay. 3v2 scenario ngayon and stuck sila pagdating sa teleporter.
Oh my gosh.
I am surprised.
Pistol round anyways. Ano na lang. Maging na lang sila, taga-sira ng araw ng round siguro, a little bit expensive. I mean, that's 2 kills. Not really the worst that you can hope for. Quick little swing dito from the Vi. Sobrang calm and collected ang player natin ngayon, pero how much can he really do na ipit siya inside the TP? Wala. Ubus oras na lang. Yun na lang magagawa niya.
Na-outstrat sila dito ng G2 sa totoo lang. Because this pinch play from Showers, typically ginagawa nila yan parate pagdating sa mapa na to. So, they're well aware na itong Showers control plus the TP Trailblazer mangyayari. And nag-gauge na lang sila doon sa magiging showstopper ni Jing kung ilan yung makukuha nila. But like you said, it was a pistol round or at least iba sa kanila, mga stinger lang yung hawak. At when it comes to patience, dito nagpe-pay off yung patience ng G2. Alam nila na may aggression na manggagaling dito sa PRX and they're waiting for it. They're ready for it.
Yeah. Tawanan na lang
din sila eh. Parang,
coach, what in the Frankfurter are they doing?
I do think lang na medyo delay yung TP nila doon.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Para tulungan yung mga Showers kanina. Kaya nagulat ako na tinuloy pa rin nila.
Yun yung pinag-uusapan natin na out of sync ngayon ng Paper Rex. And this is just, again, ito yung pinag-uusapan before nung sa Pacific na may hive mind ang Paper Rex. So, kaya ba nilang i-bring back yung hive mind na yan? Or ano lang, mapupush back lang sila dito time and time again ng G2. Which looks like it might actually be the case. My gosh. G2.
And mapupulot pa, pati yung trash. So, magiging available na yan soon enough. It's still 5 players remaining para sa side ng G2. With the Seekers, at least magbibigay ng kahit papanong info. But the trash is already ready. Reckoning being pulled out. Para sa kanila, hinahanap na lang dito ng trash kung meron pang mahahanap. Pero yung Reckoning ngayon, napakalaking tulong para mapigilan sila. Kaso nga lang, Icy shuts down one. Dizzy comes out. Forsaken spotted out. Kahit papano, pero the kill settling in from something from behind. Makukuha pa rin naman nila in the end. There's just too much manpower on the site itself.
You know how confident G2 is dun sa round na yon? Nilagay nila si Leaf, yung Viper, to actually go for the long wraparound. Short to mid, to B site para mag-flank lang siya because alam nila may oras siya para gawin yun. He didn't even have to go through the TP para gawin yung yung flank niya. Talagang tinakbo niya lang yun. Yun nga eh. Yan na.
No.
Narinig mo na. Galit na si Dad.
Galit na si Dad. What are you doing? I mean, hindi nila mapigilan, first of all, kung gusto nilang tapatan yung G2 dito. Mapigilan Omentry. And again, we see this aggressive pushes from PRX, but it's not really onto a side. So this gives a lot of info na rin para sa PRX side na baka mag-B na to. And si Forsaken na kanina pa nahuhuli dito ng mga utility play nila, they're just doing wonders pagdating sa side takes.
There has to be a call on timeout again. Kailangan na nila ubusin yung timeout nila at this point. We've seen it happen from a couple of teams na ano lang eh, if you can bring that timeout in, hope that it maybe gives you that that needed clarity, clairvoyance para makabawi kayo ng onte. It's much more important than saving it. Honestly, sobrang hirap na ngayon ang Paper Rex. I mean, sure, there's just on the weaker weapons, pero ever since pa rin eh, hindi pa rin sila talaga makaabot dito. And GT is just doing such a fair job at keeping them at bay.
I mean, for 2 rounds, Forsaken died without doing anything. Diba? It says a lot na well-distributed din yung utility play dito ng G2 to really cover the entirety. And kung may gusto silang hulihin, mahuhuli at mahuhuli din talaga nila. PRX, they're down by the numbers here. At 6-1. At para sa G2, ito exactly yung gusto nilang makuha, especially on your attacking.
Yeah, turntables nga nangyari dito. Map number 1, ito ang galawan ng Paper X. Pero map 3, on bind. It's G2 that is doing that right now. Uy, ba't naman si Forsaken sa nasa crowd siya?
Sa crowd. Nanonood.
Siniligaran sa ni Forsaken.
Nahihirapan yung Paper Rex. Pero ito nag-invest sila na malaki. It's an operator for something here. Let's see if that would work out.
It's a very aggressive Hail Mary play para sa Paper X. I mean, we have seen something, play operator na hindi siya naka-jet. And we've seen that when he plays itong Gecko on Sunset, even here.
Oh.
Okay, ang tanong is, naspatan ba ni IC na naka-off siya? Nako po.
Tanggal agad ang armor mo, idol.
Ayaw niya
Pero
iparinig na naka-off
So, it is what it is. And ayaw niya rin ipaalam siguro na naka-operator siya doon. So, might as
the thing is, pag narinig mo na sumabog yung wait lang, may tumatawag sa sa likuran. Wait lang, showstopper! Oh, IC nahuli si Mindcreak, and that's gonna secure Showers as the rest. Again, Paper X is gonna use yung trash para makakuha ng map control dito. It's gonna go the other way, and inasim na ni Jing. This is not looking too good para sa Paper X.
They're ready for the trades. Kahit yung first kill, di mo pa nakukuha. Dalawa na agad yung makakatapat mo. But Forsaken, able to punish one. It's a 3v3 still. And may cove pa ba? Meron pang cove dito si Forsaken kung sakali man. But they wanna clear out Showers first. Pero mukhang rotation na agad ang gustong gawin dito ng Brimstone. Magiging a short take para sa side ng G2. Made-defuse ba? Yan ang tanong. It's a cancelled defuse for Forsaken para ma-force out yung positioning. But it's a done deal at this point. Nilabas na rin nila yung Viper's Pit. Alam nilang naka-op yung last remaining player. Might as well go for a save at hahabulin pa ni Trent dahil marami silang pera.
It's a little bit too far, so hindi yan mangyayari. Pero Dito na masasabi ko dito eh. There is that disconnect that we're seeing right now. Pero on the flip side, G2 naman, it's perfect. Everything that they're doing. Kita mo dito ngayon. Mind Freak, mag-isa ka. Yes, easy pick para sa'yo. That immediately surrenders yung buong A site. And yung sagot dito ng Paper Rex, haphazardly trying to retake yung control na yon on the back of the site. You know, throwing in trash. And then like 5 seconds after, no more threat of the trash. Nandun pa si Jing pushing through yung mosh pit. It's risky. And the reward is so low. This is not what we're kind of expecting para sa team na kagaya ng Paper Rex.
And they're not really getting any trades. Pagdating dun sa mga gusto nilang labanan as well, magkakahiwalay parati itong mga players ng PRX. Though, syempre, may mga kailangan kang angle na hawakan at the end of the day. But at the same time, when they play for a retake scenario, it seems like there's really not much of a trade when it comes to the duels. Ang bilis nilang ma-force out of position. Ang bilis din nilang mahuli ng mga ultimates, mga utility play. And once nahayaan mo, syempre, yung G2 na completely steamroll over you, magtutuloy-tuloy lang din. Knowing na kung kanina nag-pop off si Jonah P, what more yung ibang mga players dito na nagsha-shine na rin pagdating sa mapa na to, which is sina Trent, sina Leaf, for example, yung utility play nila dito so far on point in really pushing out players.
Yeah, and this is the strength again na pinapakita ng G2, their adaptability in these very stringent situations, diba? And once again, ito na yung yung operator paradox na you're trying to no flash hit tapos nakakuha pa ng pick si IC dito.
Magkasama na sila for the trade pero walang bawi talaga. Forsaken holding B long here. Wall na lang daw mula sa kanya. Cascade to put out, but then again, G2 pulls away from this situation. Instead, yung play for picks nila dito so far has been working wonders.
Absolutely. Wala pa dito. Mahanap na retribution. Refrag ang Paper Rex. They've already called a god see something just so that maybe he can get a pick. Tignan mo yung wraparound din dito ni ICO, just making sure na walang nakakuha ng control sa market dito. This is G2 just making sure na pag-push na ng B-site, talagang push talaga to ng B-site na walang flank na mangyayari. The separation, inactivate na yung high tide lahat-lahat. And this is just confirmation ngayon sa G2 na, these are the defensive posture ng Paper Rex. We wait a little bit. 40 seconds on the clock. Ihintay na natin 10 seconds para mawala tong high tide na to. And this is perfect para sa atin. As it goes down, yan na yung setup. And kakainin na naman ng Paper Rex ang lahat ng ibabato ng G2.
I wonder kung bakit dito sila nag-aantay na magiging rotation ng kanilang mga kampe. Gusto nilang pigilan completely, pero instead na parang makatulong yung wall ni Forsaken dito, parang yun pa yung nagiging dahilan kung paano sila makapag-setup. You see them really comfortable holding open positions into hookah dahil may cover ng wall na yun. And that's a perfect setup to play out your, basically, yung nade ng Raze. And then, all other utilities para ma-setapan nila ng maganda nang hindi nagtatago.
Pinch na dito si Something. There is no time for him to actually get out of harm's way. So kailangan na talaga niyang i-hold ang position niya gamit ang operator na yan. But even that's not gonna be allotted para sa kanya. This is just going so well para sa G2. Yun ang sinabi natin, di ba? Yun ang sinabi mo. Na it looks like everything that Paper Rex want to do has turned into a detriment. Hindi pa na, it's just blowing up in their face. Again and again and again.
Wala silang magawa kahit dun sa duel, hindi sila nananalo diba? So, I don't... Same. Coach Alex, same. Papaisip na lang din talaga. PRX dito, kailangan nilang mag-online truly kung gusto nilang makabawi. At least an 8-4 kung gusto man nila mapadali yan. But trash being set upon. May trash na naman si Kuya mo, Trent. Pero this time, walang mahuhuli to. For second play, all the way to CT side. At ito na yung mabilisang rotation na pinapakita ng PRX.
Second, just gonna go for it. He does not stop yung pagplant ng spike as well. Kahit man na... No, he didn't. Ano lang, there was a split second I think na makakancel niya yun. Pero not going to be enough. Okay, teka lang muna. Medyo nakahanap ng onting pick si Mindfreak. Mindfreak gonna go for those saucy plays. Hanapan sila dito ni IC at Something. As syempre si IC will be coming out on top of this one, Taylor. 2 versus 4. Mindfreak and Divine na lang. The push onto Showers actually works out in their favor and Mindfreak picks up the 2 kills. This is very workable for Davai. Mawawala na yung smoke though. They know that he's not defusing that spike at all. And tatatarin na lang siya ng right click dito ng Classic Trent.
Damn. Yung setup ng smoke na yon is supposed to help them out, but instead, hindi na rin nila alam, kahit sila, hindi na rin nila alam kung saan manggagaling. Possibly, yung makakalaban nila dito. A lot of pushes onto the smoke. Ang daming nagkabungguan, ang daming nagkakitaan. Pero it still was a successful plant. And again, something hindi siya successful dun sa pagpatay sa at least isang player para at least pigilan yung wingman na mag-defuse dito. And again, for PRX, tables have turned completely from game 1.
The big YOLO para sa Paper Rex, going for that aggressive push. Binato ni Forsaken yung cove niya. Maybe for the bit of that cover, but it actually blows up in his face. Mindfreak mag-isa na nag-push sa mid. And syempre, naiwan na lang si Jing in a 1 versus 5. Clutch ang kailangan niyang gawin para makakuha ng extra round dito. And Paper Rex, everything Taylor na binato nila, every strat, every play turned around continuously by G2.
May pampalag din kasi sila when it comes to utility. So, they're not also shying away from the fact na, again, even on the defense, magpupush itong PRX. But Jing, holding CT, kahit pa paano nakakuha siya ng dalawa, it's still a 3v1 with the time itself. I don't think papasok pa siya dito. It's more of an exit frags.
Mamba out na dito ngayon si Jing. It's just too hard at this point. Alam mo yun, yung G2 having ito yung mga tipon na alam mo G2 is in full control. Wala silang gagawin na magkakamali sila at this point. Look at that. Alam nila. Once they see the cove that far, this is the first time na binato yan ng Paper Rex. They know there's some kind of shenanigans na mangyayari dito. And lo and behold, nangyari nga. And they just had to wait.
The angles that they tried to cover up onto din as well does a lot para sa side ng G2. Hindi sila nahuhuli sa mga open spots dito. Kung mapapansin mo, parati nilang napapanalo yung mga duel when it comes to corners. And napakalaking bagay ng mga corners na yun in really isolating the fights that they want to take. A push from Jing. Rosa ult at instead siya ang mawawala doon. Andito na rin yung orbital strike. Hinahanda na ni Valen para makuha yung site dito. Pero TP ang kanyang ultihan for now. Wala siyang mahuhuli dahil nakalabas na rin sina Divine Mind Freak. But it's a 3v4.
Yeah, smoke on to hookah. Hindi makakapag-push dito ngayon si duo natin from that hookah position. Hintay-hintay lang muna while something holding the Guardian all the way through spawn. Gagamitan pa siya ng trash para ma-push back siya even further. This is just not looking too hot at all. Do they even have a smoke para ma-isolate yung Octagon? They do have, pero the slow approach from Paper Rex does not phase itong galawan ng G2. Smoke drops down. Kailangan ni something mag-make do with the back of the site. He does one. And this is still looking somewhat doable. Nakaharap na ng pick din si Mindfreak. Something again gets the pick. There's going to be Trent. And the 2 Brave versus 4 actually goes finally in favor ng Paper Rex.
There you have it. A successful retake from the squad itself. I do think na yung patience dito finally magpe-pay off din, especially para sa side ng PRX. Mas controlled na yung fights na nakikita natin dito. Hindi yung biglang-biglang lumalabas na lang sa smoke yung mga players. I mean, even when the orbital strike nilabas na rin ni Valen, they know na it probably would be on the TP side as well. And they were able to take good positionings beforehand. Plus, ito na yung time na napanalo na nila yung duel. Yung tumatama na yung shots nila. Halftime na pala yun. Wild. Kala ko time out pa rin eh.
Hindi. Totoong halftime na yan. Not sure if we're gonna have any conversation ngayon with both of these teams kasi sobrang in focus ngayon ang G2 at Paper Rex. Pero I will say this na lang. We finally saw a solid round para kay Something. Nakahanap na rin siya ng round where he can actually set the tempo, which we never really saw nung start ng first half na ito. Pero syempre, that is so far and just once in between all of those rounds na tinambakan sila ng G2. There is so much work to be done ngayon para sa Paper Rex to bounce back coming in dito sa ating second half.
Exactly. So much work to do. And gaya nga nasabi natin, minimum at least na gusto mong makuha kung gusto mong mapadali buhay mo is an 8-4. Pero in true Pinoy Rex fashion, 2-10 ang makukuha natin dito. And this is the last map, by the way, para sa best of 3 na to. So, this game is, this second half is very crucial for both teams kung gusto nila makatawid dito sa upper bracket natin. And if not, syempre, mahirap na pressure at gapangan pagdating sa lower bracket kung sakasakali man.
May isa pa tayo na game after nito.
Oo nga, no? Di ba pwedeng tapos na pagtapos nito?
Sana nga eh. Kasi, may gagawin pa tayo eh.
Ay! Buti ka pa. Ako, gusto ko lang mag-Valorant, pero wala akong oras mag-Valorant kasi nagkakas ako ng Valorant.
Oo nga eh. The ever big conundrum of, okay. Casters. Kasi sabi nila, bakit kayo low rank? Kasi wala kaming oras maglaro.
Nahiya naman yung immortal natin kasama na si Asuray.
Sorry, excuse me, ascendant lang.
Mga heartstock ascendant yung casters ko today. Hindi kami makaalis. Huwag kayo mag-smurf mamaya, maglalaro ako.
Good luck.
Tingil-tingilan nyo yan, guys.
Tama. At dagdag ko lang pala, bago tayo napakalupit na agent si Clove. Pag gusto mong mag-solo pero at the same time, tumulong pa rin.
Totoo.
If you know,
may sarili kang buhay. Marami akong alam na Clove enjoyer pero mag-enjoy muna dito ang G2 dahil nakuha nila yung first pick off. Agad-agad na 5v4 pero nakapag-plant naman yung PRX.
Anong galawan dito ng Paper X, is mag-stack sila dito sa ating backside. Intay lang muna ng onti si Forsaken onto the corner. What a flash coming in! And through the flash, actually nakakuha siya ng pick. Pero, syempre, equal ang trades natin dito ngayon. There has to be that hold 2 versus 2. The quick flash comes out. These pop shots are insane. The nade coming in as well. Hindi matigilan ni Dabay yung pag-diffuse ng wingman at kakainin siya ng buhay ng nade ni IC who picks up the 4K.
Anyone have any splits? I may have down
I have to say, Asuray,
multiple.
Grabe si Trent mag-dizzy dito. Parating perfect timing, parating perfect spot, parating either 2 hanggang 3 yung nafa-flash niya. And look how easily G2 can recover a site, especially with a setup like that. Dahil lang sa isang dizzy na kaya mong pulutin ulit, yung wingman na nagde-defuse na pressure mo ng malala yung opposing side.
I mean, there's the force by para sa Paper X. This is it. The YOLO plays. Jing. Oh my God, nahanap pa siya ni Trent. There's the refrag coming in from something, and this is just a rough around the edges play para sa Paper X. The pop shots coming in sa smoke din. Na-force na kanilang TP. And feel ko at this point, niyolo na lang ng Paper X ito eh. They're just sending it out na lang talaga. Tingnan natin kung makakapag-Hail Mary tayo dito ngayon. The Lord is blessed.
Ito yung hindi nagagawa ng PRX kanina. Yung mga pre-fire na tumatama, yung damage nandun na agad kahit wala pang talagang face-to-face na duel. And speaking of face-to-face, si Mindfreak at least nakaisa pa siya doon. It's now down to a 3v3. Again, naka-force spy sila dito onto the Stingers. Yan ang hawak nila. Something very low on the HP. Kitang-kita siya nung bumaba mula hookah. Pero the crossfire has been set and PRX successfully takes that round.
That was a crucial round. They do not want to play yung 2-12 na yan if ever man. They have to keep G2 at bay. They need that one buffer round para it just helps so much mentally then. Pero tignan mo to so si Jing talagang sinend na lang talaga. He actually hits Icy with the Bucky then to make it easier para kay something. And Forsaken, pinakita niya kung bakit siya ang IGL, kung bakit siya ang flex star ng Paper X. Kaya kaninang Lotus, di natin siya nakita. Kasi talaga tagatulong lang siya. Dito sa second half ng Bind, umiinit na si Forsaken.
And that's exactly what Paper X needs actually dahil medyo nasa down bad side ngayon yung iba sa mga duelists nila dito or which is sina Something at sina Jing and much needed yung heavy firepower na kayang dalhin dito ni Forsaken kung sakali man. It's a B-side take. Agad-agad nakuha nila yung elbow dito. But Jing has to clear deeper kung gusto niyang mahanap si Jonah P na nag-aantay lang na magiging rotation ang magiging kakampi niya.
Yeah. This might not be a good idea for them to kind of chase him down, especially na may hawak siyang sheriff in hand. Magkamali lang siya ng galawan dito. One quick flick lang ni Jonah P. And this could be fatal para sa Paper Rex. Big flanks coming in ngayon para sa G2. They do clear si Jonah P dito and wala nakita si Jing on that side of the spawn. So ngayon, medyo na paano ba sabihin ito, na nakakapana ng Paper Rex na the flank is coming in pero masyadong mainit na naman si Something. Baka ma-pinch play na naman siya. Nako po! Ito na! Ay! Init! HP ni Jing. Takbo! Please, wag.
Gusto nilang labanan, gusto nilang hanapin, gusto nila yung orb, yun lang yun. Kahit na, syempre, pagdating sa round na to, kung tutuusin, 500 peso, 350 peso talaga yun, no? 350, yan yung mga pera nila.
Conversion.
Nahanap na lang nila yung kills na pwede nilang mahanap. But, honestly, gusto ko yung desisyon nila na i-pinch out dito si Jonah P. Kasi kung hindi nila makukuha yung kill na yon, hindi sila makakuha ng deeper part pagdating sa CT side. And naramdaman ata nila na since hindi lumalaban masyado si Jonah P, na baka solo player lang siya na nag-aantay ng rotate.
Fair. Very good point. Oh, something with the operator on attack. I like this. So, again, it does allow him na makapag-solo play siya ngayon. Again, it's all about that confidence play. This can actually be double-edged ngayon para sa mga viewers natin. Kung ganito ka maglaro, ang cause and effect nito is kung magaling ka tumutok, it adds to your confidence. And syempre, makakuha na isang pick. Pero pag hindi, ang laking commitment ito. But the good thing about this is, kung mag-isa ka lang, you're gravitating a lot of attention. That actually takes a lot of information then. But we'll have to see how this kind of goes. Good catch by Mind Freak. Kala nila na mag-isa si Forsaken dito, and now he can use yung thrash niya to start clearing in yung B site for the moment. Jonah P onto the corner. Meron pa ata siyang flash to kind of deter yung mga kalaban niya. But this time, si Something na magbabato na sarili niyang flash.
May trash available para kay Trent na nagtatago lang sa likuran ng smoke, pero a good showstopper mula kay Jing. Kaso nga lang, Trent also going wild here. Double kill mula sa kanya, flash to flash, at mukhang nahuli si Jonah dito nung trash na yan mula kay Something. A good take, a pulse plant for PRX kahit hindi pa na-plant.
Nakita mo kung gaano ka-clutch yun? Pareha si Something saka sino ba to? Si Davai ba? Mind Freak? Napatingin kay Jonah P. And Valen actually swung out of the smoke. Pero na-refrag agad ito, I believe, ni Mind Freak. That was so clutch. Kasi kung hindi, tingnan mo ito. Ayun o, patitingin siya smoke. Hindi nakatingin si Something doon. Kita mo yung kill feed na yan na nahuli ni Mind Freak si Valen. Napaka-importante na na-realize niya na may refrag na manggagaling dito sa G2.
Pati yung fans na na temp check pagdating dun sa round na yon. And yung iniisip ko kanina with Something holding on to an operator is that he had the trash. So malaking utility yun to play, especially pag gusto mong kumuha ng site. But he played still wonderfully when it comes to that finale. Pero tingnan muna natin, IC, ang first contact dito, he actually managed to pull up 1 kill! And the spray down from the Stinger mula kay Valen successfully takes down 2.
How many is that? 2 to 3 tayo dito. No weapon pickups para sa Paper X, pero all sheriffs in the hands ng G2. Napakahirap to be in this position. Mawawala na yung smoke onto heaven as well. So Mind Freak, he has to choose back away or reconstitute yung kanyang mga smokes dito. And he does go for the latter muna for the moment, which is a good idea ngayon. Pero syempre, hanapan na naman sila for the moment dito. Jonah P spots the 1. And si Forsaken, napakalaki ng task niya to keep Jonah P at bay while Mind Freak is keeping the other 2 then at bay by himself.
Reckoning available para sa kanya, pero mukhang nilabas na ni Trent. Oh, no! Yung trash, nahuli pa si Mind Freak. The plant isn't still there, so may time pa ba? 26 seconds to play around this para kay Forsaken. Reckoning is available, yes, pero other than that, wala na rin siyang smokes na pwedeng gamitin dito. 1 tap to force out enemy lines, pero inaantay na lang ata siyang mag-plant dito. Suray, itatakbo niya pa B. At least may space siya.
Ang problema, weapon pickup na yan para kay Jonah P. 3 versus 2 din, or 3 versus 1 din ang mangyayari ngayon. And again, Trent can just run through this.
Ay,
this
hindi
might be it.
naabot!
Oh my God. No way in hell na yun yung mangyayari na yun to push us into match point dito para sa G2.
Wow, G2 has been very diligent into really making sure na papabor sa kanila yung mga rounds na nakikita natin. And that was a thrifty round, by the way. Itong Stinger, punish mula kay Valen, did everything para ma-cancel out kung sino man yung nasa showers kanina. Comes to a point na kahit si Coach wala na siyang reaction kung hindi umiling dahil yung thrifty round na yun na nawala sa kanila is actually the match point.
I don't know what's happening ngayon. Taylor is just so confusing to be in that, into be the space na ng Paper Rex. They're just sending it out. See if the contact's gonna be working. Yan na nga, flashes are kind of good. And something, mainit-init siya dito ngayon. He's getting the picks that he needs, pero yung high tide nila kind of actually backfires in their hands. And pagkatingin mo ng settling ng dust natin dito, mag-isa na naman si Davai. Thankful enough na hawak-hawak niya yung spike. Pero again, same position na kanina nangyari dito kay Forsaken. He has time to move around, pero this also means na makakapaggalaw din ang G2 on the other side ng mapa natin, as you can see sa minimap.
And this is the difference, right? Kapag 3v1 na, the discipline will settle para sa G2 side. Di nila kailangan mag-push, di nila kailangan hanapin yung last remaining player. Just a big difference actually from PRX's style na kahit lugi o kahit mawawalan sila ng pera for the next round, hahanapin pa rin talaga nila. Inaantay na lang nila mag-tap ng spike dito si Davai and catch him probably off guard. But he was able to see one. Alam na rin na nasa B-side siya, so nandiyan na rin yung heavy rotation mula kay Valen.
He has the plant. Yeah, kailangan niya talaga laruin yung clutch na to. Oh, yeah, goodness indeed. Upos ang HP niya. Nako po. May 3 players swinging out. Kumuha sila ng onting information, patan siya, and this is just a big play, big upset coming in para sa G2. Everybody was predicting Paper X. Kahit Paper X na, syempre. Pero hindi, pinakita ng G2. Ascension team sila, they've come into Americas, and they are making statements ngayon sa Masters Shanghai.
I mean, coming out from game number 1 kanina and then seeing how game 2 and game 3 rolled out para dito sa series na to, it's such a big recovery, a hurdle na G2 had to go through. Pero they managed to pull off getting that reverse sweep, making sure na mapigilan yung mga aggressiveness ng Paper Rex dito. Forsaken didn't really pop off during Game 2 and Game 3 as well. More on the support role, knowing the agents na meron din sila dito. But the raw firepower duel, nasabi mo na kanina, nakita na natin yung mga asim plays coming in a while ago. Kapag gumagana yon, everyone is definitely surprised. You have to give it to PRX. Sila lang yung team na kayang mag-asim ng ganito, na valid dahil yun talaga yung playstyle nila. But with that kind of team G2 has, the discipline, I have to also give it to them. What a series, Asuray.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, sinabi mo na nga yan. G2 have proven themselves na kung ano kahit ano man yung ibato mo sa kanila, they're still gonna be able to bounce back so swiftly. They were able to get that best of 5 sa Leviathan before, 3-2. They were able to weather the storm sa Team Heretics, T1. Lahat yun, nag-map 3 tayo dito. And still somehow yung third map na yon, palagi nilang na-finish off in such a nice flourish right now. And they proved that against probably one of the best teams that we have right now sa VALORANT, the Paper X. G2, former guard, is just, again, creating these statements talaga. And it doesn't stop here. This means na, nasa na ba sila sa ating brackets? They're gonna be heading up sa ating upper semifinals na, and one step closer maybe sa grand finals. Grabe, G2.
Oh, grabe yung G2. Lalo na yung mga utility play nila dito, sina Trent, yung Dizzy niya, again, going back to the game itself. You see the power of the utilities, how it changes the entirety ng larong to. But with that, syempre, para mas insightful ang malalaman natin, punta tayo sa interview para sa ating winning team on the stage. Let's go.
Match interview, and now I'm joined by Jonathan from G2 with us. Would you like to say hi to our audience first?
Hello, guys. Thank you for cheering for us. It was a great game, and I'm glad we could deliver for you guys.
他说：“大家好，感谢大家今天为我们加油，我们都听到了。今天这场比赛是一场非常开心的比赛。那接下来也想问问 Jonathan 选手，因为其实，在面对 Paper Rex 这样一支大家都非常熟知的打法风格也非常激进的这样一支队伍，我们很想知道他们的准备工作到底是什么样的，才能在今天达到一个这么好的效果。So first of all, congratulations on this win. And what kind of preparations do you make before going up against such an aggressive team like Paper Rex?
The preparation, was more or less anti-strats and more just preparing ourselves to, fight people 130 into the round every round. So yeah, we just had to make a few setups to adjust to their playstyle, and it worked out except for the first map. The first map was just a warm-up game, so we appreciate them warming us up for the next two.
他说，其实对于他们来说，准备工作反而会稍微显得简单一点。对于他们来说，可能更多的就是专注于自己的比赛，准备自身的东西会更多一点。同时，可能对于打法风格也好，他们提前的设定也好，这些东西都会相应的减少。因为在面对这样一支可能打法风格相对激进的队伍的时候，可能这些的设定也会相对减少。那对于今天的第一张地图来说，他觉得对方确实打得很好。对于他们来说，他提出了一个极高的赞扬。但是，可能对于他们来说，也更像是一个热手，在热手过后也会有个很好的效果。那接下来第二个问题，因为其实对于 G2 来说，在这个赛段，可能我们都会觉得他们来到上海大师赛很像一个童话故事，因为在最开始第一赛段的时候，他们的表现并没有那么的出色。但是今天他们击败了一支非常厉害的队伍，同时来到上海大师赛，我们很想知道他们都做出了哪些转变，才能让他们现在达到这么高的一个水准，并且有这么好的一个实力。So you have had a miracle run leading up to Masters Shanghai after struggling through the beginning of Stage 1. So what was the shift you all made leading up to now and making it here to this event?
I'd say the biggest shift for us was just confidence, mentality, and just staying positive even when we're getting destroyed. Like especially today, if this was in kickoff and we were down, we lost the first map, 11-1 first half, we would be mentally boomed. So it's just the difference from that to now is incredible, and that's the reason why we can pull off these wins, just like T1 and now this.
他说，其实对于他们来说，更多的可能还是变得更加自信了，他们的变化，而且他们的心态变得更加稳定了。尤其其实是拿今天的这张地图、今天的比赛来做例子，在第一张地图，他们可能是一个极大的劣势，11-1。当时这样的劣势结束的时候，当时他可能会觉得，如果回到了在起点赛的时候，以他们的心态，他们可能当时就会觉得完了，这局比赛我们是赢不了了。但是在现在，他们可以更好的调整心态，更好的调整自己的状态，从而达到一个更好的实力。去结束比赛，我们在今天也看到了。那最后，今天献上了这么一场精彩的比赛，在场的观众们能不能再给一些掌声给JONAP选手呢？那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束了。That's all for our interview. Thanks for joining and congratulations on the upcoming matches.
Thank you, appreciate it.
那让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来，拜拜。
Here we go. PaperX versus G2, our second day of playoffs, and it's going to be a clash of styles.
PaperX has picked to play them in the playoffs, and they have a chance to make an upset happen.
Self pushed up here into heaven, something finding one. Playing ring around the rosy here, sees the gun barrel of one, swing out, finds it, swap over the classic, and something gets the 4K Red Bull clutch. And there's Jing now arriving, making his presence known. Angel sent, there's nowhere to go but forward, but it's into something who collapsed them. Entry from Icy, able to find one, but now something strikes. 2 kills, tries to swap over, pick him up after the up trap. It's PaperX taking split, 13-7. Jing now all the way in behind Rubble, takes out Leaf, takes out another. Looks to try to find Trent, but Trent will finally put him down. Now Divide dead. Entry coming through, Forsaken not ready for it. Needs to have the headshot, needs to be snappy, but he can't quite make it happen still.
Oh my god.
Jing, oh my god, sniped out of the sky is Icy. Comes up with 2. Icy dead, but finds himself another elimination. In towards B, but do they rebalance position? So far, they have not. And now he strikes, finds the first one, Mind Freak, trying to take him down, but something falls. Jing marks, gets the bite, and Trent will find the kill. It's a very aggressive space, but he's only able to find one. Boss, swing out, Forsaken, gone to the fuse, being held, paint shells in. And Leap will get the final kill. G2, the timeout works a treat. They take down PaperX on Lotus, 13-10. We're going to bind. Allen just pushing his way forward into the site, able to collect 2 kills. Something will get one more as a parting gift. There's the push. Forsaken able to find one, tucks into the corner, sends down that cove. They try to play a little bit more elusively in the Dizzy now. Trent able to play off that one. Showstopper now through, and they're so ready for it.
They're going to use the Cove and a bunch of flashes, but they're ready. They're playing anti the
that
whole
opener
way.
once again. Says throw whatever you have at me. I will bear through it. I will shut you down. Now opens up, tries to find the shot. Forsaken able to come away with one.
Wow.
Then he gets a second. Leaf now dead, and Forsaken swaps to the classic.
Oh, no.
Reckoning sent, but he's got to get the spike planted. I think he might have just been a second too late. Just a hair off as the push coming through, and there is a thrifty G2 get their win, 13-5. They keep themselves in the upper bracket. They say to Paper X, you asked for this, you picked us.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to day 7 of Masters Shanghai and our second playoff match of the day. It's EDG, Edward Gaming, taking on Team Heretics. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside once again with Mimi and Kukuka to break it all down. The fans are starting to load into the building. They're excited to see their hometown squad take the stage. But I mean, this is like the last shot for the Chinese hopefuls as well.
I mean, this has been the day that I think everyone has been waiting for. People have been showing up to every game thus far. They've been rooting for the other teams. But EDG is the team of Shanghai. You go out on the street, you'll see people wearing their jerseys. They are the ubiquitous squad of the CN region, and they have their chance to start making a mark here on the global stage.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going up against a team, Heretics, that, you know, has had their ups and downs, probably not coming in the best form for the tournament without meeting, but hey, they've been looking pretty good. And who would have told us that we would get Wood versus Kangkang, like on a day like this one.
So exciting there. So to give everyone a recap, you may not be aware, but this is going to be that last stand for the Chinese region, as both of the other Chinese teams, DRG as well as FPX, have been eliminated. But this squad is #1 for a reason, and this is their 5th straight global qualification. When you think about this team in their region, truly the word that comes to mind is oftentimes unstoppable with the way that they play.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they've also evolved a bit since we saw them last time. I think that there is a barrier that they have to cross. Maybe making it straight into playoffs is going to give them a little bit more time to cool down and maybe learn a little bit about their opponents. But I really like the fact that they're, changing into new compositions. They're learning so fast. Their growth is so exponential that they should be top of their game right now.
But it's been back-to-back 5th, 6th finishes. That's been the barrier that they haven't been able to break. So the goal for this event for EDG is simple. Win in front of the home crowd. Yeah. If they can break through that barrier and do it here in Shanghai, in the region they represent, it would be the best moment for these guys. It's been what they've been working at for these last 5 global events that they've attended.
I couldn't agree more there. Now, today, all eyes are going to be on Kangkang. Yinsu did manage to sit down with the star duelist ahead of Masters for a quick chat. Let's go ahead and take a look.
We're in Shanghai, so of course we gotta take a second to have a chat with the one and only Kangkang. I've got Luna Dujing here to do some translations for me now. We've done this many times, Kangkang, in many different countries, but this is the first time that we're gonna be doing this, having a huge international tournament in your home region. So how does it feel?
就第一次在家门口的国际大赛，对我来说应该是特别激动的，因为以前从来都没有那种感受，就是能够在家门口与很多不同地区的选手同台竞争嘛，所以说这是第一次，然后真的特别激动。
Because this is the first time that the first international tournament held in our home region, and I feel like there are so many players from different regions will come to Shanghai, so it feels really different and exciting. About it.
I'm super excited to see you guys play. But of course, you've also played in front of many fans, different fans, European fans, American fans, Japanese fans. So tell me, what are the fans here going to be like? Are they going to cheer for other teams too, outside of CN?
就是中国的一些粉丝，他们虽然说就也支持自己国家，就是自己赛区的选手嘛。然后与此同时，他们也有自己喜欢的队伍，就像 FIL 啊、Fnatic 啊，他们很喜欢那些很有个性、很愿意去表达自己的一些选手。然后其实我能够感觉到，因为我知道，就是 VCTCN 的那些观众，他们在台下，每次我们在 VCT 联赛、CN 联赛的时候，他们都会欢呼得很大声。所以说，我觉得他们不会吝啬自己的欢呼声去给别的赛区的一些选手，对。
Because the fans from China, we can see that they're not only just cheering for the VCT teams from the VCT League. They also have their their favorite teams from other league, just like Fnatic or PRX and other teams. Of course, they will cheering for all of them. And because we play in VCTC, and we can always feel their enthusiasm, feel their passion on the stage. So of course, they will cheering for them.
I mean, if you play Paper X or Fnatic, that's going to be really interesting to see who they cheer for. Now, lastly, we've seen many different versions of Kangkang in the past. Even your hair, it changes very often from tournaments. Sometimes you op, sometimes you play rifle, sometimes, you play agents, we don't expect you. So what kind of Kangkang are we going to see in this tournament? What can we expect from you?
我觉得其实马德里的康康就比较 内敛一点，因为我觉得我头发长了过后会显得比较乖，但是我剪短了头发之后，就是其实我感觉会有2个人格，然后我剪短头发过后，另外一个人格就比较狂、比较外放、比较嚣张的那种人格就会出现吧，然后也正好在比赛场上去感受一下，再次感受一下。就像大家会说我剪了寸头，会想回到东京那个时候，我觉得并不是。其实我想在上海有一个新的起点。
Feels like when I was in Master Madrid, when my hair was longer, feel like it's like 2 different personality of me. At the time, my hair is longer. Maybe I looks like not that outgoing. But now I cut my hair with different hairstyle. Now seems like I'm more outgoing, more wild. So maybe some people will see that I cut my hair. If I want to go back to the Master Tokyo, I want to find the old me, I want to say it's not like that. I just want a new start in this Master Shanghai.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Luna, for translating. 谢谢康康，加油，我们加油。
谢谢。
That's the same excuse that I give myself as well. You know, that's why I have no hair. It's because I want a new start.
I mean, that's a sick metaphor,
It actually is.
You get a new start every week.
Yes, exactly.
No, but seriously for a second, every interview with Kang Kang, I feel like he's just so
He's just
cool.
dropping some heat, bro.
He's just so cool.
Dropping heat.
Like the answers he gives. This guy has been to so many of these events, going all the way back. The streak started at Champs Istanbul in 2022, and they have come time and again to these international stages and lost to international teams, but now they're at home.
Yeah.
And this is their chance to really show who they are, show who the Chinese region is, show that what they can achieve on their own home soil.
Yeah, well, you could see the young man on that screen right there is another breakout star, just like the way that Kang Kang was experiencing that same success when we saw him take the world stage for the first time. It's actually going to be Woot, and this is a battle that none of us coming into this event were particularly expecting, given that, you know, Mini Boo's on the team and so on and so forth. But now that Woot stepping in to that primary duelist role, Kakuka, we are getting essentially a clash of these young titans here on the stage, which is going to be so exciting.
It's funny how similar their stats are.
I love a narrative. That is what's so crazy. Kang Kang should be on like his element here. And Woot is just an insanely talented, super young player.
And confident.
Exactly. Yes. He has everything. He's the whole package. This man right here on the left came in as a flex player. And this tournament, he made it out of the Swiss stage with the highest ACS, the highest ADR, the highest kill per round. He's got every single thing. Round after round, you don't see him shake. You don't see him flinch. You just see him on the left side of the kill.
It's just how he approached it, too. He approached it with this very just confident demeanor about himself that you don't normally see in a player his age at this stage, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, I think it's also impressive how well he like fit into the team's
it's like
ideas,
a glove.
right? He's so experienced being that initiator, setting his teammate Mini Boo up, that when he swapped onto Duelist, it felt like all the same executes, all the same mid-round reclears. This team has a really deep playbook, but despite that, despite the fact that he's slotting into a new role, it just has seemed seamless for this guy.
I mean, I'm just surprised of what they're able to pull out. I think that also some other player that we need to talk about is Rians. I think that he is playing beautifully, and he's probably one of the reasons why Woot is playing like this. Not to mention Patty Tech, like the impact that he's finding in every single round for Heretics. It hasn't been easy, right?
There's a lot of support there for him, right? There's even been some support of his teammate online, the guy he's replacing.
Yes.
Mini Boo's even come out online and talked about it. He's like, hey, Woot, by the way, buddy, you can just keep playing it if you want.
Yeah, exactly. What are you gonna tell him, right? Also, you just remember, right? It's the first time that he's actually in the global stage.
Yeah.
But he's all right. He'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tweet right here, as a matter of fact. Yeah, Woot, you just played Duelist fully.
Sometimes you gotta concede. Sometimes you gotta give in.
my guy is just so humble. He knows exactly what the team needs, and the team needs more Woot in their life.
They do.
Just like his name.
But there's still a lot to prove. I think a lot of their games have been very defined
Does
by.
He need to prove it as a duelist?
No, No, Woot, absolutely not. He's proven it game after game. I mean, the last match they played, I think he was plus 28 to pull off the win against FPX. He's insane. But we have seen some trouble with this team. Against G2, they crumbled. They start making some mistakes. Like, it's still not the team that I'm in like the full form, ready to say that this is like a top 4 squad at the event. But you see the moments. You see the coordination. You see good reads. You see Woot playing the way he is. Team Heretics is the ultimate team with potential that could go on like a dark horse run here.
Yeah, exactly. And do not forget, after the result that we had on the first match, only 100 Thieves from the first seeds has managed to win their first encounter.
That's crazy.
So just, you know, I'm saying that all the stars are aligning.
Hey, it could very well look that way. Maybe not. We'll find out. But for now, though, let's go ahead and hear from Woot himself as Mika's standing by.
Hey, I'm here right now with Woot of Team Heretics. Now, last week, Woot, we saw you debut as duelist, and you did amazing, but now you will be up against potentially one of the most popular duelists, and it is going to be on his home court. So how are you feeling about that?
I'm really excited to play against Kang, but I think it's a good chance to prove myself, and I will prove myself in the game.
Well, good luck. We're excited to see that matchup, too.
Literally the response.
The eye contact with the camera. He just, like, what? How does
I love how everything's being analyzed like he does.
I am very happy to go up against him. I'm ready.
My boy's cold-blooded out there, man.
Training this guy.
I mean, when I was his age, I was way more pimply and did not have the confidence he had. Yeah, that too. I was not very bright kid.
How old is he?
It's like
he
what?
just turned 18. He couldn't play in the league.
Yeah.
That is, I had forgotten about that because he's just playing so well. But literally, that's why they didn't have him at Madrid.
Across the globe, talking about all these players, and he was watching from home because he hadn't even finished high school. Like, he was just 15.
Wild
this
stuff
team
there.
is so young. Los Niños. They're like all these new players who have stepped up in the last few years, and Uncle Boo on the team.
Uncle Boo, the best one.
I just think it's so impressive that these guys are so young and that this team is so well put together that they don't look shaken at all against these great teams on a big stage. But I do think today's a big test against that home crowd against EDG.
But they've also done this a few times now, right? They've been in the blender a few times against some of the other Chinese teams.
They've played them both.
They've played them both. So they've
both.
essentially had to deal with that hometown energy that was being given to their opponents. And, you know, like, they still managed to rise to the occasion when the moment calls for a Kukuk. I think, like, that is the thing about this team. No one was really sure what we were going to get out of them, especially with Minibu not being here. But what we got is a team that knows how they want to play with the pieces that they have right now.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, it's very complicated to, you know, hear all the crowd cheering for the other team. Nothing personal, we have to say, you know?
Of course.
It's just the matches that they were given. But time after time, they've also been under a lot of pressure. I think that playing an opponent like FPX, when you add in that crowd factor, is what could have set the tone and the difference.
Yeah, it absolutely can. I also think that, well, EDG is the best team from the CN region. We see a lot of similarities. I think especially in the way they call their attacking sides. Most of the CN teams play a lot of these really slow, like 4-1, like they're like 3-1-1 defaults, and are just late round going into hard hits. And that's really similar to how FPX play. I think it's a little bit more refined with EDG. You see more variety where we're going for some harder hits sometimes, and you see less of the silly rounds where they're fully running down the clock and losing out. But there are still similarities. You can't give things away in the mid round when you're a defender. And I think Team Heretics have to be used to that style by now, which could be an advantage today.
Yeah, it could very well be.
Yeah, still the problem is, of course, we have seen some maps from them, but just remember what happened on Split, for example, right?
Against G2.
Yes. It's a map that we understand that some things are not ready, are not prepared, some things you don't even expect to even, you know, get to that third map. It's a very unlucky situation to be in, but we can understand that they're just not ready in some aspect.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, as a matter of fact, we'll go ahead and hear from Woot because funny thing is that he actually doesn't want to play duelist. This is his Omen player moment. Check it out.
Hey guys, I am Woot from Heretics. Probably because of the ice packs, I lost my 5 years from my life. Like, it was so stressful. Also, like, playing duelist is making me like so nervous and making so much pressure on me. So I just want to play flex, not duelist. I'm so happy to play against Chinese teams because the Crow is going insane. Also, they are playing good and different. So we are just so happy to win against them and get the playoff.
I don't think he hears him. Oh, but now he's giving his position away. Now he knows where he is. Meanwhile, Mood on the other side with 4. Lysor drops one. Can he 1v3 to close this out? No! The ace for Woot!
About Kang, we pranked 2 times. It was so close match. I think he didn't tiff me, but I didn't tiff him as well, so he's strong, I know, but we will see in the match. Like, about my performance, I'm really proud of myself because it's international event. It's like 2nd biggest event of Valorant. And I was watching it when I was younger, when I was 15. So I'm just playing here and dropping 17 3 maps. So I'm so proud of myself. We're really missing you, Minibu. And we love you. And we are waiting for you for stage 2. We will just do our best for you, bro.
Of course, the team playing for their teammate, but again, it's just that confidence from him.
He was 15 when Valorant was out?
Yeah. That's how time works.
I need him to be my life coach.
Really?
Yeah, like, did you see, like, of course, I'm super proud of myself, you know? I dropped 73 maps. I'm not supposed to be doing this.
Man.
Also, by the way, we miss you. We can't wait to have you back. How is this guy so
Guy straight
happy?
up just says, I'd rather play Flex. Like, yeah.
The player he reminds me of is Zekken. Both really young, both started their Valorant careers super early and really stepped up into teams, proved the ability to play a variety of different roles and also to perform at a super high level consistently. I think that is kind of there's so many players like this in Valorant. It's honestly shocking that we keep finding new talent like this and they keep being able to show up to this big of a stage
until next year.
and play at this level.
All I'm saying is there's a kid right now that's watching this show and thinking to themselves, that's going to be me one day. Woot was that kid.
We can't wait. We can't wait to be talking about
We can't wait till you show up and pop off on the main stage because I have a feeling it's going to happen sooner rather than later. Unbelievable, seriously. And we're seeing the results come in from the poll. Obviously, some Heretics fans in the chat sounding off, but this is going to be a tough one. You know, we don't want to sugarcoat it. EDG, they got to be coming into this one as the heavy favorite given the circumstances of Heretics, but also it's EDG.
Yeah, EDG is definitely the favorite into this matchup. In front of their home crowd, with time to warm up, with some great performances in stage 1 for China, this is their chance to start a run.
Time to warm up, but outside of the server. Heretics, yes, they still have a lot to prove, a lot to improve as well. But, you know, they've had a very good run so far.
Indeed they have. Can that run continue? That's what's going to be on all of our minds. Can EDG quell the fire that burns within Team Heretics? Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage and bring out our squads. It's the hometown heroes versus the plucky underdogs. You got Team Heretics taking on EDG, and this crowd is surely going to be on the side of the #1 Chinese team, and everyone has been anticipating this one, the battle between Woot and Kong, what we're going to see between the ideas of these two squads, and here's your series layout: Sunset, Split, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over to Breeze.
Time after time, Heretics just wants to go to Sunset. We understand. We saw it the other day. It's the second one that I'm extremely concerned about. I understand very well why EDG wants to go into this.
Yeah, the last time we saw this from Heretics was against G2, and they really fell apart. I think Pat Attack on the Raze and kind of the ideas between the teams, it looked shaky. It looked on the fly. It looked unpracticed, and that shouldn't be a surprise. This team said going into the Start of Swiss stage, they only had 1 day of practice. Now they've had 2 more, and they've had some matches to warm up. But still, this is a a squad who made a last-minute substitution, who has that kind of chip on their shoulder, but who also I think can play with nothing to lose because of that against an EDG who has so much pressure on them.
But hear me out. You're Heretics. You've made it this far. Are you really going to count yourself out? I don't think so. Like,
but I
now
think
you
there's
want
a difference between counting yourself out and realizing that there's not pressure for us to go on a run and we can just play our damnedest. I think that's a mentality that's brought them this far already.
I think that they can see themselves as winners.
I mean, they most definitely could, right? I mean, look, everyone's here in this competition for a reason. These are, from stage 1 to now, these are the best teams of the stage. They have fought tooth and nail to get to this point, right? But I think that at the end of the day, when you break down both sides of the field here, Heretics, they're going to be playing with house money, right? They've made it this far in this tournament, to your point, Mimi. So they can't just keep going with that more.
I mean, that mentality won champions for EDG last year. We've seen it before. And I really think that this tournament, when I'm watching EDG, is about managing expectations and managing pressure. You have this massive crowd. People have been waiting for you to come and step up, and they're starting on a bang. It's a comp change for EDG. They're taking a page out of their compatriots FPX's book and going for a double controller comp with an Astra and an Omen. I've never seen a comp like this before on Sunset.
I mean, I have to say, this is the same that they were running. They just changed the Viper for the Astra. They want a little bit more of style utility. Maybe they understand that the changes might be too extreme. Now,
natapos na ang laban ng PaperX at G2. Dito tayo sa ating second series. EDG naman, saka Heretics ang I think iniintay natin si Kang. Nandito na naman sa ating main stage.
Oo, sabi nga nila sa interview, di ba? Papalit-palit ng hairstyle at kung ano-ano pa. But in the end, home court advantage to, Azuray. So for sure, yung crowd natin dito mag-wild para sa kanilang sinusuportahang team. And I'm quite excited to see kasi syempre parang underdogs pa rin kung iisipin natin itong Team Heretics dahil wala nga yung isa sa mga members nila, which is nag-break lang saglit, ika nga. Nagpahinga lang ng kaunti. But they've been hyping up Wood here. Tignan natin kung kaya niya mag-perform, especially sa ganito kalaking stage kung saan Masters na nga ang lalaroin niya. But jumping into the game, ang first map nga natin dito, Azuray, is Sunset.
And this is a curveball din kasi sinabi na rin ng panel na this is a different comp na nakita natin compared sa ginagawa before ng EDG. And Astra na I think has actually lost a lot of favor over time. No, Taylor, kasi we've been seeing
gumagamit.
Tama, we've been seeing a lot more of yung standard Omen, Brimstone, Viper, and maybe the occasional Astra, Clove na nilalabas ng FPX.
Well, maybe dahil yung Viper isa na lang daw yung Snakebite, but nonetheless, tingnan natin kung ano mangyayari pagdating sa composition na to. Siyempre, double smoke pa rin yan kung iisipin natin. Little bit of a pre-fire towards mid. Lots of damages actually, papunta sa parehas na team dito, but not a single kill so far.
Yeah, no sustain whatsoever on either side, and so lang top off sa health dito. EDG now slowly working their way onto mid. Kang, no nades in hand anymore, or excuse me, si Wood, no more nades in hand as well. Throw of the flash. Nice bait switch dito para kay Boo. Siya yung nag-ingay para makakuha ng kill dito si Wood. Now having that nade, forces them back ngayon, Taylor, and Heretics actually have a very solid round. 3 kills na agad dito si Wood, and he's not done. Titingin pa siya, makakahanap pa siya ng ace kung kakayanin man. Maybe the 4K na lang as it is down to Howdong. Clutch extraordinaire. Problema, medyo mainit na sa simula. Sa pistol pa lang ang ating Heretics, and that's gonna be the 4K para kay Wood.
Gandang bait and switch, sabi mo nga, di ba? I mean, the control when it comes to just the default play. Alam mo, kaya mong i-hold yung choke point. Meron ka pang nade na pwedeng gamitin. He also saw where Kang was actually waiting, and no one really checked para dito sa posisyon na to, para dun sa sabay-sabay sana nilang labas. Parehas sila ng tinignan towards city side. But again, dahil nga dun nanggagaling yung ingay, dun mapupunta yung focus mo. On this pistol, Team Heretics, sila ang makakakuha ng unang puntos. An initial, obviously, upgrade mula sa mga players nila. Isa naka-guardian, yung iba naka-bulldog.
Hindi fist bump eh. Team clap eh. Yung ginawa nung nilawot.
Appear. Appear nakasama. Appear disappear. Pero sino ba ang mag-disappear pagdating dito? Bunch of players when it comes to B main as well. Lalaroan nila yung trip war na yan. But damage has been done towards Howdong. 30 HP para sa kanya. Habang ang Team Heretics, it's more of a waiting game dahil alam nila lamang sila sa barrel. But look at that timing. Ang gandang kill mula kay Chichu, pero masasagot pa nila as Patitech was able to kill one more. And now we are down to a 3v1. Nasa corner lang si Smoggy. May chance pa ba? Classic lang ang hawak-hawak na dito. Cannot really pick up any guns at all. And Boo, ready to push in with just a ghost.
I like the reposition, pero hindi hayaan ni ni paring Boo. Mabu.
Sumasayaw pa si Woot. Sige na, i-diffuse nyo na. Ano bang hinahanap nyo? Ghost na skin na gusto nila. 2-0 para sa Team Heretics. Pero usually naman yung mga first half pistol round natin. Kumbaga, temp check pa lang. Talking stage pa lang nila. Adjustment pa lang. Alam mo yun, di kagaya ninyo.
Oo, ano na? Nandito na.
Nandito na. Ay, nako. Showstopper ready, by the way. Round 3.
2 rounds pa lang yan.
Kaya ata hindi siya bumili para sa round na to eh. Kaya gagamitin niya ata agad tong showstopper. Kung sakali man, meron silang maspatan sa B main. Pero mukhang wala pa so far. Slow play mula sa side ng EDG. Full buy round, finally.
Yeah. Pero syempre, big threats overall. Iwas muna ng mga one-way smoke dito. Pag sinugod nila yan at na-flash sila, one wrong step, sabi na nga, could actually lead into such a big ult use play dito from Heretics. Pero the thing was, EDG, are they expecting na yung si Woot nag-play ng A site? Maybe because of that one-way smoke. There's just little information para ma-work around ng EDG dito. Pero if they try to go for this B site, Woot's gonna be here. Ang ganda ng timing niya, pero hindi mahuhuli dito si Haodong as he pushes forward. Could go for the connection, pero that will be Benji Fishy na makakuha ng refrag. 1-for-1. Spike's gonna get started to be maybe planted, pero hindi. As Reigns comes in with the shots of the Paranoia. And dust settling, 3 versus 2. Di pa tapos ang laban, pero medyo magastos na itong round na to para sa EDG.
Medyo magastos nga. Hindi pa sila nakakapag-plant ng spike dito, really. With 12 HP remaining, sabi nga natin, walang sustain sa parehas na team. It is what it is, sabi nga nila. But that nade, I think, balak ata niyang pa-bounce off yun kahit papano. And it seems like, with 20 seconds, dito nila sisimulan yung plant. Paranoia, saktong-sakto sa mukha ni Kangkang. Chichu, very low na. Hindi pa rin nila natuloy yung plant ng spike dahil gusto nilang mag-trade dito. But si Smoggy na lang ang naiiwan with 8 seconds remaining onto the clock. And that's the kill from Patitech. Converted pati yung bonus round.
Yeah, EDG struggling to find that contact. Medyo natakot sila dun sa showstopper ni Woot dito. Sure, he doesn't get the kill. Pero ang nangyari ngayon is yung cause and effect nun. Na-force or na-feel ng EDG na kaya nilang i-force up yung kanilang contact dito, which sort of did work. Pero look at how good yung flash play ni Patitech and Boo have been. Yung paranoia niya, gets the pick. Nag-flash si Patitech gamit ang kanyang flashlight, nakuha siya ulit ng pick. So yung follow-up punish na ginagawa dito ng Heretics is well on point na hindi ito ma-reciprocate ng EDG.
Uy, an initial push, aggression mula kay Kangkang dito. Not really working out in his favor. Haodong, please, nakakuha siya ng isang kill away from Team Heretics. Pero lahat sila upgraded guns na pagdating sa round na to. Might be difficult to really push out through that smoke. Sobrang low pa nila. And yun na nga, may nade na kasama. But Chichu still successfully takes one down. 5 piso ang HP ng mga to. Pag na-clutch to, Asuray, bibigyan kita ng bundle. Sama mo na si Gwen, pati yung bagong skin.
Oh, kalau sabi niya na, sige. Alright. I mean, this is still pretty doable. Especially with Chichu na nakahawak ng sheriff niya. The only big problem is medyo ubusan tayo ng oras dito kasi syempre they're not expecting really the flanks and so on and so forth. Chichu's gonna go create na lang yung fake smoke plays. Pero ang pinaka-problema nila is may camera pa din si Benji Fishy on that B side. Sure, again, nandiyan yung mga fake smokes ni Chichu, but time has to be set properly. Ang problema din is, kita mo yung camera kung nasa naka-place si Benji.
30 seconds left.
Not sure kung makikita niyo yung pag-push sa boba, but that should be able to if mag-overpush din si Haodong. So we'll see how this kind of goes.
Pasag na yung tripwire. This gives info para sa ibang mga miyembro ng Team Heretics to go for the rotate, especially once na marinig nila na spike has been finally planted. It's a 2v3. Kailangan tumama itong sheriff shots na to bago pa sila mabarel. Pero mukhang nagsama-sama na lang din ang mga players ng Team Heretics dito. They know they're all low, but then Rians, siya lang ang kailangan para mahanap yung last two remaining players. Well, at least nakapag-plant sila. Value pa rin.
Yeah, sayang. Wala tayong wala tayong skin. Pero naramdaman ko na eh. Naramdaman ko na may pagkaasa pa dun eh.
Sayang guys, sorry Mabawi na lang tayo sa next clutch natin mga tropa. But a hold pagdating dito sa players ng Team Heretics, especially nakita na natin yung swap na nag-try sila mag-A, nag-try sila mag-B, yung showstopper play kanina. Benji Fishy has the possession of the camera na malalaman niya agad kung may B main kanina eh. So, this is Team Heretics just really playing out on the information and really making sure na all angles covered and may trade silang makukuha.
Yeah, 100% agree. This is just, again, and this is such a strong showing din para sa Heretics where I think nakikita natin how confident they are in two ways. Yung una is Benji Fishy, si Woot na push comes to shove, pag natake sila ng EDG, okay lang siya, susugod lang siya, papalagan niya, and he's able to convert. But then, you go to the other side ng Heretics dito, and yung support system ngayon ni Woot is absolutely stellar. Kita mo yung smoke plays na nilabas ni Boo and the rest of the team, yung Cypher Cage ni Benji Fishy, it all works in the favor for Woot ngayon, and he's standing tall with 7 kills already for his name.
Wala pa rin tayong kanina, yung fight lang na mid na nakita natin is during the time na medyo pistol round pa tayo. So, I'm quite curious to see if meron bang change of pacing na magmumula sa EDG, especially when you take mid, you have a good number of options kung saan ka pupunta, even when it comes to the rotations itself. Pero one step at a time, sabi nga ng EDG, especially coming out from a timeout na nakita natin kanina. What changes could they make? May trash available para sa kanila to make this take happen kung sakali man. But on the other hand, Team Heretics also has Hunter's Fury here available.
Yeah, they can play very far back on Heretics. They know that they can just wait for it, diba? Push comes to shove.
And they know there's a trash.
Yeah, yun nga eh. So, muna.
Ooh,
kalmado
I like the
muna
change
tayo
of
kalmado.
traps here, though. Kasi alam na nila na laging nasa B main. Alam nila na kailangan nila maglabas ng utility para mabasag to. And it's a quick change up mula kay Benji Fishy. And if you do that a lot of times na hindi pa rin mabasa nung kalaban, it makes it a lot more difficult. Mapipilitan sila mag-slow.
Yeah, and this is on the flip side then, because walang Sova dito yung EDG, kailangan nilang i-convert yung paint shells to actually break that. Tapos pag sana kung nilayo niya masyado, parang sayang siya compared sa isang sa shock dart. Any case, ito na nga, trash activated agad. Si Woot, not gonna get spotted. Wow, what a conversion. Paranoia on the top. Si Boo, makakahanap sa medyo sumasatchel na kaangkang dito. And this is still EDG without any time left remaining. 10 seconds na lang para makapag-plant sila. Manglalason na lang si Woot ngayon and they still have to start holding on. Pero ito ang specialty ng EDG. Ang mga 10-second plays na ganito. And they still have time. No, hindi! Heretics actually bought enough. Wait, no. They actually do have time.
It's the post plant right now. And nobody, di niya kailangan patayin to dahil si Chishu nakaabang na rin doon sa posisyon na yan. And like you said, 10 seconds in, at nagawa pa rin nila itong i-plant. They try to clear out default here for Team Heretics. That nade doesn't really catch anyone and move out of position. Pero ito na yung flash nag-settle. And Chichu, malaki yung ambag niya pagdating sa round na to. He was able to really catch up on the players na gustong patayin yung mga nasa forward position.
Grabe. Hindi ko in-expect. Akala ko actually Heretics bought enough time.
5 seconds nila pinland, man.
Oh nga, but look at this, this re-engage para sa EDG, Literal na, they had no time, no more space to make errors ngayon, Taylor. And they had to go clutch. And they did. Tignan mo naman yung mga fans.
That was super clutch though. Super scary actually dahil isang pigil lang dun sa nagpa-plant ng spike. The round is finally over. But remember, ginamit nila yung utility play nila dito sa ibang bagay. Kangkang on the other hand, going again for elbow play pero walang mahahanap yung showstopper niya. Lahat ng space sa inyo na yan.
Yeah. At least he's making sure na hindi yung backside but rather yung link pati itong corner, yung safe spot ng pagplant ng spike is gonna be contained, which they're perfectly fine with. Smoke's about to dissipate na and nakapag-pocket na dito to see nobody. Buti na lang hindi siya makatakas. Nahuli siya, naspatan siya, naramdaman siya ng Heretics ngayon and there's like 4 players coming in around this corner. This is gonna overwhelm EDG. Howdong allows them to go through Percy Smoggy. Papalag ng onte. He has to go big against Woot and Reens, which is not gonna happen, Taylor, and that's gonna be a clap back para sa, or rather from Heretics.
It helps a lot when you have that double initiator. Ang bilis mo makakuha ng info, ng intel, kahit a distraction play even, dun sa simpleng recon bolt natin. I mean, at the end of the day, alam niya pa rin yung posisyon, but nonetheless, like you said, na-overwhelmed din yung EDG. Once nawala or nag-dissipate yung smoke na yun, it was 4 players waiting for someone to punish. Mapapunta man sa A-main, mapasite man yan. There's just too much players to really cover para sa kanila. And even with the spray down, it still wouldn't connect. And a good reaction from the side of Team Heretics, lalo na knowingly na may showstopper si Kangkang dito. They're willing to give that space and make the retake happen instead.
Yeah, just overall great reads para sa Heretics nga. So moving forward then, EDG can't be too haphazard sa pag-push nila and everything else. Forced na a little bit yung kanilang economy dito. So you can see with Howdong just sporting yung kanyang share. Balik na naman sa tripwire na nakita natin dito. Reens not having na yung kanyang ultimate pero one activation of that trip lang and makaka-pop through smoke na ang Heretics dito. Not actually happening just yet. They actually do get the spike planted down for EDG. This could work in their favor. The double swing for Howdong and teammate pero hindi mangyayari ito. Nobody has to go big pero hindi kakayanin. Pop shots through the smoke, not gonna be enough. And this is the time na ilabas na naman ni Wood ang kanyang showstopper.
Oh, it's literally free fires through the smoke. Hanapin na lang natin yung isang kalaban, but nonetheless, it's already a defuse para sa side ng Team Heretics. Ganda ng retake capabilities ng team na to. I mean, you have all the utility to force out positions from EDG, but if you think about it, nabibigyan din nila ng pag-iisip dito yung EDG na akala nila naipit na nila si Reigns dito ng tuluyan. But they weren't prepared at all that Benji, Fishy plus Patty Tech was also waiting behind that cosmic divide na alam naman natin hindi tumatagos yung bala mo. So, a quick decision-making from Team Heretics to try and save this specific spot managed to land them a lot of good kills.
Yeah, and the thing is, there wasn't any utility na EDG through para ma-make sure na clear yung corner na yon. So,
wala naman silang Sova for a recon, so
yeah,
I mean, what it is.
Mosh pit, diba? Would have been pretty good if ever man. Pero I think, the thing was, EDG was probably just willing na lang to take that fight. Problema na lang was, you're absolutely right. Hindi nila expect na there was an extra player in that particular spot. Dalawa ang kinalaban nila and because of that, na-overwhelm ang EDG and Heretics just playing such a stellar game. And sabihin ko na lang din, may nilalaro kaming prediction sa Twitter ngayon and mukhang sira ang predictions ko this entire day.
No, ma-hurt si Azuray. Kailangan manalo ng EDG dito, guys, para successful pa rin ang win rate ng ating predictions dyan. But as you see, it's the same format. For Team Heretics, if I don't get a pick, then take the space. I don't mind. But yung setup nila pagdating sa retake dito, nagbabago ang lahat. Yung trash, nakakuha ba ng isa? Mukhang hindi, pero nobody able to follow up with 1 kill here. But it's a 3v3 with Kangkang very low. Yung from the shadows, nagamit na rin dito. It's cancelled out. Mapapabalik kahit papano Kangkang. Good for 1. 36 HP remaining. Kailangan niya spray down dito para kay Reigns. Pero now, I think it's more of a bait and switch for this post plant.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Ano nila, he's off on the spike. Has to go for the swing. 9 bullets na lang natitira para kay Reese dito. And he has to go for the half defuse. Ayaw pa rin sa talaga nito ng EDG. They're hard reading yung situation kay Taylor. And how is this working? Full defuse and that could have been catastrophic. Pero syempre, kakainin ng buhay ang remaining players with that explosion from the spike.
I do like the decision making also from EDG na hindi muna magpakita si Smoggy. Makikita mo yung worry para doon sa last remaining player ng Team Heretics na asan ba yung Omen? Bakit hindi ko pa rin siya nakikita at si Chicho lang yung nakikita ko dito? And it was such a good plan to a point na napilitan siyang i-check din yung aiming kung sakaling nakapag-rotate na yung isang player dito ng EDG. 6-2, they take the space, they take rounds here, but it's still a lot of rounds they have to recover back.
Well, 4 rounds. Perfect ang kailangan nila kung gusto nila maka-reset for that 6-6. Whoever man. I think na-realize na natin ng EDG na hindi pa sila successful sa B plays nila. Sure, medyo rough yung A, but that's been the best one so far. So they're kind of just, again, allotting forces. If it ain't broke, don't fix. So yun yung galawan ngayon ng EDG for the moment. Just quiet before the storm muna tayo dito. And Heretics actually very patient din in throwing out yung utility nila. They're very tipid. But at the same time, it is enough to actually force back EDG once again.
And you see the difference even when it comes to the Cypher camera setup here. It's not much of a mid control that we're looking at mula sa EDG from the start, but having that cam set up there, at least you're able to see kung meron pang magmamarket o may maglo-lurk pa dito na manggagaling pagdating sa mid. Pero kailangan nilang basagin tong trip war na to kung sakasakali man. That's the first step and that's already done with. Magpa-plant na si Wingman. The pressure is on. Team Heretics knows it's gonna be a B-side take. Paparating pa lang yung ibang mga miyembro pero nagwa-wild na si Benji Fishy.
Yeah. Recon Dart not gonna get any information though. Pero syempre, this is still numbers advantage para sa Heretics on this retake. Plenty of smokes being used. And ito na naman tayo. Mag-isa na naman si Kangkang. And kailangan niya manglason. Sinugod siya ng isa. And look at this one-way spec. Pero naupo siya ng bala din. Smoggy, not gonna be good enough. Chichu. Oh my god.
It's too much.
So much. Yep. I don't think he's gonna be able to stop this defuse at all. 4 bullets na lang in a dream. And this dream will get shattered as Heretics 7-2. EDG forced back once again and again. 0% win rate sa B.
No pulls na nakaset para sa post plant na yun. So not really anything to deny this defuse na nangyayari na nga onto the side. But that 2 kills mula kay Benji Fishy as well and managing to pick up another allow them to have yung neural theft and exactly kung saan nagtatago rin yung remaining members dito ng EDG. Pero I feel like ang laki sana nung impact ng posisyon ni Kangkang doon, lalo na kung hindi siya naubusan ng bala doon sa posisyon na yon.
Okay sana kasi yung second smoke na binato nila, nakita mo may lapse of judgment doon ng Heretics. That could have been yung start sana para kay Kangkang. Pero Heretics, they bounce back so quickly, Taylor. So that being said, boost na naman ang pera ng EDG. And Heretics, syempre, add salt to the wound. Tignan mo kung ano yung nasa kamay ni Boo. Naka-judge siya.
Walang armor. Ito na yon. Isa. Dalawa? Ooh, no. It's not gonna be a double kill, pero andito na si Patitech. Recon connected to everyone from the side of EDG. A quick kills coming in mula dito sa Team Heretics side. Pero di pa ubos ang lahat. 3 versus 2 pa rin to.
Nope. Haldong, actually respectable damage kung titignan mo. Only with the classic as well. No spike pickup para kay Smoggy dito. Double up muna sila. The TP in, pero syempre, raratratin na lang dito si Smoggy. And Haldong, ano ba magagawa niya gamit ang classic na yan? At that range, absolutely nothing. And 8-2. Heretics tuloy-tuloy na naman ang pagkuha nila ng rounds.
Stellar performance coming in dun sa mga nag-hold din talaga ng side dito. And yung recon pala, kumunek kay Kangkang na bulag. Kaya kitang-kita lahat ng players na nagpi-play sa elbow.
Dinala niya.
To be fair, dami pa rin nilang nakuhang kills out of that to consider na ipit na sila and judge yung makakatapat nila. Napakasakit nun, especially kung wala kang armor nga. But I do think this is a timeout coming in from the side of EDG. They do wanna take this map away. You don't want a 2-10 scoreline sa first half.
Siyempre, mabot tayo sa point na rin na na hindi ito yung ine-expect natin na EDG, diba? And I think that's the story na pinapakita din ng Masters Shanghai. All of these, I wouldn't like to say up-and-comer, pero yung mga untested sa mga Masters Champions tournaments, right? Na mga teams specifically, not just not the players, but yung mga teams. Sila yung nagpapakita ngayon sa mga technically veterans natin di ba? Itong sila EDG, Paper Rex, Heretics is on that forefront. So it's a good mix, and Heretics tuloy-tuloy lang at ngayon.
Kumbaga, ito yung year of the rookies na mga player natin, yung mga usual na ina-expect mo magkakaroon ng pressure pagdating sa big stage. That's really not the case. Top fragger ngayon si Woot, ang kanilang naging substitute pagdating kay Minibu. But on the other hand, the team is just gelling well together, honestly. Kahit yung utility play nila dito, trying to save each other for Team Heretics, yung trades nila na gustong makuha, even the positioning as well. Everyone is just gelling and gluing together as a team.
Flash out ni Paritech. Confidence play agad sa kanya Banggaan pa sila ni Woot. Just go. Siyempre, ramdam nila yung galawan nila dito. So, siyempre, they're gonna create those kind of slightly massive plays just to kind of catch off EDG dito. Maybe even disrupt kung anong gusto ng EDG. Kasi you could see na EDG, they're playing along the waves na ginagawa ng Heretics, diba? Nag-flash sila sa mid, tignan mo EDG. They come into B main, where nandito naman yung mga na nakakaasar from Benji Fishy.
Oh, but this time, shutdown siya agad ni Chichu dito. They move further back. Alam nilang yung showstopper magpa-pop din. Nobody. Already planting the spike. Wala nang problema dahil si Wingman na ang bahala dyan. All you have to do is fight. But it's now a 3v3 scenario. Huling-huli rin sa akto yung late lurk nila pagdating sa mid. But Kangkang was able to get an indirect trade. Patitech on CT, isa naman pagdating sa market. Yung paranoia nag-connect sa isa pero hindi kay Smoggy na makakakuha ng kill. Now left alone. It's up to him to make this happen.
Goes straight for the jiggle peak agad. That's very smart against the ETG. Nothing left to chance. Agad, they know that the first tap is never going to be the real tap nito. It is, diba? Jiggle mo yan. 2 versus 1 naman Huwag mo na siya hard read. Talagang sigurado agad. And this is what EDG needs. Other than that din paano masabihin to? Makikita ba natin yung paano nila tinake yung site? Hindi. Si Chichu yung smoke at nahuli niya si Benji Fishy on platform. So that was a huge aggressive play from EDG that actually paid off.
That was really big. I think mahuhuli pa rin naman siya ng Dizzy doon. But yung pwesto niya, yung angle na hinahawakan niya, it's open for getting those kills, impactful kills para sa mga susunod na mga players, especially after that showstopper. And dito mo na makikita na EDG, nahahanap na rin nila kahit papano yung momentum na gusto nilang makuha dito, especially against Benji Fishy. I mean, this guy is crazy on the Cypher. Have you seen him play on Split?
I have not specifically, actually. So
he's crazy.
Yeah, looks like it, diba? And it's actually hard to get a proper Cypher player to be perfectly good. Kasi you'd think that they should be defensive, diba? But if you can get like a good mix of alam mo paano gumamit ng Cypher tapos sobrang ganda ng tutok mo, it's such a different spell altogether. Teka lang muna, nice throw gamit ng Wingman para lang makapag-clear ng positioning dito. Si Patitech kakainin ng buhay ng trash pero matutulungan ba siya ni Benji Fishy? Mukhang just gonna be good for the one and iwan na lang si Wood in a 1 versus 3. This is the chance, this is the time for the star player. Him show what he's got.
Still have A main though. So malaki potential pa rin dito ni Howdong kahit anong mangyari sa loob ng site. Pero good paint shell will force Kangkang out of his position. Ang kaso nga lang, nanalo pa rin siya pagdating sa duel na yon. And you can see, slowly but surely, he's feeling it, you know? And kapag si Kangkang nagwala na, nakita naman natin kung anong kaya niyang dalhin.
Totoo. Yan na yung mga Kangkang moves na gusto natin. And again, his ability to just get those refrags is insane. Nakita na rin yung niya, yung all-star Kangkang hype. Loving that energy once again. And this is
Pwede
what they
siyang
need.
maging shoutcaster.
Oo. Nga lang natin siya maintindihan. Si Phil lang siguro makakaintindi sa kanya.
Totoo. Si Phil lang ang marunong mag-Chinese sa ating lahat dito. Panoorin muna natin tong interview mula kay Tita Mika.
Audience right now, we have Guo Ailun, who is a professional basketball player. Thank you so much for being here. What does it feel like seeing esports and gaming on a stage like this in Shanghai?
想首先请问一下， 觉得在上海线下观看我们的电竞比赛，来到我们的5位竞技场，感受怎么样呢？
开心、热血，为什么呢？因为这是一项国际项的大赛啊，因为很高兴就看到这么多来自世界不同国家的顶尖的5位契约选手聚在上海，然后这个城市，这个热情的城市，我觉得让我现在自己来说也替他们非常的高兴和热血沸腾啊。
I was really happy and feel the passion about the, it's an international tournament. Also, all of the top players from all of the leagues, and I feel like deep in my heart, I feel so happy for them.
Oh, that's so wonderful. And of course, as an athlete as well, what is your mentality going into a big competition like this? What is the advice that you can give these players?
那想请问您，作为一位职业选手，您是以什么样的心态再去面对各种世界性的赛事呢？以及有没有一些助言和建议能给到我们的职业选手呢？
参加这种国际的比赛，跟国外的顶尖选手对抗，他们肯定心里或多或少说上场之前有一些紧张嘛，然后带着我们这些国人的粉丝的期待嘛，然后我希望他们能我在场就是可能就是把自己尽量想的简单一些，然后不要心里有那么多杂念，然后就是去上场以后放松着去干这件事儿，不要想着后果，也不要想着自己是谁。放下所有的包袱，要这样才能发挥出所有的自己的能力吧。我希望给他们没有谈不上建议吧，希望就是让他们像平常训练一样放松一些，来面对这次比赛，不要给自己的结果设更多预想，然后就会顺其自然发挥到出自己最好的水平，结果就会顺其自然的好。
I think when you faced against all of the top players from all of the league, you have to be like nervous. But from my perspective, I think when you participate in international tournament like this, you need to like just take it easy. Don't think too much. Just play as good as you play as Euro, and I think you will play good.
Well, thank you so much for your time, TSD, and let's get back to the game.
还有一个问题没问呢，你告诉他。齐家我再抢点镜吗？快开始了吗？没有问题，没有时间问我了。
你想说可以直接跟大家分享一下吧。
啊，这其实还有一个问题准备好，他们问我什么时候是最让我激动的时刻，然后我都已经想好，如果今天唯一代表现在我们中国的战队 EDG 夺冠那天是我最激动的时刻，我希望能大家一起
Ubos ang oras natin.
Tama na kayo! Tama
Kami
na!
naman.
Ay, naintindihan mo ba yun? Kinuwento niya kasi yung life story niya, Asoray.
Oh, ano lang. Ramdaman ko na sinasabi niya na
lang yung nagdesisyon eh. Hey, lipatan natin sa game to. Hayaan mo na sila dun.
Baka iniisip ng mga players habang nakatingin sila sa likod. Ay, grabe, si ano pala to? Si parang pro basketball player.
Oh, hindi
so,
natin
hindi ko narinig yung pangalan niya.
Hindi namin naalala ang kanyang pangalan.
Pero, hindi ko na Google Translate din.
Ano siya eh.
Sikat.
Dami niyang height eh, no? Si Tita Mika tuloy. Napatingin sa heaven, no? Sa heaven, ayan. Anyway, going back to the game, halftime na nga tayo. And sabi natin kanina, kung gusto nila makabawi, 8-4, minimum mong gustong makuha as well. Nades coming in, nasira na yung trap, paranoia, naset na rin, nobody, wala siyang makita, literal na no one. At si Reigns nakakuha pa ng kill with that shock dart.
Oy, nako. Medyo tinangke ni Kangkang dito, not gonna happen. The flash out, the conversion. Oh, wow. Ganda naman ang follow-up ni Chichu. Nabulag na siya lahat-lahat, but he still remains cool, calm, and collected. And siyempre, Chichu yan.
Tap to the heads. Yan ang kailangan nila gawin. Anyway, from the first round naman, nakikita na natin na talagang Chichu is one of the players here that's really winning those duels. And he didn't disappoint pagdating dito sa pistol round na importante para sa EDG. At saka bago mag-pop yung flash, nakita niya na rin na dalawa yung players doon. Especially pagdating sa pistol round, alam mong sway-sway lang, kaya mong kahit paano mapa-whiff yung kalaban.
100% agree. Such an important round din para sa EDG dito. Howdong, baka hindi. Walang baka. Walang cow dito. It's all sure.
Wow. Well, wala silang armor eh. So, yung 3 bullets na yun, pag naka-ADS ka, kung tamama sa ulo mo lahat, malas mo talaga. Kangkang, on the other hand, di pa sila tapos. Triple kill para kay Howdong. Now, Boo, kitang-kita rin kung saan siya manggagaling. A flawless round para sa EDG.
Hindi niya mag-grab your heart. Yung kill. start. Hindi niya mag-grab yung kill. Diba? I met you from the start, my boo. Yun yun.
Ay, nako, Asuray. Dinala mo rin ba to sa Korea?
Oo, hindi lang Basta lahat ng na-experience ko kasama kayo, na-experience ko din doon.
Yan, pakita mo kung sino ka, ha? Pag bumalik ka doon, pakita mo kung sino ka. Make us proud, sabi nga nila. Pero yung flash out na yon, yung play, yung set ng Team Heretics, para lang makabuelo si Wood dito. No one really, at nag-aabang na lang yung EDG kung sino lalabas. A good trade from Smoggy, but alam niyang marami, so out na lang para sa kanya.
Yeah, again, he's playing that far back control na lang. Meron pa siyang hawak na paranoia dito, so it's good na he's actually playing that far angle kasi si Kangkang ang magiging first contact, which is perfect if matimingan nila na maayos ito. He actually threw it out a little bit prematurely, as you can see, pero nangyari kanina na 8 bullets. Isa na si Kangkang, maipit siya, hindi siya makakatakas. Yun na lang ang unfortunate para sa kanya. What was gonna be yung play na ginawa kagaya ng Heretics na they had that bait and switch, not gonna happen this time. And si Haodong spotted na rin gamit ang camera. It's a 3 versus 1 with a tripwire at smoke na nasa harap-harapan niya.
Yun na mahirap kapag gusto niya pumasok. Pero surely, gagapangin niya to pa konti-konti and he would be able to see this tripwire. But if he breaks that, alam mo na ang kasunod. Syempre, may reaction na manggagaling mula sa Team Heretics. Dalawa, super low on the HP, but nagre-rely yan syempre dito kay Bu na nag-hold ng default. Tumama pa yung paranoia, forcing out Haodong. But remember, this is a bonus round for them. Value ang hanap ni Haodong ngayon. Takbo habang may lupa. Naku, may TP!
Oh, he gets it actually.
Kunwari ma-defuse.
Alright. Yeah, it doesn't even get to half. But 9-6, still a very good round para sa EDG. Kaya sinabi mo, it is the bonus round. Ubus pera lang ng Heretics kung kakayanin man. And they actually did a pretty good job considering that. Pero syempre with Heretics being able to plant that spike, it allows them to buy up more significantly coming into this next round. Pero ang problema na nakita ko dito para sa EDG, masyado silang yung tinatawag natin na preemptive strike. Tinaray nilang basahin rather than trying to make sure na pinupush na pa talaga sila ng Heretics. And unfortunately, hindi tumama yung paranoia na sinasabi ko that should have come out from Smoggy that would have helped a lot yung gustong gawin ni Kangkang with that hold on the back of the site.
This time though, naka-operator na si Kangkang at hold niya. Syempre towards elbow. But this drone, iba ang utusan niya. Basagin mo, Smoggy, akong bahala. Ayokong ipaalam na operator yung nakasetup dito. Ang ganda nung stun na yan. Pero meron bang kasunod? Once na lumabas ka, aking ka. Pero walang takas pagdating kay Kangkang.
Grabe to si Wood. Kala mo makakakuha ng refrag din si Nobody. Not gonna be the case at all. Smoke in front of Smoggy. Wala siyang magamit na paranoia dito. And mukhang iikutan na lang sila ng 2 players ngayon ng EDG as Spike should get planted by Heretics. This is gonna be a good idea then if you think about it. Pero, syempre, si Bu, handang-handa sa mga galawan dito ng Heretics. Or ng, ng EDG.
Haodong just patiently waiting to wrap around kasabay ng kanyang mga teammates. Lalo na, elbow control is there already. They need help. Ang kaso, nahuli yung dalawang sumusubok mag-push. And it's a double peak mula sa players dito ng Team Heretics. Alam na nila na yung isa dapat nakatayo, yung isa dapat nakaupo. Daming beses tayo nakakita ng bullets coming through na double headshot. But not the case for the side of EDG when it comes to this round.
That's the strength of the high-low. Pero grabe dito si I think
takas no?
The strong player dito has got to be Wood. Kasi yung follow-up niya after yung pick kay Kangkang was absolutely pivotal din. And si Kangkang, kaya sabi mo, walang katakas-takas. Kahit may nag-satchel siya, it's not as good as a jet dash. Especially na walang flash para makatulong para makatakas siya. It's all about his contact. It doesn't really go to favor ng EDG in that situation.
One-way smoke set pagdating sa A main control nila dito. But Team Heretics, again, double-digit scoreline na sila rito. They do have big ultimates here. Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury. But regardless of that, na kapag atras pa rin sila dito, and again, EDG, taking up the space instead na ipanalo nila sa kahit papanong utility engagement.
This is perfect kasi ang dami ng binuto ng EDG dyan para lang makakuha sana ng contact. Pero, nag-force back na ang Heretics ngayon. And the plan is, si Patatech ang magiging battering ram nila. Tagasugod lang siya. Now that the null command is activated, Haodong's utility, walang ka-effect man. He actually gets tagged. So susugurin lang siya to back this side. Thankfully, may smoke siya para makatakas. Pero ang ganda ng utility usage dito ng Heretics. Bato ng grenade. Walang takas na naman sila. And the push through is perfect from Heretics.
Stinger, a pistol. Yan ang meron ng EDG ngayon. Laban sa 5 players pa na natitira mula sa Team Heretics at si Kangkang. Alam niyong mahilig maglagay ng cam setup dito ang Team Heretics when it comes to mid. They still do have that, but at the same time, di naman siya mahuhuli nito. So, they have no clue kung saan manggagaling yung last 2 remaining players. They still have a smoke up here ready. At si Kangkang mas forward ang kanyang position, trying to get any kills at all. But it seems to be a flawless round, a flawless take from Team Heretics side.
What a showcase dito, showing what Heretics really has, set into the motion. The only team I think that was able to beat them was G2? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, actually, G2 lang in this entirety natin dito. And Heretics is continuing yung trend, Taylor, that they are going to be the breakers of the Chinese teams. You know, tinalo nila yung DRX, or DRG, excuse me. And FBX then, and if they get this first map, that's the start to EDG being the third and final one in the list.
Nasa harap lang mismo yung trip war na yun. Wala nang need na kailangan gawin. Si Wood, on the other hand, hindi magkoconnect yung showstopper niya for the meantime. They're still a little bit wary, especially nakikita nila yung mga Cypher cages na to. But at the same time, meron naman silang drone para hanapin ang magiging kalaban, and that's Benji fishing with a double. Smoggy naman, bumalik dito kahit paano with a triple kill, even while stunned. But in the end, traps are there. They're all covered up, and we go to a match point.
Grabe ang pre-fire, pre-aim dito ni Wood. Kita mo naman yung pag-push niya sa smoke na yun. Alam agad niya kung saan siya tututok at all times. He has that visual, map sa utak niya na nakahanda na agad as he goes for that contact. And we'll see it again sa ating replay dito, hopefully. Yung play plan ni Smoggy pinakita natin. Pero also an insane player. Unfortunately, hindi kinaya. In any case, that is going to propel ngayon ang Heretics into that, I believe, map point na.
They're doing really good in clearing out yung mga hindi nakiklear ng EDG kanina. Kagaya na lang ng pocket pagdating dito sa backside, diba? They do have a lot of utilities to play around with, and they're making use of that. Lalo na yung drone nila to punish kung may operator player ban. But how Dong completely punished when it comes to B main. Gusto niya kumuha ng posisyon pero nagulat siya. 5 pala yun.
It's gonna be the activation na rin naman dito. There it is, Wood back on his play right now. I love the reposition dito, but that might actually be too much para sa kanya. Never mind, ladies and gentlemen. Si Wood pa talaga ito. Wood nga naman. And that is just going to be nobody at Smoggy ang matitira. Smoggy's been pretty solid all throughout, but the Shocktar is gonna catch him, and si Smoggy na lang ang matitira. Unfortunately, mabilis ang refrag ni Wood, and that's 1 point on the board para sa Heretics. And it seems like their Chinese rampage does not stop here.
Honestly, that was such a deserving win para sa side ng Team Heretics. You see how clean they take sides here. And gaya ng sabi mo, yung repossessioning ni Wood dito, at one point, you expect him to be on the backside. And then, a split second, nandun na siya sa market. And you think na matatalo siya sa duel na yon, pero makakasabay niya pa si Benji Fishy to catch someone off guard. This is something that EDG is not expecting at all. And yung mga trades na yun, napakalaking bagay. They did such a wonderful job maximizing every agent dito sa composition na to as well.
Grabe talaga. And it was so difficult to honestly check dito para sa EDG kasi in-expect natin yung explosiveness ni Kangkang, yung mga op highlights sana. Lahat yan, parang nasa checklist natin pero hindi natin nakita multiple times. Sure, we saw it once. Pero yun lang yung one instance na yun na he got the operator shot, pero after that, he got refrag immediately. Tapos yung heat na nakita natin dito from EDG, hindi parang palaging nadadouse ng Heretics dito. All of that contact is just not looking their way. Ganda ng timing ng Heretics all throughout, and their reads were just absolutely perfect this first map.
I do think na yung Astra pick nila dito sa composition, hindi nila masyado nagamit. Honestly, kahit yung mga pull to cancel out the diffuse, we really didn't see much of that as well. But let's see kung ano ang kayang dalhin ng EDG pagdating dito sa game number 2 natin. Before that, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Masters Shanghai Tagalog rebroadcast is gonna be back.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Nilzinho from Team Heretics. So what do you think is the game plan going into Split right now, which is going to be EDG's map pick?
Yeah, so we kind of expected them to pick Split, so we're well prepared for it. We've made a couple of changes to how we're going to approach it after we lost to G2. We kind of threw quite a few bad rounds, so for me, we're just going to focus on our fundamentals. And yeah, we've had a little bit of time to prepare, so hopefully the work we put in pays off on Split.
All right, and we're going to see if it does indeed pay off. We'll see the changes that Team Heretics has brought in.
A focus on the fundies. Man, I tell you one thing. When you guys came back to us here, I didn't expect Heretics to be up 1-0. Not to disparage the good name of Los Niños, pero you know. I mean, like, it's EDG.
Oye, pero lo hacemos en español,
I can't keep up.
I can take over.
But, yeah, you got this from here. But yeah, I mean, for real, like, what an unbelievable game that we just saw from Heretics. Really just showing everyone, proving everyone wrong about this team going into it.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see Heretics being so confident. Well, not so surprised to see it on Sunset, right? To me, the surprise comes on from the side of EDG. We're talking about the Astra for the first time this year. So many things were different, and Heretics was ready.
And their retakes were incredible in this one. I think they had a really good game plan of playing heavily into back sites, especially when it came into these B hits, and then finding the right opportunity to flood. If you give this EDG comp time to set up in the post plant, they have actually a ton of util to close out these rounds, especially with that Astra. And also proved to be really good with establishing these crossfires. When they're in an advantage, they are good to close out. But I think Team Heretics did a really good job playing together as a team, and especially the util coming from the initiator players of Patatek and Rians, I think were super impactful and set Woot up for a fantastic map.
I mean, I think that is like the best thing that we saw about this map. Yes, we saw a Heretics that was on point, that knew exactly how and when to start with those retakes, how to react to the utility from the Astra, even though it's not an agent that we see that much. But the massive highlight to me has to be Rians. During the Swiss stage, I think that he was a little bit overlooked because everybody was looking at Woods. You know, we had a reason to.
Of course.
But man, oh man, he's old. He shock darts. Even when he uses a drone and just catches someone across the cage, I'm like, this kid, when is he going to stop every single piece? Because sometimes we do not see the Sova, and we can understand why some teams do not want to go for it. But you tell me of one round in this entire game that Rians did not have massive impact with every piece of his util.
And I can't tell you that.
Exactly.
I don't think there was a round.
There really wasn't. I mean,
he's an incredibly impactful player.
He was contributing so much to it, and you know, I mean, we've seen what the impact of a good Sova player can have, right? You know, whether it's like Crashies in Americas for us, or even Calm, right? Talking about players who just really thrive in that role.
Leo.
But Leo in the EMEA, of course, like just to have that player be that impactful in the game when all eyes are on the other direction, right? Looking at Kong. But man, you have to be a little bit, you know, like concerned here going into it, because if they feel that confident in Sunset and then they've made those changes that Nilzinho said they made on Split.
Yeah.
I mean, this could be dangerous for Kong and the rest of the game.
It absolutely could. I think Team Heretics is really well adapted to the style that the CN teams are bringing. EDG played a lot of these slow mid-rounds. Team Heretics was really proactive at reclearing space, and they were always at the right place to flood retake on their defense. That wins you rounds, and it's how they got that momentum to snowball the attack side, or the first half, the defense side, that is.
Oh, of course. Well, let's go ahead and hear from Coach after, hear what he has to say as we get ready for Split.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with After, and I have Luna to help with some translation. So After, what was the most difficult thing about playing against Team Heretics? What were they doing that the team EDG was really struggling with?
那请问一下，就是在对阵 TH 的时候，你觉得你们遇到的最困难的部分是什么？
我觉得我们是在对于他们枪感上面嘛，我觉得我们上来适应的比较慢一点，然后他们看起来就是。不管是补枪细节也好，或者是他们的道具配合也好，都会比我们来得更流畅一点。那我们尽量在下一张图把这件事情给做好，然后并且把我们的补枪的协同跟上，然后就至少不要让他们是怎么讲，击杀我们的手杀多一点，然后我们还换不回来的局面上，对。
I think mechanically they have their aiming so clearly, and they got their key. It seems like we're gonna fix that in the next map. And when they got the first kill, we definitely gonna work with our synergy and our aiming.
Well, hopefully that the synergy and the aiming will be on point as we head into the next map.
Well, they're going to need that synergy to really synergize because, I mean, they were looking out of sorts in that Sunset game, which is, not what you had expected from an EDG team that's honestly coming into this one with the most hype that they've ever come into a tournament.
Absolutely. I think we also saw players in terms of when he's talking about the aim there who need to step up not performing. This is one of the few maps where you watch Kung and you're not blown away, right?
Yeah.
Like these guys, the individuals were one of the big reasons they were lighting the world on fire in their international league, and we weren't seeing that here. But going into Split, this should be comfortable territory for EDG. They've played it a ton regionally. They're really strong on this map, and Team Heretics struggled last time we saw them.
Yeah, they struggled a lot. I love to hear that, Neil. They've already changed some things, maybe some changes in the composition. We were talking about Paditek. He's no stranger to the race, but something needed to change.
Yeah.
Also, in the fundamentals level, it's very important because G2 got clutch after clutch after clutch, and we're talking about 3v1s. We're talking about the kind of situations that you don't lose. And regarding the compositions, I was highlighting how EDG changed most of the compositions, moving from Masters Madrid into stage 1, and now they're doing it again. I want to see if they're gonna keep that up on Split. If you give up the Viper for the Astra, as I said, first in the year for them on Sunset, are you going to do the same on Split? Is there something that is going to be a constant?
Well, there you go. That's the first change there.
Paditek's
not on the Raze, and now you got Woot who's going to be taking that role.
Woot's always been a great Viper player, but I think putting him on the Raze here just makes sense. He's been in incredible form, and he's already proved to have great synergy with the initiator of Rians.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. But again, all the eyes have to be right now in EDG and how they're going to execute with this. This composition, is nothing crazy, nothing that we haven't seen before, but we need to see some comfort. Kangkang was coming alive at the end of that first map, but it wasn't enough.
Tama nga sila na hindi natin nakita yung comfort ng EDG dito na umiinit si Kangkang and completely shutdown nga ng Team Heretics with all the fundamentals. Anyway, so nga pala si Astra, kasama ko po ngayon si Taylor and we are your casters as we are setting up for map number 2 ng EDG laban sa Team Heretics.
Sarap kumain, Suray. Kumain ka na?
Hindi.
Kaya, dun sa mini break na yun, sabi ko, salamat, ang tagal ng panel show, ang tagal ng interview. Sarap kumain, guys. Pero welcome back nga dito sa map number 2 natin sa panghuling series para sa araw na ito. When it comes to Masters Shanghai, kahit na syempre late to the party tayo sa broadcast, save the best for last kasi. At si Asura, inantay kasi namin siyang makauwi bago kami magsimula magre-broadcast dito. So, ngayon, mga tropa, sana nakakain na kayo dahil mukhang mainit ang ihahain na match natin for game number 2. Dahil this time, Asura, syempre, kanina, map pick ng Team Heretics yon. So you expect that they have the comfortability, they have the play, the sets, and everything else. But here on map number 2, how is EDG looking so far for you?
We'll have to see. Kasi the thing is, ito yung map where I think EDG gotten some of the craziest highlights that we ever seen. And syempre, mag tayo dyan. Pero, this and I think Pearl na not now have been, I think, some of the more stellar maps that we've seen para sa EDG. So I'm kind of expecting na hopefully they bounce back and give us a map number 3. Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyayari sa akin dito.
Akala ko ba sa Korea ka galing, hindi sa Japan? Ano ba naman tong kalokohan na to, Asuray?
Yan natin kumayos.
Okay lang yan, guys. Ganun talaga ang buhay. Masyado daw madali itong araw na to, kaya pinapahirapan si Asuray. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Babalik din siya, but eto, yan, luminaw ka na bago bumalik. At least may redemption.
Wala, kailangan natin gamitin ng
sayang no yung lighting mo.
Kailangan natin gamitin ng Virtual Pinoy Network, ng VPN.
Virtual Pinoy Network. Ayun lang din yung paraan para nakokontakt natin si Tita Mika, Kaka. Pero ito muna. EDG setting up for Heaven Control at si Boo. Kitang-kita na sila. But will they check the corner that Paditek is hiding from? Mukhang may late.
Oh, paranoia.
Ang ganda ng paranoia. Para mag-set up para dito sa side ng Team Heretics. They were able to pick up 2 kills from that.
Spike pa. Drop actually. So kailangan nila pick up ito once again. Smoggy,
Bantay
as
sarado
Boo
na.
is coming up close into the corner, baka ma-overwhelm siya dito. That actually is going to be the retake na gusto mangyari ng Heretics at EDG. Ganda sana ng play nila, pero handang-handa ang Heretics sa mga shenanigans.
Nag-align lahat ng stars, lalo na nag-spike drop pa. Alam mo yung nakatakas ka na, pero may naiwan. Naiwan yung lunchbox ng mga players dito ng EDG na kailangan nila i-plant, but it's such a good setup, like you have a paranoia, you know your strengths, may Viper wall ka pa, may re-smoke ka pa, and on a pistol round, everything just aligned for Team Heretics at that point.
This is the start of the downfall. Is Heretics the kryptonite ng Chinese teams natin? Siyempre,
last Chinese team pa naman natin to, tas sa home court pa.
Pero siyempre may lower bracket naman, pero nobody wants to play that lower bracket. Nobody from the audience wants to see EDG go through that gauntlet if ever man. Pero Heretics making a damn well good case ngayon, Taylor, of how strong they really are in these scenarios.
I mean, again, it goes back to they're really playing as a team here. Makikita mo agad yung mga initiating fights, yung mga bait and switch, kahit mga pistol round pa lang. Yung napapanood natin dito, yung setup nila para sa isa't isa just to make sure na makuha nila o masecure nila yung kill na yun. Napakalaking bagay. But for EDG, wala silang pera for this round. So, dalawang sheriff, yun lang yung meron sila. May trip war pagdating sa mid, and malalim yung control na hawak dito ni Riens. For example, naka-judge pa siya.
May flash pa ba sila dito pang check? Ay, hindi, sa mid pa niya nalagay. Riens, the timing, actually that refrag is gonna be somewhat good. Kangkang's gonna be able to start pushing in. Yung nade na yan to delay yung pag-push nila onto Heavens. And tignan mo, nagkamali na onto si Kangkang. No, hindi. He actually gets onto Heaven right now, and na-top off pa siya ni Nobody. So he actually has some threat right now with the Judge, with the HP, pero wala siyang position para magamit yan na maayos. So they reposition and bring him dito sa back A.
Yeah, waiting for yung kanilang magiging redemption para sa round na to. Lalo na lamang sila sa barrel, but obviously they're a little wary dun sa positioning ng Judge na yan na napulot. Medyo masakit yung vulnerability nandun, but then again, they still have to re-entry the site here. It's a 4v4, dalawa ang naka-bulldog dito. Kangkang gets one already. Patitek and Bu naman, nasa loob na ng site at wala nang makakapigil sa defuse na to. Si Bu, wala siyang pakialam. Trabaho lang.
Tama. Kasi just si Wood Matatakot ka bang i-defuse yung spike pag nasa likod mo si Wood? Hindi. And look at how just confident yung kanyang firefight was in that situation din.
I mean, magiging confident ka nga naman din talaga kung yung support role mo kanina, yun na yung nagde-defuse. Bahala ka na, mahanap mo yung angles, lamang tayo sa barrel in the end. And si Kangkang, na-shutdown na rin naman nila. Malayo yung pagkakaplant ng spike. So they know where the remaining players of EDG is coming from already. It was just a matter of time. But for EDG, at least they find value when it comes to that round. The plant and the kills.
Ang takot ng EDG dito. Sugod pa rin sila. But of course, temper muna ng onte. They have to temper themselves as one-way smoke. Syempre baka mahuli sila. And this has been a problem for EDG multiple times. Nung nasa sunset tayo, susugurin na talaga nila tuloy-tuloy thinking that they could do it. Pero I think they only did it like once or twice. Paranoia play, and look at that. Napakaganda ng set play dito ng Heretics. Really giving it dito sa EDG.
And they don't overextend. They don't really overheat that much as well. Once they get the pick off, they're satisfied. You don't need to go for more, ika nga. And this just doesn't allow EDG to get the trades that they want to take. And Kangkang being eliminated, yung uni duelist nila, it's gonna be a rougher entry that they have to do here.
Pahirapan na naman. And if they actually push dito si Patitek, I mean, may snake bite siya. It's not really going to be so easy to push through such a tight corridor without going unscathed. But maybe that is going to be the case ngayon. Tingnan mo kung nasan sila nakaposition. It's gonna be only Riens pati si Benji Fishy, but those are some pretty big names to actually try to go up against. Isang Triggerland and Trap could be a pick. Riens, no flashes, but actually repositions. That's going to be the catch. Benji Fishy holding on, and ang ganda ng bait play nila. Nag-ingay dito yung teammate na si Patrick para makakuha siya ng extra 2 kills. And ngayon, ligaw na naman ang EDG. They have to start planning that spike. Pero spike is actually out in the open. Kailangan mag-convert. Pero walang makahanap dito si Haldong as it's still a 2 versus 1. Even if he finds Patitek, Bu is still in heaven just buying time. And there should be a clean takeoff again para sa Heretics.
This Bu, literal? How many kills have he set up for the team? Itong 3-0 na to, nagiging pillar siya nung execution na nagmumula sa Team Heretics side. It started off with this paranoia play on B main. They hyper-rotated all the way to A site dahil kanina pa nakabuelo yung Cypher ng EDG doon and may space sila. But nonetheless, up until the very end, yung smoke off na yun pagdating sa spike drop, napakalaking bagay para hindi agad-agad mapulot ng EDG to. It's all about the set plays here so far, and Team Heretics is doing a wonderful job.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is just perfect para sa Heretics dito. This is, no, there's nothing. Again, sinabi natin kanina, there's just one of those games where everything clicks, right? That was the Paper X G2 match on the first map. This is Heretics on this entire series, Taylor. Look at the damage. Smoggy able to get that 2 conversion with the Sheriff. Pero kakayanin ba niya ito? Looks like that conversion is just gonna be good for the 3. Pero syempre, medyo mainit pa rin ang bakbakan as they still have the better weapons for Heretics. Separated ang players ng EDG dito. Spike has been planted, so they have to actually go for this retake pa din.
A big help yung wall ni Chichu dito para makatakas yung nasa ramps kanina. And instead, siya ang maiiwan mag-isa. 30 HP para kay Riensen. Chichu gets the kill. And will he take the last shot? No, it's not gonna happen. And instead, Benji, Fishy, masesecure niya pa rin yung round para sa side ng Team Heretics dito. Pero eco round yun para sa EDG, di ba?
Yeah, it is. It is. Absolutely
Si
is.
Smoggy, nakatatlo siya doon ata.
Oh, nakatatlo nga siya. He gets 2 picks on sa A main. Tapos nakapag-TP siya sa Heaven, nakakuha siya ng isang pick. Ang problema dito is kahit man nakakuha siya ng ganong kalaking impact, hindi nakuha ng EDG yung tamang map control. Kaya sabi natin, diba, magkahiwalay yung dalawang players na natitira sa kanila, hindi sila makapag-reconnect physically. So, even though na-plant yung spike, para ba sabihin to, individual na clutch ang kailangan mangyari kahit man 2 versus 2 tayo, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense as well. And EDG, mapupunta sila or magko-call sila ng timeout dito just to think things through pagdating sa mga susunod pa nating rounds. Lalo na ito na yung buy round muli para sa kanila. But I have to say, when you're talking about impact as well, isang tao lang din ang pumasok sa isipan ko. At si Woot yun. Napaka-laking bagay nung mga first pick-offs nila dito. I mean, yeah, nandyan yung support ni Boo. But at the same time, if you can't really hit your shots, then you won't get the kill. And Woot is always going away with 1 or 2 kills before he dies off or before he goes reposition.
Yeah, I 100% agree with this. I didn't believe masyado yung hype for Woot. Especially na, syempre, I'll admit it, hindi ko siya napapanood ng mga laban ng Heretics. Pero ngayon na, right in front of us na dito, Taylor, yung match natin with EDG, Woot is definitely something special dito. And I believe narinig ko ata in the panel or something na in one of the interviews, Woot doesn't want to play Duelist. Yeah, that's actually insane. Oh, that's actually
medyo kabado
insane.
daw siya. Siyempre, ikaw yung first contact. Ikaw yung kailangan makapatay. Ikaw yung kailangan umentry, di ba? So, it's a big shoes to fill in. Lalo na si Minibu, yung nawala, which is also very much a pillar of this Team Heretic squad. But you can definitely see na kahit na may mga ganong scenario, butas, o kahit ano ba, yung practice nila dito, kung ano yung set na gusto nilang gawin, kung anong setup ng trade yung gusto nilang ilabas, napapakita pa rin nila eh. It's still gluing together like they're an old squad, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree. And again, may ano yan eh. Meron tayong parang flip side na tatawag dyan. Kung may mga super confident duelists kagaya ni Kangkang na thrives on that, you have those, I don't want to say down to earth, pero parang yung mga I'll come back to this later kasi may contact na nakikita tayo dito ngayon and in-unleash na lang. Teka lang muna, hindi na takedown gamit ang showstopper. So Tipatek, nahuli siya dito ngayon on that mid-control when the pinch came in gamit ang rocket. So this could actually be the first good round for EDG. Ngayon na na-clear out na nila yung B-side.
Smokes coming in as well. Andyan yung sustain mula sa Skyrim natin. EDG though, so far this is looking great for them. Pero ang ganda na naman ng flashes na nilabas dito. But EDG successfully taking down 2. Ito na yung late lurk mula kay Haodong. And hindi niya nakuha yung kill. But he did enough damage na maging 11 HP na lang. At 1 bullet na lang itong si Wood. 4-1. Finally, a successful take from EDG side, Asuray.
Yeah, we have to look at that replay once again, especially on that minimap, kung paano na iwasan ng EDG dito yung pagbato ng showstopper na yun. Kasi ano nakita mo na yung confidence play ng Heretics dito, with Patek coming in. Kaya pala, kasi nauna si Patek. Pero, in-expect niya kasi na lahat ng EDG magpapanik pag narinig nila yung showstopper. Pero that's not the case. EDG still a very veteran team na handa na sa ganong klaseng mga explosive entries ng kalaban.
They were able to also pull up a really nice flash play para lang ma-flush out din yung mga players dito up from heaven. And with Team Heretics, sila ay nakapag-setup ng A-site control pagdating kay Venji Fishy. And kung makikita mo 4 players stacked up on A-site.
Wala, naramdaman nila yung yung aggression ng EDG on that specific kind of location. A couple of rounds ago. They're kind of backing on...
play na sila sa mid ngayon.
Yeah, I think, it's just EDG testing the waters lang din, diba? Nagsisi sila kung ano yung babato ng Heretics on that corner. I think binibait na rin din ng Heretics na EDG, babagsak ko yung smoke ko sa mid, babagsak ko yung smoke ko sa B main, take the bait, go to A, and this could actually work if mag-push sila sa A main. Because look at the setup na ginawa nila. That 4-man push at 4-man positions, kaysa mo, is all on that A side. Pero pag na-realize ito ng EDG, now that they have that A heaven control, they can always rotate back onto B, which could actually work, which could actually happen in this situation.
Lalo na, nakita rin nila kung saan manggagaling yung Seekers dito. So, napapaisip na rin yung EDG kahit papano, saan nga ba tayo pupunta? But habang nag-iisip sila, nagra-wrap around na pala tong Team Heretics. Again, Benji Fishy is the hold or the main stronghold pagdating dito sa A-site. 11 seconds remaining to plant this spike. Aabot ba yung clutch play na yan? It's a 2v2. Nobody, very low on the HP, pero namatay. And that's basically the round. No time to plant.
Naglag ang EDG. In the sense na, teka lang, si Boo, naghahanap pa ng laban. Okay, there you go. Anyways, going back. Sorry, nag-hyper-analyze ako masyado. But, ang talino ng ginawa dito ng Heretics and EDG, nakikita mo yung lack of confidence nila sa sa pag-read nila ng situations. They're like, guys, try natin i-push yung spawn dito. Diba? Kasi, we have more angles to work with. Baka makita natin sila. Pero biglang sinugod na lang, tinakbo na lang nila. And then, while that happens, na-pick off sila at least once dun sa spawn ng Heretics, bigla na lang, wala na tayong oras. We have to push that A side. They did not leave any time to actually go for that rotation sana sa B. And it blows up in the face ng EDG.
They took up space, but the decision afterwards, dito na lang, naglalak yung EDG squad. Throwing in the paint shells as well para lang ma-force out kung sino yung nasa Gedli. But at the same time, yung one-way smoke na yun, talagang napipigilan sila na mag-push more further. And also, pagdating dito sa series, sa matchup na to, I do feel like sa post-plant ba tayo nakatingin, nakaabang? Sa kills ba tayo nakaabang? Kasi wala pa talaga tayong magandang entry na nakikita mula sa EDG.
It has to be kind of both, diba? Pero Heretics have been just so good at swatting that away consistently din. And I think a big... if I look at this, I think the big factor din talaga is how well, again, Heretics is just able to have yung mga parang protocols ito as they're kind of falling back. Right? Tignan mo. They will be able to get maybe the catch onto one! My God! He actually flew over the showstopper and Wood, hindi pa siya tapos. He hits all of the shots. This is the highlight plays that we were looking for, Kangkang. Apparently, Wood is the one delivering it. My God! And si Smoggy na lang, ubos na naman ang kanyang oras. 9 seconds onto the clock. He's gonna try to plant the spike. Patty Tech, no time left. And tinakbo na lang siya ni Benji Fishy. And for the second time in a row, walang oras para makapag-plant ang EDG and they lose the round again.
Kunin na lang nila yung pera. Ayan. Nag-plant na. My goodness. I mean, looking at Woot, he's such a smart player if you think about it. Ang inantay niya, tiniis niyang antayin na nasa harap niya si Kangkang dahil alam niyang ipapop yung showstopper. And what was the reaction? Just gumawa siya ng sarili niyang updraft, man. In short, umakyat na lang siya para maiwasan niya yon. Though, napunta man kay Boo, but him being alive and him being able to pick up 3 kills, that was the round. I'm also speechless.
Wala,
I mean,
ito na yung mga point na manahimik na lang tayo kasi it's the wood show na talaga.
wild.
Absolutely.
The timing as well, you know? Like, you have to expect that this race is gonna be fast, but he's faster.
Yeah. And, I mean, sure, he's on the Phantom, diba? Phantom makes it easy for you to kind of go for these such aggressive plays, pero he's able to do it in such a fashion na walang chance para maka-rebuttal dito ng EDG, and that's amazing. And again, yung support system niya din, na inisip mo, again, si Woot ang first contact, pero kita mo ang daming kailangan i-go through ng EDG. They face Woot, but then there's about like 3 other players ng Heretics na handa na agad makipagbakbakan din to assist Woot in that, in the contacts.
To focus some more on Heaven here. Pero yung Team Heretics, si Rienz na lang ang bahala dun sa mga gustong pumasok sa loob ng site. Now, si Nobody, literal, no one around him as well. 1v1. And EDG, kahit na medyo lumigwak yung iba nilang mga players dito, we're still down to a 1v1 here. May upgrade pagdating sa guns. Ito na naman, ubusan oras na naman. And Benji Fishy, nagkaroon pa ng space para mag-swing. Tinatakbo niya yung barrel.
Yeah. I mean, few things. Rinig niya si Nobody. Si Nobody nagpa-panic na, as you can see. Or
sa oras.
Yeah, if not panic sa oras, nagmamadali lang siya kasi, yun na nga, danang oras, he wasn't sure kung gaano kalapit ba si Nobody. And he wanted to make sure na he can maybe get that spike planted down na agad before he has to play that 1 versus 1. Pero syempre, malaro niya yung post-plant. Pero hindi. Everything just going again in the way of Heretics.
And I do feel like kahit naman mag-plant siya doon, mayroon pa siyang dalawang decision na gagawin.
Yeah.
Either ituloy niya yung plant o labanan niya si Benji Fishy, right? But he has no clue kung saan manggagaling si Benji Fishy dito. Tinakbo niya yung rotation. Again, like you said,
yeah,
the panic. I think it's just the panic.
Yeah, and this is the reason why it sucks to be a clutch player or a clutch player as a Sky. Kasi wala ka ng regenerating flashes eh. So if you use your 2 flashes initially, tapos ikaw na lang natira, it's all about hard reads, gunplay, hula-hula na lang kung saan manggagaling yung kalaban, or again, just try having that instinct na lang to fight it, diba? If you had like, let's say yung Sky Flash, we have our timeout. You could throw the flash right now and at least be secured na, itong position na to, walang kalaban for like the next 5 seconds. Parang ganun. So,
isang magandang agent na matira pagdating sa clutch situation. Controller talaga eh. I mean,
yes,
allows
100%.
you to at least have a space or make space for yourself.
Yeah.
But that wasn't really the case if you think about it. A little bit of a slip up there, but for EDG, 7-1, kakatapos lang nung timeout nila rito. Maybe we see some changes here, but it's a little scary knowing na may Viper Spit, may Showstopper, from the shadows nandyan din. So much potential on this current ultimates right now.
Yeah, hirapan na naman tayo para sa kanila. Kang so aggressive to just get up close and personal na lang. Trailblazer activated agad. Smoke to go for the cross. Pupunta ba sila sa mid dito just to catch somebody? Mukhang oo nga, pero this is segmented na push na naman para sa EDG. Hindi malinis ang kanilang pag-peek dito. And it actually is somewhat working. Si Smoggy nakakakuha ng picks, pero sinugod nila yung Viper's snakebite ni Panitek, and he actually takes down 2. So 3 versus 3 pa rin tayo dito ngayon. And Rienz, he's gonna try to hold on, and he does. And look at this Taylor. EDG, okay sana yung play nila. Great starting contact for Smoggy. Pero again, Heretics just on top.
Hindi na lang natitira. May heaven control na. Andito na yung Showstopper para mapilitan lang siya. I'm actually surprised. Nilabas pa yung Showstopper na yon. Pero kung ganito naman yung advantage mo sa team, you get a lot of kills during rounds, why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Ayun, tignan mo. Pinusyan nila yung site. Hindi nila masugod dito si Patitek kasi naka-snakebite sila. Pero na-force na yung EDG kasi nahuli na si Smoggy. So like, we're forced. And
nice one, bro! Nice one!
paano ba i-explain ito? those kind of situations, it's unfavorable. Pero some teams are willing to work with that. Ang problema na lang is, right now, you've said it, a couple of rounds ago, sobrang online ngayon ng players ng Heretics. They are absolutely feeling the heat with Woot, and they're riding that high.
It's so difficult to be EDG right now. Naubusan sila dito ng kahit anong strat na try na rin nila. Pero look at this. Boo! At kasabay niya pa si Woot. Akala nila nakuha na nila yung kill, but that is still a trade after trade na nakita natin doon. At least eliminating Woot out of the equation, malaking bagay na agad para sa kanila. But di mo napapansin, medyo nagsashine yung mga nag-hold ng site dito, which is sina Benji, Fishy, and sina Riens. And kitang-kita pa kung saan magagaling yung isa na trip war pa. Benji, Fishy fighting for his life as well here. 28 HP onto him, but it's the last two remaining players na nakita pa.
Grabe. Paano ba nabuhay itong dalawang players ng EDG?
Hindi ko alam.
Getting tagged by the camera as well. Nabato pa sila ng Viper's Pit. Sure, you can try to plant the spike on B. Pag tinakbo nila yung A site, nakaabang na agad si Boo to go for that intercept. Wala nang flashes si nobody din dito.
Tap mo yung spike!
Tap mo na yan.
Tap mo na yan!
Yan na. There's a flash out. Reposition. Smoggy, great contact. 20 seconds na lang. And alam na agad ng Heretics, this is going to be the full commit. There's going to be the reposition na coming in from Boo. The drop down from the snake bite. Smoggy, great start for that pick. Pa-plant na yung spike sa default. Hindi. Akala ko pa-plant yung spike sa default, pero hindi.
Akala ko sa kabilang box.
Oo, pero hindi. Hindi niya expect na nag-wrap around yung yung Heretics eh.
Grabe. Kung baga, yung Team Heretics, hindi ka nila binigyan ng exam na multiple choice. Literal, yung blanco lang na kailangan mo talaga ng tamang sagot. Kasi, ang hirap mag-penetrate para sa team ng EDG ngayon. Gaya ng sabi ko kanina, Asuray, diba? Like, yeah, you punish Woot. He's going crazy right now. He's going multiple kills after kills. Pero, hindi mo napapansin na pag nawawala siya, yung sumasalo ng mga kills na yon, it's either Benji, Fishy, Riens, andyan din. You don't mind them much kasi hindi sila malikot maglaro. But when they get to see you, you're done.
I think, yung place na ngayon ng EDG, Woot. Crazy flicks. Okay, back to my point. I think right now, EDG, they're expecting na papalagan sila ng Heretics, but Heretics are not taking these boastful fights. Palagi silang sure ball kills if kakayanin man. Diba? Their ability to just, again, convert those kills. And again and again and again. And Howdong ang matitira na lang in this situation. If he gets a pick, maybe he can use yung neural theft niya. Pero Spike just dropped at the center of A site is hard to digest.
Gaya nga nung sinabi ng panel, diba? Or even you, yung protocol na nagmumula from Team Heretics dito, kaya sobrang hirap nilang tapatan as well. Parang prepared sila sa kahit anong scenario, which is the complete opposite para sa EDG side. Na instead na nagsistick sila sa mga protocols nila dito, napipilitan silang gumawa ng play na outside dun sa comfort zone nila dahil lang may isa nang napitas, kailangan na nating lumaban. May nag-utility play na, kailangan ulit nating lumaban. Magpa-plant tayo ng spike, 10 seconds na lang, kailangan ulit nating lumaban.
It's insane. Kasi umabot tayo sa point na Masters Madrid, it's all about yung super aggressive teams playing, pero ngayon coming in sa Masters Shanghai, yung mga more controlled hard read teams naman with the setups ang parang lumalago. This is just stark contrast in terms of like what works para sa Valorant, and again, what makes it incredibly entertaining to watch. Medyo uminit masyado si Woot.
Nasobrahan na si Woot dito. Howdong though, medyo masakit yung damage na yan, and snake bite agad ang makakatapat ng iba sa mga players ng EDG. Chichu, Viper's Pit all the way from Heavens here. And ito na yung sinasabi ko. Asuray, pag si Benji Fishy nag-hold ng side, tataguan ka ng tataguan yan sa loob ng mga smokes niya. Can he get Howdong? That's the question. And he doesn't. Para dyan, it's a 3v3.
Yeah, no spike pala just yet kasi si Smoggy ang may hawak ng spike dito. So kahit man Howdong does get the back of the site, kailangan pa rin nilang i-move around ang mga players nila. Dito man at Heretics, moving around, making sure that they can clear these corners, spotted out si Kangkang, and tinutulungan agad siya ng crossfire with Howdong. Smoke breaks through, and that's going to be Kangkang with the first kill. Nade as well thrown out. 3 versus 2 pa din ito in the favor of EDG actually. As the smoke drops right in their face, they try i-separate ng Heretics ang mga angles na meron dito. Kangkang is able to at least just go crouch dun sa spray fire na ginagawa ng Heretics, and they're trying to bait them in little by little. Rians, great starting pick. Kangkang may hawak na ng showstopper at nakita niya isa straight in the face of Rians and clutches the round. 10-2 tayo dito as we end the first half.
Sa pool yung last remaining player doon. Pero yung hold ni Kangkang was everything. Para lang talaga mailang lalo yung Team Heretics kung saan sila papasok. They know Kangkang's there, but because of the smoke, obviously, you still have to wait longer. And lalo na yung stock-up position dito ni Wood as well. So yung mga kailangan nila na successful takes all throughout the rounds that we've seen, yung mga instances na mabibigla nila kahit papano when it comes to utilities, etong Team Heretics, which is di natin masyado nakikita kanina. But here on the last round, at least we were able to see that. But unfortunately, magsaswap na naman tayo ng sides.
Yeah, I'm gonna go, again, just take that breather muna. And we'll have to see if Heretics actually has that good attacking side din, di ba? Kasi it's all about how well they were able to press yung capabilities ni Kangkang on that offense. Pero Kangkang's a pretty solid defending player. So we'll see if mababawi nila dito sa other side naman. And that being said, Haodong also a very capable na Cypher player. So that could assist dito yung possible comeback ng EDG. Pero syempre, 10-2, ang laki ng kanilang
gap.
Yeah.
Ang laki nung hahabulin ng EDG dito, guys. Matagal-tagal pa to kung magka-comeback sila and kung mananalo pa sila as well. Mahirap ang kanilang tatahakin. Magsisimula sa pistol round pa lang, di ba? And if makuha pa yun ng Team Heretics, that already brings them to 11 in the scoreline. So, it's a tough break para sa side ng EDG right now. But may mga teams din kasi tayo na talagang medyo defender-sided, mas malakas mag-defend kesa umatake, di ba? And mas nakakakuha ng space. And maybe that's EDG today.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm looking at the stats right now para sa EDG. Looking at yung sa EMEA Stage 1, yung Masters Madrid nila, it is proven na Heretics actually is a team that is just better sa defending side dito sa split. Ang laki ng star contest. It's like 50-ish% para sa defending nila, tas 30-ish na lang para sa attacking. Pero syempre, with a big league like this, kung makuha nila yung pistol dito, ang laking swing nun, and we might see EDG actually go for a force buy if makuha ng Heretics dito ang pistol round. So this pistol round is going to be, I think, incredibly important for both teams, not just because syempre pistol round yan but because Team Heretics nahihirapan silang mag-close out ng mga games on their attacking side.
Let's see kung ganun din ba yung mangyayari, yung stats masusunod ba. Syempre, aside from all the stats, kailangan mo ring isipin na players are humans as well, di ba? So, may oras din talaga na, gaya na sabi natin kanina, kung on point lahat ngayon ng Team Heretics, may mga oras din na may off time din sila, ika nga. But, heading here sa ating pistol round, the most important pistol round for EDG, they want to make a comeback happen. Nakaabang na rin agad si Haodong. He knows Heaven smoked already. Andyan na yung mga smokes and yung paranoia ngayon palang dadampi.
Yeah. Coming around the corner as well, the wraparound. And Wood, such a capable fragger. Tingnan mo naman, natamaan niya pa si dito, Smoggy.
360.
Pero teka, si Smoggy, tumatagal sa loob ng smoke niya. Dust settles, 3 versus 3. Thankfully enough, si Paritech, buti na lang meron siyang smoke. The cross for Boo. Spike gonna get planted? No, just a little bit of that awkward cue lang of the sounds. Try nilang i-go yung crossfire sa ito. And it's working somewhat in their favor. And it's just gonna be left na lang para kay Chichu. Going for the ghost swing. Ang ganda ng frags dito coming in from Chichu. Pero na-trace siya ni Paritech through the wall. And that is gonna push us 11-2. EDG, force buy na ba o hindi?
Sarap nanood ng pistol round, no? Labanan ng tutok. Pag pistol round, paunahan maka-headshot at mukhang itong crossfire na sinet nila sa bibig. Ang ganda rin itong cross na to. It just so happens na, syempre, paubos na rin yung bala ng classic niya. In the end, though, Paritech, nasundan niya pa rin yung last kill na yun. Thankfully, naka-ghost siya dahil kung hindi tatagos yung bala niya. And with Team Heretics winning the pistol, mapipilitan talaga mag-force dito yung EDG.
Yeah, they have to. At this point, they have to break yung momentum dito ng Heretics, and at the same time, syempre, not push them into series point na din. But how does this go? The problem is, pag na-realize ito ng Heretics, they're gonna take fights where magagamit nila yung rifles na binili nila, which is basically Patitech na naka-Phantom at si Woot na naka Bulldog.
Alam nila na isa lang to si Benji Fishy. I mean, given siya yung Cypher, ganito yung setup ng trap. What else can you expect, right? Kaya binabasag na rin agad to ng EDG. And speaking of basag, mukhang nabasag si Patitech when it comes to A main.
Na-realize na nila ito. I think they're gonna go hit this B site. Ang problema na lang para sa Heretics is they're unsure if may trap na setup ngayon ang EDG. Not just yung tripwire, pero yung mga parang close positions. So they're using yung Trailblazer na yan para makakuha ng angle. Howdong comes out for the swing, but hindi makakuha ng shots ngayon ng EDG, and this is an expensive mistake. Pero teka lang muna si Chichu. Medyo umiinit gamit ang kanyang Sheriff. Oh, never mind. Na-trace lang siya at the back of the site. And now it's a 1 versus 1 with Kangkang na ubusin ng bala at hinabol siya sa kaduluduluhan ni Boo having that Phantom in his hands.
Lagi tayong naiiwan sa posisyon kung saan kailangan mag-clutch out ng EDG parate. And this kind of pressure as well. Ang hirap mong makakuha ng buwelo talaga. Knowing na, syempre, force buy naman to para sa kanila. Up until the very end, lamang pa rin sa numbers itong Team Heretics at pati na rin sa barrel as well. Huling-huli sa akto sa last few seconds dito ni Kangkang. And this is the match point already. One more round na kailangan ng Team Heretics. Can they convert the bonus? Laban kung laban.
Yep, they're converting it quite well. Double kill na agad dito pa kay Kangkang. I think that was a double satchel din para sa kay Woot. Sinugod lang talaga agad niya. Not gonna happen this time. That is going to be a solid defense then for EDG on that B site. Pero, well, that was all happening. Si Benji Fishy naman, slowly lurking up on that A. If he gets his heaven control at hindi matimingan ito ni Howdong, this could be bad para sa kanya. And there it is. That's the start. No more trips. No more tripwires. Are they gonna call in yung quick rotation ng Heretics on that A side? We'll have to see.
Was there any tripwires to begin with?
Oh, actually, no. I don't know. Hindi ko rin na-realize eh.
Wala eh. Offline lahat. I mean, kanina, dun sa round na nakita natin nag-force sila, wala rin namang tripwire doon. Taghirap, ika nga.
Yeah.
Ang EDG talaga dito sa mga rounds natin. Walang momentum, walang barrel, walang lahat. But Chichu, siya ang mainit ngayon. Siya ang mainit simula kanina. The lurk up is there. Andyan din yung hold mula kay Kangkang. He's been performing here. Chichu goes down, but Kangkang saves the day. 4 na kill para sa kanya. EDG still alive.
Siyempre, bonus round kung bonus round eh. Oh, bonus round plus another force buy I think para sa EDG din. Kasi ito naman lang sila SMGs. But this time, they're a lot better equipped kung anong gustong labanan dito ng EDG. Ramdam na Heretics eh. Now the question is, may mga teams tayo na can't really finish a big lead, diba? Is Heretics gonna be one of those teams na can't really convert that one round win? Magiging frustration ba yan para sa kanila? We'll have to see. As kita mo agad si Woot dito, he basically bypassed yung Viper Pit and has gotten access onto that B site. And tignan mo, kinain ni Chichu yung bait. Na siya? Na bamboozle siya. Ngayon, si Howdong, kailangan niyang i-hold yung angle na to, which he's gonna be able to as Kangkang comes into play as well. Another showstopper just to delay. And this is actually good round para sa EDG, huh?
Oh no.
I take it back.
Team Heretics though, Azurai takes that back quickly as he can as well. It's a 2v2. TP out na lang, malala. Alam nila, nasa kanila yung spike anyway. So a quick rotation mula sa dalawang miyembro ng EDG. May flashed out pa mula sa heaven. So alam nila at least isa sa mga positioning. Actually, dalawa kasi yung isa nagplant.
Yeah. Smoke agad dito sa spawn. So, ang nangyayari ngayon is Boo will find that contact first. Pag nalaman niya na dalawang players na nagpo-push, dyan na magpapakita si Patitech. And because naka-plant
sila.
Yes, because naka-plant din yung spike for Heaven, they can play this as long as they want. So, this is going to be the double smoke para ma-separate sila. Patitech has to come in close habang si Boo is waiting on that contact. Wala pa nag-defuse ng spike. So, tago lang muna si Patitech dito. Ginagamit niya yung high penetration weapon niya. And si Smoggy, ubusan ng oras na wala na siyang oras, wala na siyang smoke. Patitech Timing, kita niya,
Oh, no.
Smoggy,
It's
hindi
off.
ma-defuse. Wala na
It's
oras,
done.
that's gonna be GG.
That's GG. Wow. What a game. Team Heretics made EDG look like an underdog team pagdating dito sa series na to. And it was just protocols after protocols after protocols. They played it discipline format as well. Alam nila kung ano yung mga fights na dapat nilang kuhanin dito, Azuray. Everything was on point. Yung aim nila is on point. Like, what else could you ask for?
What else would you ask for is makakuha sana tayo ng highlights para sa EDG. Pero syempre, hindi pa sila out of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. They still have that lower bracket run. And we'll have to figure out na lang siguro kung sinong kakalabanin nila coming into that game. Actually, they're gonna be going up against Paper Rex. So maganda din pala ang nirigalo sa atin dito ng Heretics. It's a stellar game, this one. And syempre, it's going to be a Paper Rex versus EDG elimination match then coming in soon. So still a very, very good dito. Very, very good bracket coming moving forward sa ating Masters Shanghai.
Grabe yung bracket natin, no? Surely, may isang European team na mawawala kasi lower bracket, Fnatic and Foot. Tapos ngayon, Paper Rex versus, of course, yung Asian teams naman natin ngayon dito. Isang Asian team din ang mawawala. So, now that we know sino nga ba yung mga nandun sa baba na kailangan kumapit sa patalim, heading into this match, into this series, I actually wasn't expecting na magiging super one-sided yung last map na yon, knowing na syempre, for the first map, kahit pa paano, may bawi pa, may konting adjustment lang na kailangan gawin. But here on the second, bam, bam, bam. Team Heretics through and through.
Yeah. There's just, I don't know, no way to kind of anticipate yung growth ng Heretics dito, especially with all of the issues that they've been going through. But this is just the perfect run para sa Heretics then. Sure, they had that loss against the G2, pero they have now gotten the title of the Chinese Kryptonite. 'Di ba? Sila ang taga ng mga Chinese teams natin dito ngayon. And we'll see if they can continue that streak. If may makatakas sa lower bracket, if EDG can survive that match against the Paper Rex na would want that retribution then. Pero moving forward, Wood, absolutely insane player.
Ay, totoo yan, no? I mean, our expectations wasn't as high as the panel, but he definitely impressed us para sa araw na to. So I'm excited to see kung anong kakayanin ng mga nasa upper brackets and sa lower bracket naman din, kailangan nating abangan. But for now, maraming salamat. Syempre, ito yung last series natin. Ano ba? Taysoray, ang inyong mga naging casters. Thank you so much. And syempre, magkikita-kita pa tayo sa susunod. But for now, iiwan muna namin kayo syempre sa main stage kung saan may interview tayo. And to close off, finally, itong ating day number 7. Thank you so much and see you guys tomorrow, next week.
Tomorrow.
以 CN 赛区的打法风格呢 ？Now that you have fought against with 3 teams from CN region, so how do you define the playstyle of CN?
Can you repeat the question? It's really hard to hear.
Now that you have fought against all the teams from CN region, how would you define the playstyle of CN region?
How would I define it? Probably with one word, kind of crazy, not gonna lie. It's a completely different playstyle compared to Europeans and Americans and like Pacific. But they are pretty good, not gonna lie.
他说他觉得 CN 所有的队伍的选手都是非常厉害的，而且打法风格很疯狂，而且他们的打法风格其实是非常非常不同的，无论是和欧洲的地区比，还是美洲地区比，还是太平洋赛区比的话，都是非常不一样的。而且他认为大家都非常的出色。那接下来也想说，其实他们今天的表现是非常好的，也想问一下他们对于今天这场比赛的准备工作有多少是基于他们曾经在瑞士轮的学习呢 ？So your performance was excellent today. So how much preparations coming into this match was based off your learnings from the Swiss side?
Honestly, the 3 days that we had off after the win versus FPX helped us a lot. We prepared a lot of things that actually helped us to play like well in scrims, and we actually showed it right now on stage. So I would say that those 3 days really helped us to like solidify our gameplay and our play style.
他说，其实他觉得瑞士轮的这段经历是非常非常重要的，在这段时间的比赛里，他们也有了一个很大的提升，尤其是他们可以在今天把他们所有训练赛里的成果，所有训练赛里打得好的东西展现出来。可以说，在所有在瑞士轮之中的这些学习，都让他们更加巩固了他们的打法风格以及他们的基础。那接下来最后一个问题，因为其实他们即将在下一场比赛再一次对阵到 G2， 那对于这场比赛，他觉得需要如何准备才能赢下来那个之前他们没能赢下来的对手呢？ So you're going to have to face against G2 one more time. So how are you preparing to get a win that you weren't able to secure last time?
I think we're just gonna play our game. I think, like I said earlier, we solidified our game style to the point where we are not scared of anyone. And I'm really stoked to play against G2 because we wanna get the revenge against them. Like, to be honest, we should have won. So it's really nice to have one more shot against them.
他说，对于他来说，他真的非常期待和他们的这场比赛，因为对于他们来说，他觉得准备工作其实只要是做好他们自己的东西就行。因为对于这场比赛来说，他很期待他们可以实现复仇，并且赢下来这场他们本该赢下来的比赛，而且在这场比赛里，他们一定会发挥得更加出色的。那再一次感谢 Heretics 选手来接受我们的采访 ，and that's all for our interview. Thanks for joining me. Good luck on the upcoming matches.
Okay, thank you, and I love you guys. You are the best crowd.
对，最后还是要对大家说一声，他很爱你们所有人，咱们是最好、最优秀的观众。对于他来说，那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束啦，拜拜。
And there you have it. Team Heretics gets the win, 2-0 over EDG. I can't believe that happened. But I mean, well, let me rephrase that. I can believe it.
But
I just can't believe it the way that it did. Yeah, exactly.
I think we were too hyped for seeing EDG. We were talking about it when we were watching it and thinking about the other CN teams that we had, and FPX was just so incredible to watch in some of the rounds, how close they took everything that, you know, we expected a bit more.
Yeah,
I mean, I definitely expected more from EDG, but I mean, Woot was lighting the world on fire today.
Wow, look at that.
Definitely the make or break.
Yeah, this was from the results of our MasterCard fan poll. You guys had picked, well, I believe it was Jing for that top spot. And, well, Jing didn't have the best of days today, but Woot most definitely did. And hell, I'm going to give flowers to Icy, because Icy played great today as well.
And for a guy who has gotten so much criticism, has had a lot of matches where he doesn't perform. I think he has gotten better every game we have seen him here at Masters Shanghai. I think this guy is stepping up on the big stage, and he's been critical to this G2 run.
He was one of the main reasons why they were able to close that last map. It's not the same having almost 300 ACS in 2 maps as dominant as Team Heretics was as to having it in 3.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff that Woot was pulling off, though, was, I still am blown away by that satchel play. That was just so, it was like the Matrix. It was like a movie.
The most ridiculous play of the event thus far.
Yeah, had to have been. It was super cool.
Actually, I remembered Berlin. Never mind.
That's actually
it's
true.
Up there.
That's
it's
true.
Up
the Berlin
there.
one was wild. Oh, man. All right. Well, guys, with the playoff matches in the books, our first round of playoff matches in the books, I should say, here is how the bracket is shaping out right now. We're going to get a rematch between G2 and Heretics. You heard Patatek talking about that. Felt like they should have won that the last time they played. Well, he's going to get to prove that this time
at this lower bracket. PaperX, EDG, Fnatic.
Talk about being the first seed. Talk about being the first seed. Well, one of them between PaperX and EDG is going home.
That's wild.
Also, the history of that matchup. We have seen it many times before. It always delivers as a banger. And PaperX have historically been kind of the kryptonite for EDG. So that'll be a good one. And then you get a regional rematch between Fnatic and Foot. That should be fun too.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be, especially that first one, the EDG PaperX. After what we saw today, I want to know how much this tells us about the form that Heretics is in right now, and how much of maybe EDG crumbling under pressure.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, I mean, they're in Shanghai. You got to feel that, you know, like kind of like that elephant on your back, right? Is that right? What I'm thinking? The monkey on your back. That's what I was thinking of. Basically, the pressure that you're feeling. Our words are hard.
There's another
on
your
stage
shoulder.
and you have hundreds of people just looking
Chip
at
on your shoulder.
Yeah, sure. We'll go with that one.
But monkey on your back, I think, is also.
It's applicable.
Yeah, I'm really good at idioms.
Give it to me, okay? This is my last segment, all right? Just give it to me for today. All right, folks.
She would never.
She actually would not. That's my dog right there. All right, folks. Well, here are the matches coming at you tomorrow. It's lower bracket action. We're sending home 2 of these teams tomorrow.
And there's a chance they're both the first seed of their respective regions.
Yes, oh my word. And I mean, look, either way, no matter how you slice it,
I mean,
this
there's a
has been an awesome
50%
tournament.
chance that they're both 1 seeds.
Wow.
Not really.
Wow.
One of them is going to be a first seed.
Well, no, there's a 50% chance both
No,
go
because
home.
there's
There's
100% and EDG are both seed 1.
But there's a 100% chance of the first game and then a 50% chance of the second. So
The
that means
second
it's
game,
50 overall.
no.
Team, this
What
is
do you mean? I'm correct.
this is what we live for here.
We're bickering about nothing.
Folks, it has been an absolute pleasure. I bid you adieu as I will be heading off to go see my boy get married. So thank you all so much for welcoming me here in Shanghai. And of course, to my lovely crew, I love you guys very much. It was a blast working with you. And Yinsu's going to be in the captain's chair, manning the ship. I got all the stuffies.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, all the stuffies. Stuffissimo. Well, folks, that's going to do it for me. Thank you all so much. Love your faces. I'll see you at America's Stage 2. Tomorrow, Yinsu's in the chair, and Mimi's about to pelt my face with a rabbit. I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one. Bye.
I missed.
And you missed. You missed. I'm never playing with you.
Show.
Never playing with you. Here we go. PaperX versus G2, our second day of playoffs, and it's going to be a clash of styles.
PaperX has picked to play them in the playoffs, and they have a chance to make an upset happen.
Self pushed up here into heaven, something final 1. Playing ring around the Rosie here, sees the gun barrel of 1. Swing out, finds it, swap over the classic, and something gets the 4K Red Bull clutch. And there's Jing now arriving, making his presence known. Angel sent, there's nowhere to go but forward, but it's into something who collapsed them. Entry from Icy, able to find 1, but now something strikes. 2 kills, tries to swap over, pick him up after the updraft. It's PaperX taking split, 13-7. Jing now all the way in behind Rubble, takes out Leaf, takes out another. Looks to try to find Trent, but Trent will finally put him down. Now the Divide dead. Entry coming through, Forsaken not ready for it. Needs to have the headshot, needs to be snappy, but he can't quite make it happen still. Oh my god. Jing, oh my god, sniped out of the sky is Icy. Comes up with 2. Icy dead, but finds himself another elimination. In towards B, but do they rebalance position? So far, they have not, and now he strikes, finds the first one, Mind Freak, trying to take him down, but something falls, Jing marked, gets the bite, and Trent will find the kill. It's a very aggressive space, but he's only able to find 1. Boss, swing out, Forsaken, gone to the fuse, being held, paint shells in, and Leap will get the final kill. G2, the timeout works a treat. They take down PaperX on Lotus, 13-10, we're going to bind. Allen just pushing his way forward into the site, able to collect 2 kills. Something to get 1 more as a parting gift. The push, Forsaken able to find 1, tucks into the corner, sends down that cove. They try to play a little bit more elusively in the Dizzy now. Trent able to play off that one. Showstopper now through, and they're so ready for it.
They're gonna use the cove and a bunch of flashes, but they're ready. They're playing it.
Finds an opener once again. Says throw whatever you have at me. I will bear through it. I will shut you down. Now opens up, tries to find the shot. Forsaken gets to come away with 1.
Wow.
Forsaken gets a second. Leap now dead, and Forsaken swaps to the classic.
Oh, no.
Reckoning sent, but he's got to get the spike planted. I think he might have just been a second too late. Just a hair off as the push coming through, and there is a thrifty G2 get their win, 13-5. They keep themselves in the upper bracket. They say to PaperX, you asked for this, you picked us.
It's the hometown heroes versus the plucky underdogs. You got Team Heretics taking on EDG, and this crowd is surely going to be on the side of the #1 Chinese team.
Tuck the Gecko Flash, Wood is free. Oh, it's so effortless for Wood in that position. The skill level of Wood is off the charts right here. I mean, he gets 4 to secure the round. Let's go, baby. Come on.
They do get leaning towards the site. You see the utility already dumped down, but Benji Fishy playing back site, getting 2. Benji Fishy with 4. Heretics continue to roll. Leaving Patatek alone. A 1v2, a tap of the spike, the swing coming through. Not able to connect on the shots. Kong with 3 as EDG get there as well. Out of presence here. Chichu's just playing on the other side of the smoke. He will fall as Benji Fishy goes back site. But Smoggy on the counter. Smoggy on the punch. 3 found. Dominant from beginning to end for Heretics. 13-6.
Oh, how does Benji Fishy get away with that?
Smoggy's gonna have to push his way through it just to pick it up, but that's another round the way of Heretics. Wu goes up top, it connects onto Boo, but Wu punishes back. Oh my gosh, he's gotten the third! Wu single-handedly destroying EDG. Starting to corral and control them as they drop the pit. Patatech falls, a 2v2 here. Persistent in the attempts, Boo's on the flank, the spike goes down, so does Smoggy. Now finally falling Kong from up in heaven, getting a couple. A 1v1 and Boo's gonna get the kill again. Let's go! The Grim Reaper strikes again. A clean sweep of the Chinese teams as Heretic bests EDG.
Like booyah. The sharpshooter. I'm quick to bust, hit the dust, explosive and crush. The sharpshooter. I'm quick to bust, hit the dust. The sharpshooter.